Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 81. Body Integration Realm, Seniors on. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In a cave, Xing Hongshuan looked warily at the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder snorted and said, "Little girl, your husband can't possibly be more talented than my disciple. Give up on him. I can let bygones be bygones and bring you to the formless sect. This is a great opportunity that many people dream of." This gray-robed elder was enlightened old monster. Xing Hongshuan had accidentally entered this cave decades ago to comprehend a cultivation technique. She had met enlightened old monster by chance. However, the two of them had only nodded to each other and did not speak much. Later, when enlightened old monster left, Xing Hongshuan also returned to the Jade Pure sect. Recently, Xing Hongshuan felt that something was missing, so she rushed back to this mystic realm and found this cave to continue cultivating the divine technique. Coincidentally, enlightened old monster returned. He was shocked to discover that she had already mastered the technique and wanted to take her in as his disciple. Xing Hongshuan rejected him at first, but since he kept pestering her, she had to admit that she was already married. Enlightened old monster had a high cultivation level. After calculating with his fingers, he realized that Xing Hongshuan was not fated to be married. Xing Hongshuan could only helplessly say that she had already agreed to marry an elder from the same sect. This infuriated enlightened old monster. This was also the reason why Hanju received 4 stars of hatred. Xing Hongshuan shook her head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior. I really don't want to leave my husband." On the other side, Hanju also discovered their conversation through the heavenly puppet. Hanju felt that it was impossible for there to be hatred for no reason, so he started checking from the 3 heavenly puppet. As expected, he found enlightened old monster here. Enlightened old monster said helplessly, "Little girl, your great Yan is only a small place. As for the Jade Pure sect, I've never heard of it. This mystic realm is connected to many places. If you join the formless sect, you'll be able to see a wider world. As long as you're willing, I can conceal your information. Think about it for a while longer. 10 years later, I'll come again. If you're willing, you can cut off all ties and wait for me here." With that, enlightened old monster left. After Hanju heard that, he was secretly angry. "So you're here to steal her from me?" He couldn't help but use his divine sense to observe Xing Hongshuan's expression. After enlightened old monster left, Xing Hongshuan revealed a look of disdain. She shook her head and continued to study the cultivation technique on the cave wall. Not bad. She wasn't tempted. Inside the Konate cave abode, Hanju used his interpersonal relationships to check on enlightened old monster. Enlightened old monster. 7th level of the body integration realm, sect master of the formless sect, a great expert. Because you are the husband of his beloved disciple's prospective wife, he is dissatisfied with you. If Xing Hongshuan agrees to leave with him, he will kill you to prevent all future troubles. Current hatred points, 4 stars. The sect master of the formless sect. Hanju touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a while, he began the simulation trial, raising Dian Sus cultivation level to the 7th level of the body integration realm. It took him 2 minutes to defeat him. Enlightened old monster was definitely stronger. I can't kill him instantly. That's an issue. It looked like he had to break through to the body integration realm as soon as possible. Hanju immediately held his breath and sought to reach the perfected void amalgamation realm as soon as possible. 5 years later, Hanju finally reached the perfected void amalgamation realm. Before he broke through, he took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed enlightened old monster for 4 days and 4 nights straight before heading to the 10,000 demon realm to break through. He first contacted Taoist Jingshu to clear the 10,000 demon realm. Taoist Jingshu did not delay and immediately made arrangements. Li Qingzi had instructed her that she must satisfy all of Hanju's requests immediately and not be negligent. 4 hours later, the disciples at the 10,000 demon realm were chased out by the various elders. This caused a huge commotion in the inner sect. But when they heard that it was the deity-slaying elder's request, all the disciples were no longer unhappy. The body integration realm's tribulation was terrifying. Even when Hanju activated the barrier, it still caused a huge commotion. The elders gathered and felt the vast heavenly might, all of them trembling in fear. How strong is deity-slaying elder? Looking at the commotion, he has probably surpassed the ancestor. Stop marveling. How can the cultivation will of the deity-slaying elder be compared to us? This is not something that can be achieved through cultivation alone. His talent is definitely the strongest in the Jade Pure sect. With the deity-slaying elder around, the Jade Pure sect became as powerful as it is today. Most importantly, he did not consolidate his authority. It's admirable. Listening to the elders' discussion, Li Qingzi held his head high as if he was bragging. Guan Yugong had a complex expression. He looked at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his eyes filled with awe. At this point, he didn't blame Hanju at all. Instead, he started to cultivate with Hanju as his target. Unfortunately, the gap between them still grew. Perhaps one day, he can ascend to become a true immortal. Guan Yugong thought silently. On a wasteland, a half-naked man sat in midair. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and intertwined with his body. This person was Zhou Fan. Not far away, Mo Fucho and a woman in a purple dress stood side by side. After so many years, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho were no longer young and immature. They had matured and their aura was even more powerful. Zhou Fan's body had a visual impact during the tribulation. It was like the sacred body of an ancient god, indestructible. Carrying a sword on his back, Mo Fucho had a demonic aura. He asked, "Senior, what relationship do you have with my junior brother? How can you be so generous?" Not only had the purple-dressed woman resurrected Zhou Fan, but she had also helped him cultivate. Under her guidance, Zhou Fan's strength had soared. Now, Zhou Fan was breaking through to the nascent soul realm. In fact, his strength was already comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator, having previously killed one himself. This junior brother of yours was fated to be with me in my previous life. He saved me once. I'm still indebted to him. Previous life? Mo Fucho couldn't help but be curious. The purple-robed woman said wistfully, speaking of which, it's still his providence that's powerful. The opportunities he obtained previously made him sufficiently powerful. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. In the future, he will stir up a storm in the world. Perhaps, he will reach the Mahayana realm again. Again, Mo Fucho was secretly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Fan was a Mahayana cultivator in his previous life? He's about to succeed. I have to leave as well. To save him, I asked my senior sister for a favor. I have to return it. The purple-robed woman shook her head. With that said, she turned around and prepared to leave. Mo Fucho hurriedly asked, "May I ask for senior's Dao title, how will we repay you in the future?" The purple-robed woman leapt up. A cloud appeared beneath her feet, carrying her to the horizon. Her voice entered Mo Fucho's ears. "It's best that you don't know my Dao title, lest you attract trouble. The only thing I can tell you is that my surname is Zan." Zan. Mo Fucho frowned. Thinking back, he had never heard of a powerful cultivator with the surname Zan. He looked at Zhou Fan again. 10,000 Demon Realm. After 10 days and 10 nights of tribulation transcendence, Hanju finally succeeded. Body Integration Realm. He had finally reached the Body Integration Realm. He was extremely excited. Detected that you have successfully broken through to the Body Integration Realm. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and show the world how powerful you are. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue to cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate in a low profile. The target is to be the strongest in the world. You can obtain a natural treasure. Chapter 82. Increase of lifespan, Zhou Fan's inflated ego. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. Come out now. Impossible. Hanju had already come into contact with a Mahayana realm cultivator. In his opinion, it would definitely be dangerous if he didn't reach the Mahayana realm himself. Otherwise, why would Zhou Fan die in his previous life? Even the Mahayana realm might not be safe in this world. You chose to continue your seclusion and cultivate in a low profile. Stay away from the secular world and obtain a natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Immortal Gourd Seed. Earth Immortal Gourd Seed. It blooms in 1,000 years and bears fruit in 10,000 years. It can be eaten or used to refine Dharma treasures. If the fruit is nurtured for a long time, it can automatically become a Dharma treasure and give birth to life. Hanju blinked. The first thing he thought of when he saw the seed of the earth immortal gourd was the Calabash brothers one. Next was the legendary connate gourd in Chinese mythology. Hanju continued to consolidate his cultivation and opened his attributes panel. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 356 27,900. Race: Human. Mortal Transcendence Stage. Cultivation: Level 1 of the Body Integration Realm. Technique: 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic: Unparalleled Finger Divine Sword, 7 Illusionary Steps, 3 Pure Shadow Sword Unparalleled, 9 Dragons Devil Expelling Seal, Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm, Wind God Technique, Still Phase Technique. Mystical Power: 6 paths Soul Absorption, Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword, Imitate Heaven and Earth, Somersault Cloud, 10,000 Sword Sect can be inherited. Tathagata Incantation, 6 paths Ultimate Seal, Firmament Sword Chi. Equipment: Golden Cicadas Mystic Divine Robe, 7th Grade Numinous Treasure. Little Universe Belt, Keelan Sword, Demon Binding Rope, Burning Fiend Belt, 6th Grade Numinous Treasure, 9 Star Spirit Trampling Boots, 5th Grade Numinous Treasure, Frost Lord's Glazed Crown, 4th Grade Numinous Treasure, Book of Misfortune, Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure, Earth Emperor's Soul Ward, 3rd Grade Numinous Treasure, Heart Protecting Immortal Chain, 3rd Grade Numinous Treasure, Calm Meditation Mat, Grand Unity, 6th Grade Numinous Treasure. Sword Intent: Reincarnation Sword Intent, Grand Unity. Self-Created Mystical Power, 3 Pure World Cleansing, Eternal. Birth Dharma Treasure, Primordial Judgment Sword. Cultivation Potential: Spiritual Physique of the 6 Paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases Providence to a certain extent. Connate Providence is as follows: Unparalleled, Immortal Beauty, Top-notch Charm. Destined Sword Fanatic, Top-notch Sword Dao Aptitude, Top-notch Sword Dao Learning Ability. Unparalleled Movement Technique, Top-notch Movement Technique Aptitude. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor, after the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique. Check interpersonal relationships, 900 years. Amazing. As expected of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, the higher one's cultivation realm was, the faster their lifespan would increase. Hanju was arrogant now. The increase in lifespan felt better than the increase in cultivation. Hanju felt a greater sense of security. With his body integration realm cultivation, not to mention Great Yan, he was already a top-notch expert in the cultivation world. But it was not enough. He had to continue cultivating. As for going out to have fun, what was the rush? How long would Hanju's lifespan be when he reached the Mahayana realm? At that time, he would have plenty of time to be carefree. Today's bitter cultivation would be the foundation for him to be carefree in the future. Several days later, after Hanju's cultivation completely stabilized, he stood up and left quickly. He did not greet the elders in the distance to avoid trouble. The elders did not mind. Instead, they admired him even more. As expected of the deity-slaying elder, his Tao heart was truly firm. If such a person did not become an immortal, who was worthy of becoming one? After returning to the entrance of the Connate cave abode, Hanju bumped into Xing Hongshuan. The Black Hell Chicken was beside her, chatting with her. The Black Hell Chicken could now expand and shrink as it pleased. It was now about the size of a normal rooster. Xuan Chang'an was still meditating under the fusang tree, not daring to approach Xing Hongshuan. As soon as she saw him, Xing Hongshuan immediately pounced over. "Husband, have you broken through?" Xing Hongshuan asked excitedly. Hanju rarely left the cave abode. As long as he left, it must be to break through. Hanju nodded and said, "Let's go in first." The two entered the Connate cave abode. The Black Hell Chicken wanted to follow but was blocked by the array formation. It arrived in front of Xuan Chang'an and smiled. "Do you think Xing Hongshuan will eat master?" Xuan Chang'an's face twitched. Perhaps. Hearing the Black Hell Chicken's words, Xuan Chang'an suddenly thought of his beloved, and a small flame ignited in his heart. Damn it, is this foul chicken doing this on purpose? This sentence was too hurtful. Xuan Chang'an's heart, which was as dry as a well, stirred again. The seal of the love tribulation began to loosen. Although my master doesn't like to go out, there are always women who come looking for him and want to eat him. What do you think will happen if they are alone in the same room? Will our master be in danger? Xuan Chang'an glared at it and cursed, "Get lost. Go cultivate." The Black Hell Chicken was depressed. What was wrong with this kid? What a temper. Inside the Connate cave abode, Xing Hongshuan stood in front of Hanju and became angrier as she talked about enlightened old monster. She was unhappy with the elder's high and mighty attitude, as if the Jade Pure sect was a remote village and Hanju was only a mortal. Hanju smiled and asked, "What he said is true. Aren't you tempted?" Xing Hongshuan sat down and smiled as she replied, "How can that be? I'm going to keep pestering you. My husband will definitely become an immortal. I'm still waiting for you to rise up." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve and said, "I found this bottle in the mystic realm. The spirit chi is very strong. I only sniffed it, and my golden core became unstable. Therefore, it doesn't suit me. It should suit you, my husband." Hanju took the bottle and opened it. Spirit chi was indeed abundant. He injected his six-path spirit energy into it. There was no danger. "Yes, thank you." Hanju smiled. Xing Hongshuan smiled. Several days later, she left the cave abode in satisfaction. On the wasteland, the setting sun was like blood as it continued to the end of the world. Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho sat on a huge rock. After successfully breaking through, Zhou Fan was in high spirits. From time to time, he would twist his neck and admire his perfect body. "Senior, let me take revenge for you first. After that, I plan to conquer the world and make a name for myself. I want to be #1 in the world," Zhou Fan said proudly, his tone filled with confidence. Mo Fucho said helplessly, "You're only at the nascent soul realm. How dare you be so arrogant?" Zhou Fan smiled and said, "I'm not stupid. I'll definitely start challenging cultivators of the same cultivation realm. I want to prove to her that I'm worthy of her." A few decades ago, Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan met a woman. Zhou Fan fell in love at first sight and wanted to pursue her. However, she had a powerful background and said that it was impossible for them to be together. Even if they were in love, her father would not agree. If she wanted to marry, she could only marry a powerful cultivator. These words stimulated Zhou Fan. He hated it when others looked down on him. Therefore, he took the extreme path. Mo Fucho often advised against it, but it was useless. "Let's challenge the true martial sect first. I heard that there are many elites there." Zhou Fan smiled in high spirits. He suddenly thought of someone and smiled. "Senior, do you still remember Hanju from the Jade Pure sect? You said that he might be the deity-slaying elder and that he had once killed a soul formation cultivator. I think that with my current strength, I can match up to a soul formation cultivator. Have I finally caught up to him?" Hanju, Mo Fucho frowned and said, "Brother Han's aptitude is very high, and he has been cultivating in seclusion. His cultivation level is probably very high. I'm afraid that just the strength of the soul formation realm isn't enough to defeat him." After leaving Great Yan for so long, he wondered how the Jade Pure sect was doing. Zhou Fan shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? It's not right to cultivate in seclusion. You and I are both mortals. How can cultivation alone be enough for a mortal to become an immortal? You have to seek opportunities in the world. Look at me, my cultivation level has advanced by leaps and bounds. My former enemy is also cultivating, but he's still stuck at his original realm. When I go back in the future, I have to spar with Hanju and let him realize this. When the time comes, bring him along and the three of us will walk the world together and make a name for ourselves. Isn't that great?" 1. A Chinese cartoon. Chapter 83. Dong Wangxian, the abnormality of the fusang tree. On the 7th day after Xing Hongshuan left, Hanju took out the seed of the earth immortal gourd and walked out of the cave abode. He came to the fusang tree and buried the seed in the soil. He then injected his six-path spirit energy to nourish it. He had to personally plant such a treasure. Xuan Chang'an's cultivation techniques were limited. Most of the time, he let the fusang tree grow on its own. Fortunately, the divine tree was strong. "Master, what's this?" Xuan Chang'an asked curiously. Hanju replied, "A gourd seed. You have to take care of it in the future." Xuan Chang'an was curious. Where did Hanju get a gourd seed? As the fusang tree continued to grow, Xuan Chang'an discovered that this tree was not simple. The amount of spirit chi it gave birth to was already huge, and its yield exceeded all the other treasures on the mountain. Xuan Chang'an wasn't stupid. Was such a treasure really from the Jade Pure sect? When Li Qingzi passed by earlier, he was still very shocked. His master's background was far beyond his imagination. Hanju observed the fusang tree for a while before returning to his cave abode. He had just broken through to the body integration realm and was not in a hurry to cultivate. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse enlightened old monster. "You dare to steal my companion and want to eradicate me for good." Making his mind, six-path spirit energy surged into the Book of Misfortune. The formless sect was a cultivation sect that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. It had deep foundations. The mountain gate was like a fairyland. There were continuous mountains and clouds. Rows of white cranes could be seen flying past. There were also oxen and horses galloping above the colorful clouds. There was a majestic waterfall between two 10,000 feet high peaks. At the bottom of the waterfall, a figure sat on the surface of the lake, enduring the terrifying impact of the waterfall. Strong winds swirled around him as if blades were slicing water. Enlightened old monster stood on the grass by the lake. He stroked his beard and looked over with a satisfied smile on his face. With Shauner's potential, he will definitely be chosen by the heavenly immortal manor. Enlightened old monster couldn't help but smile when he thought of his disciple, Dong Wangxian, stirring up trouble in the heavenly immortal manor and eventually becoming a top-notch cultivator in the world or even ascending. His aptitude had already reached its limits, and it was very difficult for him to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. Thus, he placed his hopes on his disciple. At this moment, enlightened old monster's vitality suddenly became chaotic. His essence soul shook, and the world spun around him. His body swayed and he nearly fell. A mouthful of blood flowed down his throat. He couldn't help but spit it out. He hurriedly sat down and began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Under the waterfall, Dong Wangxian opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the water. He immediately stood up and appeared beside enlightened old monster. In the light of the sun, Dong Wangxian stood bare-chested, his muscles clearly defined. He was not bloated or gaunt. He had an indescribable beauty to him. His features were angular, his eyebrows sharp, and his eyes bright. His wet black hair rose up steaming. Strands of black hair floated up and dried. Dong Wangxian frowned. "Master, what's wrong?" Enlightened old monster did not open his eyes. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Someone is cursing me." Enlightened old monster was a body integration realm cultivator, after all. His knowledge was greater than that of Xiaowei, Taoist Calm Sky, and Demon King Dian Su. He understood his own cultivation very well. He couldn't have suffered such a heavy injury for no reason. Someone must be cursing him behind his back. Dong Wangxian frowned even harder and asked, "Who could it be?" "Tell me, I'll go and kill him immediately." "I'm not sure, either. I can't deduce the origins of this curse." "You don't have to worry about it. Cultivate well and try to master the mystical power as soon as possible." After enlightened old monster finished speaking, he did not say anything else and focused on healing his injuries. Dong Wangxian was about to leave when enlightened old monster spat out another mouthful of blood. How strong is the enemy to be able to make a 7th level body integration realm cultivator suffer like this? Dong Wangxian was deep in thought. He cursed for half a day. When the system indicated danger, Hanju stopped and started healing. Several days later, he recovered. That guy must be suffering. Hanju thought proudly. Then, he returned to his cultivation. He was no longer afraid of enlightened old monster attacking him. After all, he was also at the body integration realm. Hanju first cultivated the 7th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 7th level of the mental cultivation technique was much more profound than before. Cultivating it was also more complicated. 10 days later, Hanju grasped it with his powerful aptitude and started to absorb qi to increase his cultivation. Hanju was pleasantly surprised to find that as his cultivation level increased, his cultivation speed didn't slow down. It was mainly because his potential also began to show. He breathed in the spirit qi of heaven and earth like a whale swallowing water and could feel his cultivation level increasing every day. Apart from his aptitude, it was also thanks to the fusang tree and the spirit qi that he had cultivated on this immortal mountain. Every once in a while, Li Qingzi would get someone to come to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and plant even better natural treasures, causing the spirit qi to constantly increase. He wanted Hanju to be unwilling to leave. Although Hanju said that he didn't want to leave and was afraid that there would be too much trouble outside, Li Qingzi knew that once Hanju felt that there was insufficient spirit qi here, he would definitely leave. It was the same for the founder back then. Cultivation was endless, and the seclusion of powerful cultivators took decades. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed quickly. Hanju successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the body integration realm. He had already taken the pill that Xing Hongshuan had given him. That pill could actually strengthen his physique and increase his cultivation level. Hanju had always been a spirit qi cultivator. His spirit energy could allow him to kill enemies at a higher cultivation level, but the strength of his body was similar to those at the same cultivation level. Fortunately, he had many numinous treasures that could defend his body. After the breakthrough, Hanju left the cave abode again. He walked in front of the fusang tree and stretched his muscles. The seed of the earth immortal gourd had already started to grow vines that wrapped around the fusang tree like a green snake. It was still too early for the earth immortal gourd to bloom and bear fruit. Hanju only hoped that it could help strengthen the spirit chi here. As he stretched, he opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. After so many years, he wondered how his friends were doing. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts x18928. Your disciple Suchi was attacked by a fellow disciple x76. Your disciple Suchi has fallen into the abyss. His fate is unknown. Your disciple Suchi spread bad luck. The luck of the demon taming sect is declining. The chance of the entire sect's disciples encountering inner demons has increased. Your pet, chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by righteous cultivators x3422. Your good friend Chong Yue has comprehended the sun and moon. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by demons and was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator x4893. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by a righteous cultivator x4211. Hanju was secretly shocked. How tragic. Almost everyone was beaten up. Suchi had fallen into the abyss, probably because of the demon taming sect. They were in trouble now. Also, the chaotic heavenly dog was truly mad. It provoked enemies everywhere and constantly fought. Just as Hanju was thinking, Xuan Chang'an suddenly said, Master, recently, the fusang tree will shake on its own at night. What's going on? Puzzled, Hanju asked, shake on its own. Has it become a spirit? Xuan Chang'an shook his head. He didn't know, either. Hanju probed the fusang tree with his divine sense but didn't sense the existence of an essence soul. If it became a spirit and developed intelligence, it would definitely have an essence soul. Hanju decided to observe carefully. The fusang tree must be sick. Night fell. Hanju walked out of the conate cave abode and found that the fusang tree was indeed shaking as invisible hands were shaking the trunk. Xuan Chang'an was obviously a little afraid and stayed far away. Hanju observed for a while, then his expression became strange. Could it be? What was the fusang tree summoning? Chapter 84. Divine Beast Zhu Do, Destroying the World. Northern Yan. Inside the conate cave abode. Demon King Dian Su opened his eyes and frowned. Ever since he went to the Jade Pure sect, his nightmare had come to an end. Therefore, he had made the best use of his time to recuperate until today. But recently, he had been feeling uneasy. This uneasiness came out of nowhere. Even his demonic blood stirred. What's going on? Is that immortal trying to harm me again? The more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. After being sealed for 2,000 years, he had been heavily injured before he could even take revenge. Demon King Dian Su felt that his subordinates were laughing at him. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. An evil fire burned in his heart. He really wanted to slaughter the entire Great Yan. Forget it, he had to endure it. Demon King Dian Su sighed and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Above the sea of clouds was a huge mirror-like lake. Surrounded by clouds, it was as beautiful as a painting. Zan Qingjun and a purple-robed woman sat by the lake. The purple-robed woman was the mighty figure who had saved Zhou Fan. Senior sister, aren't you ascending? The purple-robed woman turned her head and asked. Zan Qingjun didn't open her eyes as she replied, it's not time yet. The purple-robed woman clicked her tongue in wonder. I really don't understand all of you. You could have ascended at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Even now that you've reached the Mahayana realm and have completely elevated your body, you can already do well in the immortal realm. What are you waiting for? Zan Qingjun didn't reply but asked instead, how is Zhou Fan? Don't mention it. Compared to his previous life, this kid is like a completely different person. He's extremely impatient and might even need me to save him one day. However, he already completely trusts me. Yes, this child is an important part of our plan. Don't let him die, and don't let him resist you. He won't. This child lacked love since he was young. If you treat him well, he will be loyal. Speaking of which, I have a Tao companion in the Jade Pure sect. Ah, senior sister, you actually found a partner. The purple-robed woman's eyes widened. She immediately became interested and kept asking about him. Zan Qingjun recalled the past and smiled. I wanted to see the sect Zhou Fan was from. I didn't expect to meet a kid that I liked. This kid is an ascetic. After so many years, he might have reached the soul formation realm. The purple-robed woman said in surprise, his potential isn't inferior to Zhou Fan's. Of course, I'll bring you to see him next time. Zan Qingjun smiled when she mentioned Hanju. Even after walking around the world, she found that Hanju was still the most handsome man she had ever seen. His personality was also very likable. At this moment, the surface of the mirror quickly turned fiery red. The wind howled, and heat waves scattered the sea of clouds. Zan Qingjun and the purple-robed woman immediately stood up. They looked down and saw a huge firebird with a wingspan of 1,000 feet flying past. The purple-robed woman asked in astonishment, "Divine beast Zudo?" "The legendary divine beast that represents calamity." Zan Qingjun frowned. "This Zudo isn't mature yet, but it's already filled with the aura of misfortune. Something must be attracting it. Tisk tisk, I wonder which place is so unlucky to attract the Zudo." Ever since he discovered that the fusang tree would shake every night, Hanju began to feel uneasy. He felt that the tree would attract something. Could it be the legendary golden crow? Impossible. Isn't the golden crow hanging in the sky? He didn't see the sun getting lower. Hanju paid attention. He didn't dare to focus on his cultivation. Several days later, Li Qingzi came to visit. After entering the cave abode, he sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Elder Han, recently, the Jade Pure sect has welcomed a joyous occasion. We discovered the ruins of an ancient sect with many resources inside. There are cultivation techniques, treasures, and even Dharma treasures. Do you want to take a look?" Hanju frowned and asked, "Has this matter spread?" If such an opportunity were to spread, it would definitely attract all the cultivators in the world. Of course not. This is a secret of the sect. Elder Guan has already brought 5 elders and 100 core disciples to guard it. The teleportation formation is about to be set up. When the time comes, the disciples of the Jade Pure sect can directly enter the ruins. Li Qingzi smiled proudly. Over the past few years, the Jade Pure sect had been steadily developing. They did not provoke any enemies, and more itinerant cultivators joined the sect. Most of the cultivators in the cultivation world had forgotten about the deity-slaying elder, but the upper echelons of the various sects still remembered him. Therefore, they didn't dare to provoke the Jade Pure sect or even stop its development. Hanju nodded and said, "That's good. I won't go. Be careful. Usually, this kind of ruins might have restrictions." "I understand. If I find any treasure that can increase spirit chi, I'll get someone to send it over." "Thank you, Sect Master." "You're welcome." The two of them chatted briefly before Li Qingzi left in a hurry. Hanju's mood improved. He was very satisfied with the peaceful strengthening of the Jade Pure sect. The stronger the sect was, the more he could cultivate in seclusion in peace. Hanju suddenly realized that Xuan Chang'an was gone. He immediately used his divine sense to track him and discovered that he was in an inn in the inner sect city. In the northern part of Great Yan, flames appeared in the sky, illuminating it. The ice and snow on the ground melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless demons escaped from their cave abodes and looked towards the horizon, including Demon King Dian Su. As Dian Su stood at the entrance and looked at the sky, the light from the fire illuminated his face. He was shocked. "That's Zudo. How is that possible? Oh no." Almost scared out of his wits, Dian Su immediately entered the cave abode. Mud rose from the cave entrance and quickly formed a mountain wall. The divine beast Zudo spread its wings and flew over. It was like the legendary golden crow sweeping across the land. Wherever it passed, the ice melted, turning into a lake before evaporating into smoke. Zudo was shaped like a firebird. It had a head like a dog and 3 legs. Its claws were different from that of a ferocious bird and more like dragon claws. The overall appearance made it look extremely powerful and unstoppable. The thousands of miles of snow melted under its heat. Its eyes glowed like torches as it looked in the direction of the Jade Pure sect. Jade Pure sect, inner sect inn. In the guest room, Xuan Chang'an sat at the table with a wine cup in his hand. He smiled and said, "Kaianer, how do you feel about coming to the Jade Pure sect? I've already joined the sect for decades. If you encounter any trouble, you can look for me anytime." He looked at a graceful woman by the window. She was dressed in green. Her long hair reached her waist and her skin was fair and beautiful. Although she was not so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a city, she was still a rare beauty. The woman called Kaianer tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Chang'an, you don't have to treat me like this. It's really impossible between us. Perhaps you're doing well in the Jade Pure sect, but I can't give myself to you for the sake of benefits." Xuan Chang'an's heart ached when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why?" "Because of my looks. I can put on a handsome face." Kaianer turned around and looked at him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as she said, "What is real is real. What is fake will always be fake. If I love you, even if the seas run dry and the stones crumble, my heart will never change. If I don't love you, even if the world is destroyed and only you and I are left, I will never fall in love with you. Heartache. Xuan Chang'an crushed the cup in his hand. His palm did not bleed, but his heart did. At this moment, the light of the fire shone on Kainer's back, and a hot wind blew in. Xuan Chang'an's eyes widened. Kainer subconsciously turned around and saw that the sky was quickly dyed red. A sun was speeding over from the horizon. Divine Beast Zhu Do, Chapter 85. Slaying a Divine Beast, Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. What's that? Kainer asked in horror. This was the first time she had seen such a terrifying scene. Xuan Chang'an walked to her side and was also shocked when he saw this. It wasn't just them, even the 18 peaks, inner sect, and outer sect noticed this scene. Boom! The Jade Pure sect exploded into a commotion. More and more disciples flew up on their swords and looked into the distance in horror. What's that? The sun. Oh my god, demons are attacking. What a terrifying heat. When it comes, won't the sect be destroyed? Am I seeing things? It's over. What should we do? Activate the sect protection formation. As the disciples discussed in horror, the elders immediately raised the sect protection formation. Li Qingzi had just walked out of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain and had yet to return to the main peak when he saw Zhu Do coming in menacingly. His eyes widened like he was seeing a ghost. At the same time, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. The divine beast Zhu Do is attacking. It wants to occupy the Fuzang tree. Zhu Do, 5th level of body integration realm, divine beast of calamity, son of the vermilion bird. Bearer of connate misfortune and burns with the flames of the sun, capable of destroying the world. Han Ju was shocked. Divine beast Zhu Do, the divine beast of calamity. Han Ju hurriedly flashed out of the cave abode. He appeared at the edge of the cliff and looked at the sky. The sky was already dyed red as if dusk had fallen. Zhu Do, the divine beast, was rapidly growing in size. It was getting closer and closer to the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju felt the terrifying heat and instantly determined that the Jade Pure sect's sect protection formation might not be able to withstand it. Once the Zhu Do landed on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, everything on the mountain would turn to ash. Not only that, but the entire Jade Pure sect would also be destroyed. Master, run! The Black Hell Chicken flew to Han Ju's side and shouted nervously. Han Ju frowned and didn't answer. He sent a voice transmission to the Zhu Do, stop. However, the Zhu Do completely ignored him and instead accelerated. The terrifying heat burned the forest on the ground, and the fire spread to the Jade Pure sect at an unbelievable speed. At that moment, all the disciples of the sect were frightened. Li Qingzi subconsciously flew towards the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, wanting to seek Han Ju's help. However, before he entered the mountain, he saw a sword beam fly out from the Immortal mountain. It tore through the sky. The sword beam was extremely eye-catching in the fiery sky, like a shooting star in the night. Many disciples witnessed this scene. That sword light was Han Ju. This time, Han Ju didn't fly on his sword. Instead, he rushed towards the Zhu Do at full speed. He couldn't let it approach the sect, or it would be finished. A mountain of natural treasures that had been nurtured for 200 years could not be destroyed like this. Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword and activated all the numinous treasures on his body. 7th grade numinous treasure, Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine Robe, activated. 5th grade 9 stars Spirit Trampling Boots, activated. 4th grade Frost Lord's Glazed Crown, activated. 3rd grade Earth Emperor's Soul Ward, activated. 3rd grade Heart Protecting Immortal Chain, activated. 6th grade numinous treasure, Burning Fiend Bell, shielding him from above. In an instant, Han Ju couldn't feel the heat of the Zhu Do's fire. The Zhu Do clearly saw Han Ju and accelerated towards him. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Divine Beast Zhu Do has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Damn it, what a vile beast. It hated him so much the moment they met. Go and die. Killing intent burst out from Han Ju's eyes, and he suddenly slashed with his sword. The reincarnation sword intent fused into the sword blade. 6 paths spirit energy transformed into sword chi and erupted like a volcano. A black sword chi appeared in the sky like a black crescent moon, shocking many disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Heavenly Punishment Ghost Deity Sword. Boom! The sword chi collided with the Zhu Do and exploded as the divine beast stopped moving. But it wasn't dead yet. Although it was only at the 5th level of the body integration realm, it was a divine beast. Its strength and physical strength far exceeded that of a spirit. Even so, Facing Hanju's domineering sword, the Zudo still fell into a daze. Hanju didn't stop. He raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. A terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky, forming a huge vortex visible to the naked eye. Sword shadows condensed out of thin air. 3 pure world cleansing. In less than a second, more than 10,000 sword shadows shot towards the Zudo from all directions. The disciples of the sect only saw a sword flash before their eyes. Immediately after, the sword chi exploded. The intense light that burst forth caused the world to lose its color. They were shaken until they closed their eyes. Hanju had already given it his all. If he couldn't kill the Zudo, he would fall into a fierce battle here. As it is your first time killing a divine beast, you have obtained a Sword Dao mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger, Sword Dao mystical power. Using the finger to shoot out sword chi, kill enemies 10,000 miles away. The strength and range of the sword chi depend on the user's cultivation level. Looking at the 3 lines of words, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Zudo was dead. Hanju opened his eyes and saw that the Zudo was falling. The flames of the sun on its body quickly shrank, exposing skin full of holes. It was a ghastly sight. After being killed by 3 pure world cleansing, it was no longer the same. It was like a huge bloody corpse. Boom! The Zudo's corpse landed on the ground. Hanju waved his hand and used the wind god technique to blow out the flames in all directions. Fortunately, it was not the legendary true sun flame. Otherwise, it wouldn't be extinguished by mere blowing. Hanju looked at the corpse, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a familiar aura rushed over. Hanju turned around and saw the black hell chicken flying over quickly. Master, don't destroy the corpse. Leave it to me, the black hell chicken shouted excitedly. Hanju was stunned. What does this chicken want? The black hell chicken landed in front of the Zudo's corpse. It quickly grew taller and became a terrifying giant chicken taller than a mountain and began to peck at the corpse. Eating a divine beast. Shaking his head and ignoring it, Hanju quickly flew back to the immortal mountain. Li Qingzi waited at the entrance and asked nervously, Elder Han, what demon is that? Hanju replied, I'm not sure, either. It's already dead. My chicken is eating its corpse. Tell the elders not to disturb it. He didn't dare to say that it was a divine beast. Killing a divine beast would easily leave others speechless. The reason why divine beasts were divine beasts was that people believed in their identity granted by the immortals. Li Qingzi nodded and quickly comforted the disciples. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju directly began to inherit the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. In the inn, Xuan Chang'an wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. It should be my master. The calamity has been resolved. Regardless of the apocalypse, my feelings for you will not change. Kyaner was shocked. Is your master the legendary deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect? Xuan Chang'an nodded. I heard that he's very good-looking. Xuan Chang'an's smile froze. On the other side, the disciples of the sect did not see clearly who had slain the divine beast, Zudo. However, the sword beam had come from the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They guessed that it was the sect's most mysterious elder. Several hours later, Hanju had already grasped the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. The Jade Pure sect regained its calm. After eating the divine beast, the black hell chicken returned to the mountain forest behind the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. It seemed to be refining the Zudo's flesh and blood. Hanju scanned the surroundings of the sect with his divine sense and heaved a sigh of relief. How dangerous. This calamity struck because of the Fuzang tree, but he wouldn't reveal its secret. Divine Beast Vermilion Bird has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Seeing a line of words jump out in front of him, Hanju's smile froze. Chapter 86. Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal Manners Number 1 Prodigy. Divine Beast Vermilion Bird. Hanju came back to his senses. His first reaction was to think that the vermilion bird was crazy. It couldn't control its own child. Why blame him if it died? The Zudo had caused the deaths of countless lives along the way. However, the vermilion bird was too famous. Hanju still cautiously checked his interpersonal relationships. The image of the vermilion bird was that of a bird, a perfect fit for Hanju's imagination. Vermilion bird. Mid-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Conate Divine Beast. It has a strong providence and is filled with hatred for you for killing its son. When you ascend, it will definitely seek revenge on you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Gasp. Hanju was shocked. It was so strong. He didn't know if there was a power difference between the Mahayana realm and the Grand Unity Earth Immortal realm. Regardless, they weren't existences Hanju could fight against. But why would the vermilion bird only seek revenge after he ascended? Could it be that it couldn't descend into the mortal world? Very likely. Perhaps this was an immortal rule. It seemed that if he wanted to ascend in the future, he had to at least be stronger than the vermilion bird. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Hanju thought as he silently took out the Book of Misfortune. He wondered if the book could curse a divine beast. Hanju cursed for a while but didn't suffer any backlash. It seemed to work. He decided that in the future, while cultivating, he would curse enlightened old monster and the vermilion bird. The next morning, Xuan Chang'an returned to the fusang tree in a daze. Last night, he got drunk at the inn. The wine of the Jade Pure sect was unordinary. Cultivators could also get drunk after drinking it. This drunkenness caused Xuan Chang'an to fall completely into the love tribulation. Hanju came out of the cave abode and stopped in front of him. Xuan Chang'an was in a trance and didn't notice his arrival. Hanju frowned and couldn't help but recall Xuan Chang'an's background. The ancient spiritual ginseng had reincarnated. In the previous life, it was nurtured by the Buddhists. Due to its fate with the demoness, it fell into a trap of love. The gods and Buddhas were furious and threw it into the mortal world to experience the tribulations of love. Only by completely forgetting itself and severing emotions would it be able to escape the pain of reincarnation. This was the 39th life. Xuan Chang'an was born into a cultivation family and was extremely talented. However, he was ugly and was not liked by Kyaner. After being rejected by her many times, he was heartbroken and ended up becoming a monk. Hanju used his divine sense to capture the scene of Xuan Chang'an and Kyaner talking. That scene. He was basically a simp. No, that was a modern term on the internet. Here, it was called deep affection. One-sided deep affection. Hanju didn't know how to persuade Xuan Chang'an. This was a love tribulation. How could he persuade him with words? Hanju called out, "Disciple." Xuan Chang'an was stunned for a moment. When he saw him, he slowly got up and knelt in front of Hanju. His emotions suddenly erupted and he cried, "Master! I feel so bitter." For some reason, Hanju thought of Zhu Bajit 1. The two had the same trait. They were both ugly. Hanju sighed and said, "Disciple, relationships between men and women are bitter. This is the reason why I have been in seclusion. But why would so many beauties come to you of their own accord? I only like one woman, but she." Xuan Chang'an cried bitterly. Halfway up the mountain, a sleeping black hell chicken rolled over. "Idiot, can't you cultivate properly?" it harumphed. After eating the zhu dough, it could clearly feel its bloodline transforming. Excited, it felt that it would become very strong. It even began to look forward to the chaotic heavenly dog's return to challenge it. "Oh, doggy, I'll let you know how powerful your father is." On the other side, faced with Xuan Chang'an's question, Hanju said calmly, "It's only because I'm powerful. In this world, the strong are respected. If your cultivation is the best in the world, how can that woman not fall in love with you? Your cultivation is average and you don't look good. What does she want from you? Your sincerity. Sincerity is the most worthless thing in the world. Cultivate the heartless flying sword I taught you. This technique can help you become the #1 in the world." Hearing this, Xuan Chang'an looked up. His face that was covered in snot and tears became even uglier. Hanju almost turned his head away in disgust. He suddenly understood Kyaner. However, all of this was the fault of the gods and Buddhas. They deliberately made Xuan Chang'an look so ugly. Hanju had tried to change Xuan Chang'an's appearance, but he quickly recovered his ugly face. It was very strange. Xuan Chang'an's eyes widened. "Really, why would I lie to you?" If someone else said this, Xuan Chang'an would definitely not believe them. But since it was Hanju, he believed him. Currently, Hanju was indeed the strongest existence he knew. Thinking of Xing Hongshuan's attitude towards Hanju, Xuan Chang'an was immediately ignited. Heartless flying sword, I must cultivate it until the end. Hanju didn't say much. Some words were meaningless. What he said was not entirely true. Humans were very contradictory existences. When they were weak, they would look down on sincerity and only want to become stronger. But when they were strong, they would pursue sincerity. Hanju went down the mountain to find the black hell chicken. After confirming that it was fine, he returned to the Conate cave abode. After being hated by the vermilion bird, Hanju felt a sense of urgency again. Although the bird couldn't come down now, what if it could come down in the future? He had to hurry up and become stronger. 3 years later. The matter of the divine beast Zudo attacking the Jade Pure sect had been settled. Very few people in the sect talked about it, but it caused a commotion in the cultivation world. When the Zudo swept up the Great Yan, the scene was very impactful. Many people saw it. There were also scouts from various sects in the Jade Pure sect. When they learned that the Zudo had been insta-killed by the deity-slaying elder, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to have any ill intentions. They could only try to befriend the Jade Pure sect and try not to incur any grudges. There were no demon spies in the sect. The intelligence of the scouts from the various sects was not made known to the public. Therefore, the Zudo's death was a secret that the demons couldn't find out. Demon King Dian Su was very curious about where the Zudo had gone. Could it be related to the Jade Pure sect? This was the first time Dian Su feared the Jade Pure sect. This sect was not simple. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit Han Ju. He came in front of him. Before he could speak, Han Ju said, "Don't look for me regarding the fortuitous encounter. I won't go." Li Qingzi coughed and said, "I didn't bring good news." Han Ju frowned and opened his eyes. Li Qingzi sighed and said, "The Blood Fire Heavenly sect of Great Wei and the formless sect of Guyuan State have started a war. These two sects are huge entities, with Great Yan and the West Abyss State in the middle. Once the war begins, our two states will very likely be engulfed." Han Ju was speechless. They could fight despite being so far apart. Were they so free? Speaking of which, these two sects had a hidden grudge with Han Ju. It's said that the prodigy of the formless sect, Dong Wangxian, killed the son of the sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect is in a state of high morale, so how could they tolerate it? They immediately started fighting. That body integration realm guest elder has already taken the lead in attacking the formless sect. Li Qingzi's tone was filled with envy. When would the Jade Pure sect have a body integration realm mighty figure? No, he would be satisfied with more void amalgamation and soul formation realm experts. Han Ju said, "It's fine. Let them fight each other. As long as they don't threaten the Jade Pure sect. If they want to destroy us along the way, you can rest assured with me around." Now, Han Ju's enemy was already the Vermilion Bird. What were the formless sect and the Blood Fire Heavenly sect in comparison? In addition, an old blind man appeared in the ruins of the ancient sect we discovered previously. His abilities are unfathomable. We wanted to rope him in, but he never agreed. He's currently staying in the inner sect city. Elder Han, do you think you can help us convince him? Li Qingzi said in embarrassment, feeling a little ashamed. If he wanted to poach someone, he still needed the deity-slaying elder. He was indeed not capable enough. Upon hearing this, Han Ju immediately checked the strongest person in the sect other than himself. Xiao Yao, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The #1 prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor 5,000 years ago. The only survivor of the ancient spiritual firmament sect. Both eyes are blinded by heavenly punishment. 1. The Pig in Journey to the West. Chapter 87. Devil Master, Xiao Yao's Challenge. 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. The #1 prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor 5,000 years ago. The only survivor of the ancient spiritual firmament sect. Both eyes were blinded by heavenly punishment. It was just one line of words, but Han Ju was like, wow. Even with this sort of background, he was actually not a bearer of connate providence. Han Ju asked, "Have you heard of the spiritual firmament sect?" Li Qingzi replied, "I've heard of it. It's said to be a large sect from 5,000 years ago. However, it offended the immortal gods and misfortune befell them from the heavens. The entire sect was annihilated. Elder Han, why are you asking about the spiritual firmament sect? Could it be that the ruins we found are from this sect?" Han Ju nodded. "I made some deductions. This person's name is Xiao Yao, and he's from the spiritual firmament sect." Li Qingzi's eyes widened and he gasped. He had never heard of Xiao Yao, but he had heard of the spiritual firmament sect. "What do we do now? Abandon the ruins?" Li Qingzi asked cautiously. He was afraid they would find trouble for no reason. He only hoped that the Jade Pure sect could develop peacefully. As long as the sect was given time, it would grow stronger sooner or later and become a large sect like the Blood Fire Heavenly sect and the Formless sect. Han Ju replied, "It's up to you. If it's easy to be punished by the heavens, it should have come long ago. I think that as long as the spiritual firmament sect doesn't reappear in the world, the treasures are safe." Li Qingzi nodded. It would be difficult for him to give up the resources. After all, the elders had already divided up a lot. Forget about Xiao Yao for the time being. Just continue with life. We can't force a horse to drink water, after all, Han Ju added. Li Qingzi had no objections. Hearing that Xiao Yao was from the spiritual firmament sect, his first reaction was to expel him. But on second thought, he couldn't defeat him. How could he expel him? Then, Li Qingzi left. Han Ju began to use the simulation trial against Xiao Yao. 10 seconds later, Han Ju opened his eyes and looked surprised. This fellow is something. His mystical power is too evasive, Han Ju muttered. Xiao Yao could split into tens of thousands of clones, so Han Li could not kill him immediately. He was considered powerful since he could last 10 seconds under him. Han Ju continued the simulation trial. He wanted to find a way to kill Xiao Yao. It felt like he was looking for a strategy to kill monsters. Han Ju was happy. 5 minutes later, he finally found a way to kill Xiao Yao as soon as possible. However, as soon as the fight started, Xiao Yao used his cloning technique. After understanding his strength, Han Ju became more interested in him. If such an expert joined the Jade Pure sect, he would be able to cultivate in peace. Then, Han Ju opened the emails. Your disciple Su Qi was captured by the Devil Master. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The fate of the Devil Master and his descendants has decreased. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by beasts x 3872. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by a ferocious beast. It was severely injured but managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has awakened the mystical power of his previous life. His strength has increased greatly. Your good friend Guan Yugong was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x2. Your divine pet, the black hell chicken, has devoured the divine beast Zhu Dou. Its bloodline has transformed. It has obtained the providence of calamity. Your good friend Taoist Calm Sky was attacked by a righteous cultivator x 5823. Taoist Calm Sky came from the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and was attacked by so many people. It looked like the war between the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and the Formless Sect had already begun. Su Qi and Yang Tiandong also encountered trouble. Han Ju wasn't worried about Su Qi at all. As for Yang Tiandong, it was obvious that he had left the Great Yan. No demon in the Great Yan would dare to attack the Demon King's adopted son. The chaotic heavenly dog had suffered retribution. It hadn't been beaten recently, so it was likely hiding somewhere to recuperate. He hoped that it would come to its senses and return soon. Han Ju shook his head and laughed, then continued cultivating. At the second level of the body integration realm, Han Ju was no longer afraid of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect and the Formless Sect. However, even if he was not in danger, he had to worry about the future. Han Ju was afraid that the vermilion bird would break into the mortal world at any time. He had to hurry up and cultivate. He couldn't slack off. Deep in a dark valley, Su Qi sat in a corner nervously looking at a figure in the distance. The person was surrounded by demonic qi. His face was frightening and covered in blood-colored scales. It was ghastly and terrifying. Su Qi gritted his teeth. Devil Master, I'm only a mortal. Please let me go. The Devil Master kept his eyes closed as he meditated. Su Qi was angry but didn't dare to say anything. After a while, the Devil Master said leisurely, Kid, if I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. The fact that you're still alive means this is a fortuitous encounter for you. Just wait patiently. Fortuitous encounter. Su Qi widened his eyes and carefully said, You want to teach me your ultimate technique? He was excited. Was this a blessing in disguise? Perhaps. I can't read your fate, which shows that you have extraordinary providence. Perhaps you can inherit my legacy. If I can't fulfill my wish in the future, I'll hand it to you, the Devil Master replied nonchalantly. Su Qi asked, What wish? Massacre the humans. Su Qi was stunned, as expected of the Devil Master. If that's the case, then I'll hide here and find a chance to kill him. Su Qi thought silently. He had always thought of himself as a kind person. Back then, he had joined the Jade Pure sect because he thought that it was a righteous sect. He even felt that Han Ju had sent him to hide in the demon taming sect because he wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. After joining it, he discovered that this sect was indeed cruel, evil, and that the heavens did not tolerate it. Su Qi took a deep breath, his eyes becoming determined. No matter what, Master must be secretly protecting me. I can't let him down. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju was still a little short of the third level of the body integration realm. He originally planned to break through to the third level in one go before resting, but the fusang tree started shaking again. The previous time, it had attracted the divine beast Zhu Dou. What would it attract this time? Han Ju couldn't help but tense up. This couldn't go on. What should he do? He suddenly thought of the black hell chicken. If the chicken occupied the fusang tree, Would the other beasts and divine beasts not come anymore? Hanju immediately instructed the black hell chicken to move to the fusang tree. After eating the zudo, the black hell chicken's cultivation had already soared to the 9th level of the soul formation realm. It was only a step away from the void amalgamation realm. This was simply cheating. However, on careful thought, it made sense. The zudo might be a divine beast, but the black hell chicken was a reincarnated demon saint of the upper world. After receiving the order, the black hell chicken did not resist and was even excited. It quickly flew to the fusang tree and sat on the trunk like a rooster hatching an egg. A few days later, when the fusang tree stopped shaking, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to continue cultivating when he suddenly sensed an aura. It was at the bottom of the mountain, sitting in front of the stone tablet that had formed the immortal mountain. It was the blind Xiao Yao. Hanju thought for a moment and asked with a voice transmission, "What's the matter, fellow Taoist?" Xiao Yao's hair was white, but his face was very young. He seemed to be in his 30s. His eyelids were black and shriveled. He was wearing a tattered Taoist robe and leaning against the stone tablet as if he was napping. Upon hearing Hanju's voice transmission, he stretched lazily, slowly stood up, and said, "Your sect master has always been inviting me to join the sect. I've stayed in the Jade Pure sect for a period of time. You're the strongest deity-slaying elder, right? I don't mind joining the sect. If you can represent the Jade Pure sect to withstand a palm strike from me, I'll join you guys." Chapter 88. Seeking Refuge with the Jade Pure sect. Hanju paused after hearing Xiao Yao's words. This was usually said by him. Now that he heard it from the other party, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Not afraid of fighting, he sent a voice transmission, "The two of us will go up to the sky and give it a go." With that said, he flew out of the conate cave abode and arrived above the sea of clouds. Xiao Yao appeared in front of Hanju. Without another word, Hanju poured the six-path spirit energy into all the numinous treasures on his body. In an instant, a strong light burst out from his body, making him look like an immortal descending to the mortal world. It was dazzling. Xiao Yao was blind, but his divine sense was still there. It didn't matter if he had eyes or not. So many numinous treasures. Xiao Yao frowned. He suddenly developed an interest in the Jade Pure sect. This person definitely had a method to hide his cultivation level. He couldn't be only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xiao Yao raised his palm and said, "Since you're wearing so many numinous treasures, I won't hold back. I'll use my full strength." How cautious. He was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation realm but still wanted to use his full strength. Was he sparring or killing? Hanju ridiculed him in his heart but appeared calm on the surface. He said, "If I receive it, are you really willing to join the Jade Pure sect and listen to the sect master? Don't play word games." Xiao Yao said, "I never go back on my word. I do need a place to stay. The Jade Pure sect has given me a good impression." Hanju nodded and waited for him to strike. Xiao Yao raised his right hand, and the wind above the sea of clouds stopped. A murderous aura filled the air. Although Xiao Yao was blind, he clearly felt that Hanju was fearless. Xiao Yao really intended to hit with all his might. He suddenly waved his palm and hit Hanju's chest. Boom! The sea of clouds beneath their feet scattered. Xiao Yao was startled. He felt a strong rebound of spirit energy. Caught off guard, he was forced back. At the 2nd level of the body integration realm, Hanju couldn't possibly lose to Xiao Yao, who was at the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm. In order to give him an opening gambit, Hanju deliberately used all his strength. As Xiao Yao retreated, his blood surged and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shocked, Xiao Yao gritted his teeth. Body integration realm. Unexpectedly, there was actually a body integration realm cultivator hidden in the sect which had a nascent soul realm cultivator as its sect master. He had thought that the strongest cultivator in the Jade Pure sect was only at the soul formation realm. And a weak one at that. A sect that did not even have a void amalgamation realm cultivator actually had a body integration realm cultivator hiding within it. Xiao Yao steadied himself and took a deep breath. "From now on, I'm a member of the Jade Pure sect. Xiao Yao has a good impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. He has a good impression of me already." It seemed that this person was quite tactful. Satisfied, Hanju said, "Don't tell anyone about my cultivation." Xiao Yao was surprised. The sect doesn't know. Yes, with my cultivation level, it would be too weird for me to stay in the sect. I'm also worried that the sect will cause trouble. Other than longevity, I have no desires, so I've been cultivating diligently, Hanju explained. Xiao Yao couldn't help but think highly of him. "That's all. Go find the sect master. He will arrange a position for you. Han Ju smiled. With that, he vanished. Xiao Yao remained in the air and thought for a long time. He then sighed and flew towards the sect's main peak. When he returned to the entrance of the cave abode, the fusang tree's black hell chicken called out, "Master, why didn't you teach him a lesson? He's too arrogant, shouldn't you strike back with your sword?" Xuan Chang'an's cultivation was inferior to the chicken, so he didn't know what had just happened. Han Ju glanced at the black hell chicken and said, "I'll give you a strike. Do you dare to take it? This chicken is a little too arrogant now. No, I have to suppress it. I have to maintain its image. The cautious chicken cannot lose its way." The black hell chicken shook its head in fear. Han Ju turned to look at the chicken and said with a voice transmission, "This person is hated by the immortal gods. Do you see his eyes? That's the outcome of the immortal god's curse." The black hell chicken's eyes widened. Immortal god's curse. It's just so dangerous outside. Don't get too arrogant. You ate the Zudo. Do you know where it came from? It's the son of the divine beast, the vermilion bird. That being from the upper world has already set its eyes on you. You have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger so as to prevent the vermilion bird from taking revenge. I've deduced that it already hates you and me, so I have to cultivate in seclusion. Han Ju continued to transmit his voice. This time, the black hell chicken was completely terrified. Vermilion bird, gasp. The black hell chicken suddenly felt nauseous, but even if it wanted to vomit, it could not. Han Ju was satisfied when he saw its reaction. He returned to the Conate cave abode and began cultivating. Xuan Chang'an was baffled to see the black hell chicken trembling. The next day, the Jade Pure sect announced a new elder, an elder at the Void Amalgamation realm. The entire sect was excited. This was a realm that only the founder had reached. Xiao Yao's name spread throughout the sect. Apart from being happy, Li Qingzi was even more respectful towards Han Ju. Xiao Yao was not Han Ju's match even though he was so strong. Most importantly, there was no movement in their fight. What did that mean? It meant that Han Ju was far stronger than Xiao Yao, so the sparring didn't last long. Elder Han was the true pillar of the sect. With this in mind, Li Qingzi immediately met with the elders and informed them one by one to not ignore Han Ju because they wanted to curry favor with Xiao Yao. Han Ju's demand was still the top priority of the Jade Pure sect. Nobody could afford to be negligent. 5 years passed very quickly, but the Great Yan was in turmoil. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect of Great Wei bypassed the Great Yan and attacked the formless sect of Guyuan State. Both were super sects with deep foundations. Before the unification of the Great Wei, the Blood Fire Heavenly sect had been extremely powerful, causing the surrounding cultivation world to tremble in fear. However, when the Blood Fire Heavenly sect faced the formless sect, the battle situation made everyone's jaws drop. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect had been completely demolished by the formless sect. Their body integration realm guest was severely injured and was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Meanwhile, the formless sect advanced toward the Great Way. They came in menacingly and wanted to destroy the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. All the sects of the cultivation world were trembling. The battle between the two colossi affected many sects. Truly, the fight between the big shots implicated the small fishes. Inside the Blood Fire Heavenly sect, Taoist Calm Sky and sect master Lu Bumi were talking in a pavilion. Lu Bumi's face was pale. Facing the powerful formless sect, he, the sect master, could not hold on much longer. If the Blood Fire Heavenly sect was destroyed, how would he answer to his ancestors? Taoist Calm Sky sighed and said, "Even that guest elder escaped. We can't defeat the formless sect." Lu Bumi gritted his teeth. "Then, what should we do? We're already mortal enemies. Surrendering is not an option." The Blood Fire Heavenly sect had become a joke in the cultivation world. After all, they had been so arrogant before. Taoist Calm Sky's eyes flickered. "Actually, we can submit to other sects. As long as we can guarantee the preservation of our own legacy, it's not strange for us to be a subsidiary force in the cultivation world. I've thought about it, but the sects around the Great Way are even weaker than our Blood Fire Heavenly sect. The powerful sects that can contend against the formless sect are too far away from us." The more Lu Bumi spoke, the more miserable his expression became. Even the heavens wanted the Blood Fire Heavenly sect to perish. "We can seek refuge with the Jade Pure sect." Taoist Calm Sky narrowed his eyes. Chapter 89. Divinity Awakens, Encountering Another Bearer of Providence. 5 years after Xiao Yao became an elder of the Jade Pure sect, Han Ju finally broke through to the 3rd level of the body integration realm. He walked out of the cave abode and came to the fusang tree to stretch his muscles. Xuan Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken were cultivating. The fusang tree and the earth immortal gourd were both growing quite well. With their help, the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain kept increasing steadily. Hanju was satisfied. It was indeed a divine tree. Its vitality was much stronger than other treasures. Ever since the black hell chicken occupied the fusang tree, it had not swayed under the night sky. Not to mention divine beasts, even ordinary beasts had not been summoned. Out of habit, Hanju opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by beasts x 5877. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was severely injured and was on the brink of death. It was saved by a powerful demon and barely escaped death. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was cultivating in seclusion. He has comprehended the demonic Tao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator x 3119. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by a righteous cultivator x 3028. Your good friend Fairy Shizan obtained a fortuitous encounter and her providence has increased. Your good friend Xiao Yao is suffering from the curse of the immortal gods, x5. Your disciple Su Qi cultivated a demonic technique. His divinity is awakening. Hanju was speechless. Really, what was the chaotic heavenly dog doing? He had been beaten up again. He had only just recovered from his severe injuries and was severely injured again. Fortunately, he was a divine beast of providence. If it were anyone else, they would have long died. Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan should still be together. The number of times they had been beaten was very close. Based on Hanju and Zhou Fan's understanding, the one who had caused trouble was definitely Zhou Fan. Famous people were always unwilling to be ordinary. Perhaps this was fate. Hanju noticed that Fairy Shizan had obtained another fortuitous encounter. In the past few decades, Fairy Shizan had been training outside. Her cultivation level had also been increasing and there was hope of her breaking through to the soul formation realm. As the Jade Pure sect grew stronger, most of the elders' cultivation levels began to increase. This was a good thing. Xiao Yao was cursed by the immortal gods once a year. What was wrong with him? Hanju was suddenly worried. Would Xiao Yao bring trouble to the Jade Pure sect? As for Su Qi, his divinity had just begun to awaken. His bad luck was already terrifying enough. How exaggerated would it be after awakening? Hanju suddenly felt that it was the right thing to send Su Qi away. If he stayed in the Jade Pure sect for too long, he would harm it sooner or later. But speaking of which, Su Qi's life was actually quite tragic. The people around him would always die because of him, and he didn't know his previous life's identity. It was very likely that he felt the heavens were targeting him. Hanju suspected the intentions of the heavenly court that wanted him to descend to the mortal world. On second thought, with a calamity divine beast like the Zudo in the mortal world, it wasn't surprising even if a jinx appeared. It was precisely because of existences like the Zudo and the jinx that extremists like Thanos did not appear. Perhaps this was the deeper meaning of the heavenly court. Hanju guessed. Immediately, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Enlightened Old Monster and the Vermilion Bird. He took turns cursing them for 5 days. At the same time, on the main peak, Li Qingzi, the Grand Elder, Xiao Yao, and the other elders gathered in the hall. They all looked at someone. This person was from the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. His name was Perfected Yan Lin. He was a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator and was an elder. Perfected Yan Lin was secretly puzzled. They're so weak. Apart from Xiao Yao, everyone else was no threat to him. He didn't understand why the sect master wanted to go under the Jade Pure sect. Even so, he still spoke honestly. The Blood Fire Heavenly sect was already at the edge of the cliff, they could only try their best. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Clearly, they did not expect the Blood Fire Heavenly sect to want to join the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi frowned and said, "Your sect and the Formless sect are in a huge battle. The Jade Pure sect doesn't want to be involved in trouble." He didn't have a good impression of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. In his opinion, they wanted to drag his sect down with them. Our sect master said that if the Jade Pure sect agrees, the Blood Fire Heavenly sect can even directly join you and become the 19th peak of the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi couldn't help but look at the Grand Elder. The master and disciple looked at each other and saw temptation in each other's expressions. After the Blood Fire Heavenly sect swallowed the Great Way, their foundation was already very strong. If the Jade Pure sect could swallow them, they would definitely soar. Li Qingzi stood up and said, "You guys chat first. I'll go out for a while." With that, he flew out of the hall. The elders all understood where he was going. He was definitely going to find the deity-slaying elder. Xiao Yao suddenly took a step forward and said, I don't know much about the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. You and I are both elders. Why don't we spar and learn each other's strength? Perfected Yan Lin narrowed his eyes. All right. He was also very unconvinced and felt that the Jade Pure Sect was not worthy of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect seeking refuge under them. Li Qingzi found Han Ju and explained the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect's purpose. Elder Han, what do you think? Li Qingzi asked. Han Ju frowned as he thought of the formless sect. Accepting the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect would definitely offend the formless sect. However, the formless sect's sect master, Enlightened Old Monster, was his enemy, so he was not afraid of offending him. Enlightened Old Monster was at the 7th level of the Body Integration Realm. At the 3rd level of Body Integration Realm, Han Ju was definitely not afraid of him. However, Enlightened Old Monster was not alone. Are you confident in resisting the formless sect? Han Ju asked. Li Qingzi sighed and said, the formless sect also seems to be targeting us. Their disciples have already entered the Great Yan. The various righteous sects of the Great Yan have also sent us letters asking for help. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Was Enlightened Old Monster coming after him? Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from outside. Han Ju scanned with his divine sense. It was Xiao Yao and Perfected Yan Lin fighting. Xiao Yao was at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, so Perfected Yan Lin was no match for him. Han Ju said calmly, in other words, we actually don't have a choice. Even if we reject the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, the formless sect can still overturn the cultivation world of the Great Yan. Li Qingzi nodded helplessly. Han Ju said in a low voice, how about this? When Perfected Yan Lin loses, tell him to go back and ask his sect master and Taoist Sky to come personally. Li Qingzi was pleasantly surprised that Elder Han was going to make a move. If they wanted to annex the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, they had to suppress them completely. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if they were to unite, the Jade Pure Sect might not be able to hold them down in the future. Li Qingzi left immediately. The battle between Xiao Yao and Perfected Yan Lin lasted for 5 minutes, which was an eye-opener for the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect. Elder Xiao was so powerful. When Xiao Yao used his 10,000 clones, there was no longer any suspense in the battle. Perfected Yan Lin was completely suppressed. Li Qingzi told Perfected Yan Lin what Han Ju said and he quickly left. Inside the Conate Cave abode, Han Ju touched his chin and muttered, no, since I can't do the simulation with Enlightened Old Monster, I don't know his strength. What if he has a special secret technique or mystical power? Once the battle started, Han Ju had to kill Enlightened Old Monster and not let him escape like Taoist Sky. Han Ju thought of his 6 paths insignia. In the future, should he leave the 6 paths insignia on the enemy first? This way, no matter where the other party fled, Han Ju would be able to catch him. In this case, Han Ju would have to strengthen the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-piercing sword finger to the extreme. At that time, he would directly shoot at the enemy from his Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. Just as Han Ju was thinking, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected Bearer of Conate Providence, checking its origin. Chapter 90, Profound Truth Divine Emperor, the Golden Age of a Single Person. Conate Providence. Han Ju was stunned. It had been a long time since he met a new Conate Providence bearer. He immediately chose to check. Mirong Qi, 4th level of the Golden Core Realm, reincarnated war god of the Upper Realm Divine Palace. His title is Profound Truth Divine Emperor. He was attacked by the immortal emperors of the demon race. His physical body was destroyed. His soul entered the cycle of reincarnation and came to the mortal world. In the cycle of reincarnation, his soul slowly recovered. Due to the providence of the Divine Emperor, even as a mortal, his talent was unparalleled. Unconsciously, he was attracted by the ancient spiritual ginseng and came to the Jade Pure Sect. Han Ju was stunned. Divine Palace War God, Profound Truth Divine Emperor. What level was the Divine Palace? How was it compared to the Heavenly Court? Han Ju suddenly felt that the upper realm was different from what he imagined. It seemed the Heavenly Court wasn't the sole dominant force. There might be many powerful factions, and their relationships were very deep. Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, Buddha, these were the ones he knew of. On second thought, it made sense. If not for him being able to detect the Conate Providence, he probably wouldn't have noticed these incredible existences. In novels, the protagonist would also encounter various geniuses, but he wouldn't be able to see through their origins. Although Mirong Qi was the reincarnation of Profound Truth Divine Emperor, if he was killed in this life, it wouldn't affect him much. Even if he regained his identity as Profound Truth Divine Emperor, he wouldn't seek revenge. God knew how many times Marongchi had reincarnated. Just like Xuan Chang'an, who was already at the 39th reincarnation, when he ascended to the upper realm in the future, he couldn't possibly take revenge on his enemies from every lifetime. Each lifetime had its own enemies and grudges. The ancient spiritual Ginseng, who was the current Xuan Chang'an, had attracted the attention of profound truth divine emperor. Would he attract other people with powerful backgrounds in the future? Xuan Chang'an wasn't Zhu Baji, but simply Tang Sang One himself. Han Ju used his divine sense to search for him. Marongchi and a group of cultivators were flying towards the Jade Pure sect. The leader was Guan Yugong. These cultivators were not wearing the Taoist robes of the Jade Pure sect. They had probably just been recruited. Han Ju's attention landed on Marongchi. Looking youthful, he looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had probably taken the youth retaining pill earlier. Han Ju didn't think too much about it. Even if Marongchi wanted to eat the ancient spiritual ginseng, he wouldn't succeed as a golden core cultivator. Besides, Xuan Chang'an was so ugly, who would have the appetite to eat him? Han Ju started to think hard about how to make the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger stronger. As he passed by the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Marongchi suddenly asked, "Is this mountain also from the Jade Pure sect?" The others were also watching because the spirit chi in this mountain was extremely abundant. Yes, this is the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elders mountain. In the future, you are not allowed to trespass. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Guan Yugong nodded. He looked at the immortal mountain with reverence. It's here. What I seek must be on this mountain, Marongchi thought silently. Since birth, he had an extraordinary intuition that could help him find many fortuitous encounters. He had been to the outer sect of the Jade Pure sect before. Now, the sect was famous in Great Yan. He didn't dare to barge in, so he found the place where the sect specially recruited individual cultivators and signed up to join. Is deity-slaying elder accepting disciples? Marongchi asked. Guan Yugong snorted. Well, yes, but we can't disturb him. Previously, a monk knelt on the mountain for 5 years before succeeding. The itinerant cultivators were shocked upon hearing this. Kneel for 5 years. Such determination. Marongchi took this matter to heart. The group moved around the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and flew to the main peak. Under the fuzang tree, Xuan Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. He patted his chest, secretly puzzled. Why do I feel uneasy? This was the first time he felt this way. Was he possessed? Xuan Chang'an couldn't help but become nervous. He checked his cultivation technique to see if he had practiced it wrong. 2 months later, the sky was filled with purple light again, shocking the world. Again, that's right, with his top-notch sword Dao comprehension, Han Ju entered the sword Dao river again. The world also produced strange phenomena. The heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger, although a finger technique, was essentially a sword technique. It was very similar to the unparalleled finger divine sword. Using the finger as a sword, it shot out sword chi. He came to the sword Dao river again and looked at the figures that he had surpassed one by one. Han Ju wasn't surprised but rather nervous. Would he encounter that mysterious existence again? Not able to control his consciousness, Han Ju could only watch. The sword Dao river was bright. Han Ju vaguely saw some memories of the sword cultivators, but they flashed past and he didn't see them clearly. After a while, a figure in front suddenly stopped. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. It was the same guy again. Doesn't he cultivate? Is he always guarding the sword Dao river? The figure was covered in sword light, making it difficult to see his true appearance. He turned to look at Han Ju and said, "It's you again." Han Ju said carefully, "I'm already at the Grand Unity area. I didn't mean to offend you, but I can't stop myself. Help me stop, just don't hurt me." The mysterious sword cultivator was silent. An invisible force made him unable to move forward. Han Ju waited nervously. Strange, you don't have an illustrious identity from your previous life. How can you have such sword Dao comprehension? The mysterious sword cultivator asked in surprise. Han Ju answered, "Everything has a beginning. Perhaps I will become someone's illustrious past life identity in the future." The mysterious sword cultivator did not reply. 3 breaths later, the mysterious sword cultivator waved his hand and said, "The profundity of grand unity is not something that ordinary people can touch. Be careful not to suffer a backlash. Go back." Boom. Han Ju felt dizzy. He opened his eyes again and saw that he had returned to the Conate cave abode. Han Ju touched his chin as he wondered. Why did he keep meeting that fellow? Did he have nothing to do all day? Hanju began the simulation trial and raised Xiao Yao's cultivation level to the 3rd level of the body integration realm. With the enhanced Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, Hanju instantly killed him. What a pity, Xiao Yao was still a little weak. Hanju suddenly wished that a 9th stage body integration realm cultivator could sneak into the Jade Pure sect. Only then could he verify how powerful his Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger was. At the same time, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared. However, the discussions of the cultivation world and dynasties did not stop. In the cultivation world, even powerful cultivators of the older generation stood up and said that a golden age of geniuses was coming. This was the 3rd heavenly phenomenon so far. In the eyes of the cultivators, it was impossible for all 3 times to be because of the same person. As a result, Hanju alone set off a golden age of geniuses and elites. Hanju quickly entered cultivation. A year later, someone appeared in front of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain and knelt in front of the stone tablet. It was none other than the reincarnation of Profound Truth Divine Emperor, Merongqi. After staying in the Jade Pure sect for a year, Merongqi had not thought of a way to ascend the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. However, every time he looked at it, his heart would throb. It caused him to have a strong urge to go up the mountain. In the end, he decided to follow Guan Yugong's method to become a disciple. He had to sneak into the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain first. Merongqi knelt in front of the stone tablet and began to kowtow. Hanju was focused on cultivation and didn't notice him. Xuan Chang'an noticed him very quickly. After all, Merongqi had followed his example. After Merongqi knelt for a month, Xuan Chang'an descended the mountain and stood in the array formation, smiling at him. This person looks pretty good, Xuan Chang'an silently thought. As Merongqi kowtowed, he noticed Xuan Chang'an's arrival. He frowned and thought, this person is so ugly. Xuan Chang'an's ugliness made Merongqi feel a little nauseous. However, for some reason, he felt that it was this person who attracted him. The two feelings intertwined in Merongqi's heart, creating strange sparks. Could this person be the deity-slaying elder? Wasn't the deity-slaying elder supposed to be good-looking? He will bring me great opportunities. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Merongqi gritted his teeth and said, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. In Journey to the West, all the demons want to eat Tang Sang, the monk master, for immortality. Chapter 91. The Rise of the Jade Pure Sect, Enlightened Old Monster's Fear. Hearing that Merongqi wanted to become his disciple, Xuan Chang'an narrowed his eyes and sized him up. Xuan Chang'an was also at the Golden Core realm. His cultivation level was slightly higher than Merongqi's, so it wasn't difficult for him to take in a disciple. However, he had to ask his master about this. Continue kowtowing. With that said, Xuan Chang'an went up the mountain. Merongqi knew that the other party was testing him. He continued to kowtow. After arriving at the Conate Cave abode, Xuan Chang'an told Hanju about Merongqi wanting to become his disciple. Hanju opened his eyes. His expression was strange. Merongqi wants to become Xuan Chang'an's disciple. He thought that Merongqi wanted to eat him. Hanju asked, what do you think? Xuan Chang'an said from the entrance, I have some affinity with this person. If master doesn't object, I'll accept him. Hanju thought for a moment. The other party was the reincarnation of Profound Truth Divine Emperor. It wasn't bad to get close to him. Hanju replied, go ahead, you can bring him to the fusang tree to cultivate. In the future, you will be in charge of him. He's not allowed to leave the surroundings of the fusang tree without permission. Xuan Chang'an was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. He then immediately went down the mountain to open the formation and let Merongqi in. Merongqi stood up and walked in front of Xuan Chang'an. He knelt down and kowtowed solemnly, then called him master. Xuan Chang'an was very happy. This was his first disciple. Let's go. Follow me up the mountain. Apart from me, there's also your grandmaster, your grandmaster's wife, and a black chicken at the soul formation realm. Xuan Chang'an introduced as he led the way. Merongqi was secretly shocked. This mountain actually had a soul formation realm beast. Is this the foundation of the Jade Pure sect? Wait. Grandmaster, could it be that this person isn't the deity-slaying elder? Merongqi suddenly noticed that Xuan Chang'an was a monk. Could he be the monk that Elder Guan had mentioned who knelt for 5 years? Having thought this through, Merongqi was not embarrassed or angry. He could sense that it was Xuan Chang'an who attracted him. The two of them moved quickly. When they reached the fusang tree, Merongqi saw the black hell chicken. He was stunned by the fusang tree. What tree is this? The black hell chicken opened one of its eyes and said indifferently, Chang'an, have you told him the rules? If he decides to join our mountain, he can't cause trouble everywhere like Yang Tiandong. You have to discipline him well in the future. If he dares to mess around, I won't be polite. Xuan Chang'an cursed silently, stupid chicken, who are you trying to intimidate? Thinking that Han Ju might be watching from the cave abode, he could only promise the chicken. Xuan Chang'an made Murong Qi kneel down and kowtow to the Conate cave abode. Endure today, freedom tomorrow. Murong Qi noticed a line of words at the entrance and pondered. He obediently knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Just like that, Murong Qi joined the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and Han Ju had another grand disciple. As he cultivated with Xuan Chang'an, Murong Qi was pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit qi here was very dense. Especially when he sat next to him, not only was he not disturbed, but he even absorbed more spirit qi. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Murong Qi was pleased. It seemed that his intuition was correct. Another year passed. On this day, the sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, Lu Bumi, and Taoist Calm Sky arrived. Taoist Calm Sky was extremely nervous. Although he had left a soul fragment in the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, he was still afraid of facing Han Ju. Han Ju sensed their aura and immediately checked the Jade Pure Sect. Lu Bumi, 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, Sect Master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. That's it, Han Ju couldn't understand. How could the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect dare to challenge the Formless Sect? But on second thought, he understood. Their sect's strength was definitely the best around the Great Yan. It was also geographically far from the Formless Sect. This world did not have phones or a network, so it was normal for the information to be inaccurate. Out of caution, Han Ju still used the simulation trial to fight with them. He fought both of them at the same time. Instant kill. Safe. The duo didn't fly to the main peak but arrived at the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Greetings, deity-slaying elder. Sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, Lu Bumi, and elder Taoist Clear Sky are here to visit. Taoist Calm Sky bowed. He knew that the Jade Pure Sect would definitely agree as long as the deity-slaying elder agreed. Lu Bumi bowed as well. He was also a little nervous. Taoist Clear Sky said he was unable to defend against the Jade Pure Sect's deity-slaying elder. How could he dare to underestimate Han Ju? Under the Fuzang tree, Murong Qi's eyes widened as he said in astonishment, the sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect is here. He had previously been an itinerant cultivator and had heard of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. To him, they were much stronger than the Jade Pure Sect. Xuan Chang'an said expressionlessly, continue cultivating. Murong Qi nodded and closed his eyes, but his attention drifted down the mountain. Han Ju appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. The reincarnation sword intent erupted and locked onto them. In an instant, Lu Bumi and Taoist Calm Sky couldn't move. They felt as if they were facing death. Cold sweat began to seep out from the foreheads of the two, especially Taoist Calm Sky. He almost died of fright. Gritting his teeth, he said, Senior, we have no ill intentions, you invited us. Han Ju said calmly, I hope that you won't be disloyal after joining the Jade Pure Sect. He put his hands on their shoulders and quietly left the 6 paths insignia. In the future, no matter where they fled to, Han Ju would be able to track them. Han Ju's cultivation was far stronger than theirs. They couldn't sense it at all. Taoist Calm Sky quickly assured them that they were definitely sincere about joining the Jade Pure Sect. Han Ju didn't continue to suppress them and let them go to the main peak. How could the two of them dare to refuse? After the reincarnation sword intent vanished, they immediately bowed and left. On the way to the main peak after leaving the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Lu Buying couldn't help but send a voice transmission, Senior, how can there be such an expert in the Jade Pure Sect? Could he be Taoist 9 Cauldrons? I'm not sure either, but he's definitely not Taoist 9 Cauldrons. He has long gone overseas. He rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that he had made the right move by joining the Jade Pure Sect. On the other side, Han Ju returned to the cave abode. He thought for a moment, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing Enlightened Old Monster. Although he wasn't afraid of the Formless Sect, they had many people. If they attacked the Jade Pure Sect, the losses would definitely be heavy. As long as Enlightened Old Monster remained injured, he could definitely hold back the Formless Sect. A month later, the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect officially announced that they would join the Jade Pure Sect. Lu Bumi would personally enter the Jade Pure Sect, and the affairs of the sect would be handled by the Vice Sect Master. Once this news spread, it shocked the Great Wei, Great Yan, West Abyss, and the nearby dynasties. All eyes turned to the Jade Pure sect. This sect seemed weak, but in the past 100 years, it had indeed shown signs of strengthening. The news spread to the formless sect. After hearing this, enlightened old monster frowned. Jade Pure sect, he couldn't help but think of Xing Hongxuan. Previously, he had wanted her to marry Dong Wangxian. With her cultivation technique, getting together with Dong Wangxian would definitely help him advance his cultivation. Unfortunately, she rejected him. Xing Hongxuan was from the Jade Pure sect. A few people were standing in front of him. Dong Wangxian was among them. He snorted and said, "What kind of sect is the Jade Pure sect? I've never heard of it. Besides, the Great Yan is publicly acknowledged as weak. Master, I'll personally go there and capture Lu Bumi." Enlightened old monster frowned and did not immediately agree. For some reason, he felt that the Jade Pure sect was very strange. Ever since he had asked Xing Hongxuan about the marriage, he had often been cursed. Could it be that the person cursing him was from this sect? Some mighty figures had the power to affect karma. Could it be that Xing Hongxuan's husband was the one who had been cursing him? It was very likely. Nothing else could explain such a coincidence. Enlightened old monster had never encountered such a thing in the past. However, ever since he had invited Xing Hongxuan, he was being cursed every few years. A month ago, he had been severely injured by the curse. It happened to be the time when the Blood Fire Heavenly sect had negotiated with the Jade Pure sect. They definitely couldn't clash head-on with this sect. Chapter 92. Fourth level of the body integration realm, Heavenly Immortal Manners Tao Disciple. Forget about the Jade Pure sect for now. The battle with the Blood Fire Heavenly sect has lasted for so many years, it's time to end it. Our reputation has already been established. There's no need to exterminate them all. You should cultivate well, too. Your goal should be to enter the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Don't waste your time here, enlightened old monster said with a deep tone. Dong Wangxian frowned. He felt that this was not enough. They had agreed to destroy the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. How could it end just because they had joined the Jade Pure sect? If this got out, wouldn't others think that the formless sect was afraid of the Jade Pure sect? Master, be careful of letting a threat grow, Dong Wangxian said softly. The others looked at each other. They were all the higher-ups of the formless sect. In fact, they also wanted to give up. After all, they were a cultivation sect and not a mortal dynasty. The most important thing for cultivators was time. It was the right thing to spend time pursuing the Great Tao. It wasn't good to keep fighting. Moreover, the formless sect wasn't in the demonic path. They didn't like killing. Enlightened old monster waved his hand. I've made up my mind. We won't attack the Blood Fire Heavenly sect anymore. Dong Wangxian was displeased. His master was good at everything, but he was not domineering enough. Although he was unhappy, Dong Wangxian did not contradict his master. After all, he was raised by him. After the Blood Fire Heavenly sect announced that they would join the Jade Pure sect, the formless sect stopped attacking. This caused the disciples of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect to heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were very curious about the Jade Pure sect. Just how strong was this sect to actually make the formless sect calm down? Lu Bumi arrived at the main peak of the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi had arranged a cave abode for him. He knew very well that he was equivalent to a hostage. If the Blood Fire Heavenly sect acted recklessly, he would be the first to die. Li Qingzi originally thought that the formless sect would target them. He didn't expect them to actually stop. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Thus, the Jade Pure sect did not encounter any trouble. After the Blood Fire Heavenly sect joined them, they became the most powerful sect in the Great Yan. More and more itinerant cultivators and mortals joined them. Feeling a sense of danger in terms of cultivation, Li Qingzi started to let go of his authority and entered seclusion to cultivate. 10 years passed in peace. Han Ju was already close to the fourth level of the body integration realm. You are now 400 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and prove to the world that you are powerful. You can obtain the egg of a divine beast of Providence and a random natural treasure. 2. Continue your seclusion and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Seeing the choices in front of him, Han Ju didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the second option. You choose to continue your seclusion and obtain a numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the supreme grade numinous treasure, Heavenly Spirit Bracelet. Heavenly Spirit Bracelet. Supreme grade numinous treasure, it can isolate divine sense and defend against soul attacks. Another defensive numinous treasure. Great. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Spirit Bracelet and started to make it recognize him as the owner. After a while, he put on the bracelet. It was embedded with blue, silver, white, and red crystals. It looked very beautiful. Hanju felt that he was getting closer to the outfit in an immortal cultivation game. He looked more and more handsome. Immediately, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Enlightened Old Monster and the Vermilion Bird. Every time he took a break from cultivating, he would curse his enemies. It was like a habit now. In the past 10 years, Murongchi and Xuan Chang'an's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Murongchi was indeed very talented. Xuan Chang'an was afraid that he would surpass him, so he did not dare to think about Kaianer anymore. He focused only on cultivation. The cultivation of the master and disciple progressed together and had a positive effect. The Black Hell Chicken was still at the 9th level of the Soul Formation realm but was already close to the Void Amalgamation realm. It dreamed of the chaotic heavenly dog returning every day. It couldn't wait to teach it a lesson. After cursing for more than 10 days, Hanju finally put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He checked his emails. Those who had been beaten were still being beaten. The chaotic heavenly dog was still the one who had been beaten the most. Some good friends had also obtained fortuitous encounters. It was worth mentioning that Suchi didn't do anything recently. If not for his portrait, Hanju would really be worried that he had died. Hanju kept feeling that a few of the icons in his friend list were gone. As for who they were, he couldn't remember, but the ones he paid special attention to were still around. This was the life of cultivation. It was normal to die along the way. Hanju didn't think too much and continued cultivating. He wanted to break through to the 4th level of body integration realm as soon as possible. Formless sect. Enlightened Old Monster was about to go mad. He had already stopped attacking the Bloodfire Heavenly sect. Why was that person still cursing him? Who could tolerate this? Enlightened Old Monster decided to personally go to the Jade Pure sect. He wanted an explanation. He immediately got up and found the other elders, telling them where he was going. After Dong Wangxian received the news, he immediately sought him out. He wanted to go along. This was a good opportunity. He had to kill Lu Bumi. Enlightened Old Monster originally wanted to refuse, but with Dong Wangxian pestering him, he could only helplessly agree. In a dark valley, Su Qi meditated and cultivated. Demonic qi wrapped around his body. He got rid of the cultivation technique from before and recultivated Devil Master's demonic technique. His cultivation increased at a godly speed. He was surprisingly compatible with the Devil Master's demonic technique. Even Devil Master was surprised. Devil Master was very satisfied with Su Qi's cultivation, but he was also very dissatisfied with himself. Recently when cultivating, he always encountered mental demons and suffered terribly. This time, Devil Master was disturbed by his mental demons again. His blood vitality was in chaos and he had to stop cultivating. He stood up and said, "You should stay here and cultivate properly. There's a formation set up by me here. Not only can it guard against enemies, but it can also gather spirit chi suitable for your cultivation. I'm leaving." Su Qi opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "I'm going out for a walk. Slaughter a few sects to relax." With that, Devil Master dissipated into a wisp of demonic chi. Su Qi hesitated. Should he take this opportunity to escape? Forget it. I should cultivate properly. Since his master did not make a move, it meant that he also hoped that he could use this opportunity to enter seclusion so that he would not always need his master's help. Thinking of this, Su Qi perked up and continued cultivating. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju finally broke through to the 4th level of the body integration realm. The increase of the 6-path spirit energy made him happy. He took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse Enlightened Old Monster and the Vermilion Bird as a celebration. "I'm Ji Lengchen. I'm here to challenge the Jade Pure sect. I'm only here to spar, there will be no deaths. Does anyone dare to fight me?" A proud voice resounded through the world, stunning Hanju. Challenge the sect. Hanju immediately checked the other party's cultivation. Ji Lengchen, 2nd level of the body integration realm, a Tao disciple of the heavenly immortal manner. He has a conceited personality and wants to become the #1 cultivator in the world. He wants to roam the world and challenge everyone. He has yet to face defeat. A Tao disciple of the heavenly immortal manner. Hanju narrowed his eyes. He had long heard of the heavenly immortal manner. He finally met one of their disciples today. He immediately used the simulation trial. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes and frowned. This fellow, what? No one from the Jade Pure sect who took in the Bloodfire Heavenly sect dares to fight me. I'm truly disappointed. I offer 1,000,000 superior grade spirit stones. The spirit stones will belong to whoever wins. 1,000,000 spirit stones is not enough. I'll offer another numinous treasure. No way. Are the people in the Jade Pure sect all cowards? FCKU. Are you all dead? No one is coming out. Chapter 93. The greatest cultivator in the world, Guan Yu. The people of the Jade Pure sect were stunned by Ji Lingchen's provocation. They rarely encountered such a challenge that was common in the mortal martial arts world. Li Qingzi was still in seclusion and didn't mind Ji Lingchen's words. If the sky collapsed, Elder Han and Elder Xiao would hold it up. However, Xiao Yao felt that the other party was not simple. He didn't want to take the risk and wanted Hanju to help. Hanju found it troublesome and wanted Xiao Yao to accept the challenge. If he lost, so be it. He just had to send Ji Lingchen away. The other elders felt that the other party was definitely very strong and did not dare to appear. The disciples were even more so. Thus, an awkward situation ensued. A body integration realm cultivator challenged them, but no one came out to receive him. If no one comes out within 10 breaths, I'll flatten your sect. Ji Lingchen shouted angrily. At that moment, he was halfway up the mountain, looking at the distant 18 peaks. Dressed in white and with a handsome face, he was cool and had the bearing of a genius. Ji Lingchen was furious. No one from the Jade Pure sect came out. Even if they didn't dare to face the challenge, they should at least come out and beg for mercy. Ji Lingchen became even more furious. He took out a sword and prepared to cut down the Jade Pure sect's 18 peaks. Fellow Taoist, you're amazing. The Jade Pure sect is inferior to you. We admit defeat. Hanju's voice drifted into Ji Lingchen's ears. Let him win. Hanju didn't care about winning or losing. He just hoped that it wouldn't be troublesome. Ji Lingchen frowned when he heard this. I choose you. Come out and fight me. You're already here. How can you just admit defeat like that? Fellow Taoist, why are you so angry? Did our sect offend you? Not before this, but now, I'm offended. Must we fight? Come out, or I'll trample your Jade Pure sect. Ji Lingchen shouted domineeringly. He felt great after saying these words. How dare you neglect me? Ji Lingchen was a Tao disciple of the heavenly immortal manner. Coupled with his cultivation at the body integration realm, very few people dared to not give him face. Most importantly, the Jade Pure sect was nothing in the cultivation world. How dare such a sect put on airs? Today, he would teach them the rules. Hanju frowned. He was angry, too. This fellow was really pushing his luck. Are you still not coming out? Do you want me to force you out? Ji Lingchen shouted angrily. His cold attitude was the most infuriating. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi suddenly shot out from the immortal mountain like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. So fast. Ji Lingchen's expression changed. He instinctively raised his sword to block. Boom! The sword chi flew past the mountains, heading straight for him. Before Ji Lingchen could even cast a spell, the sword chi engulfed him. His body was crushed into bits, leaving only his essence soul holding the sword. The domineering reincarnation sword intent did not destroy his essence soul, only because a golden dragon was coiling around it. That's right, a golden dragon. The golden dragon looked both real and illusory. Cracks appeared on its body, and it almost could not block the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Just as Hanju was about to point again, the golden dragon shouted, Wait! We can talk. I apologize on behalf of this stupid junior. Hanju stopped and said, I've already admitted defeat, but he's going too far. He still wants to destroy my sect. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. Ji Lingchen was still in a state of shock. Impossible. That move just now, I couldn't even take a single blow from him. Ji Lingchen's Tao heart shattered. Seeing that Hanju didn't continue to attack, the golden dragon heaved a sigh of relief and said, Fellow Taoist, this is indeed Lingchen's fault. If you let him go, we'll leave immediately. Taoist Ji Kong has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju immediately checked his information. Taoist Ji Kong. 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, one of the 12 Taoists of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Because you didn't directly kill Ji Lingchen, he developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Hanju was instantly blinded. If such an existence had a favorable impression of him, there shouldn't be any enmity, right? Hanju said, I hope that you will keep your word. You can leave. Taoist Ji Kong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. The golden dragon was satisfied. He felt that Hanju had a good character. This was indeed Ji Lingchen's fault, and his mystical power could only protect the essence soul. If Hanju wanted to kill Ji Lingchen, he couldn't stop him. Moreover, he had yet to reveal his identity, which meant that the other party did not stop because he was afraid of his identity. The golden dragon said in a low voice, "Fool, apologize to this fellow Taoist. Go back to seclusion after this matter ends. You are not to come out for 100 years. He was truly infuriated. He had been cultivating just a moment ago, but he had sensed that Ji Lengshan was in danger. Through the golden dragon, he had already understood everything. Such actions were simply an insult to the heavenly immortal manner. Ji Lengshan seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning, and he said agitatedly, "Master, I just came out." He wanted to vomit blood. He had only been out for less than 5 years and had been looking for a suitable opponent. He couldn't be bothered to deal with weak sects. He had finally decided to look for the Jade Pure sect, but before he could do anything, he had nearly died. Ji Lengshan sank into depression. Was the outside world always so ridiculous? He was a body integration realm cultivator. Han Ju had a strange expression. No wonder he had never lost a fight, he had only just come out. Apologize now, the golden dragon roared angrily. Ji Lengshan hurriedly apologized while trembling. Then, the golden dragon looked in the direction of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "Guan Yu, courtesy name Yunchang." "Guan Yunchang, good name." The golden dragon praised and left with Ji Lengshan. The situation ended like this. Ji Lengshan was still a distance away from the Jade Pure sect. The disciples didn't know what had happened, but the divine senses of the elders could clearly sense it. The deity-slaying elder was too powerful. Xiao Yao and Lu Bumi were both shocked. Heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword fingers sent chills down their spines. They thought for a moment and couldn't help but shiver. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. In seclusion, Li Qingzi smiled proudly. Elder Han was indeed their lucky star. He had never disappointed them. How comfortable. Under the fusang tree, Murong Qi started to worship Han Ju. His favorability soared to 4 stars. Han Ju didn't mind and continued cultivating. Several days later, Ji Lengshan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. It seemed like Taoist Ji Kong had educated him and made him grateful to Han Ju. Han Ju couldn't help but have a good impression of the heavenly immortal manner. This was a true holy land. Magnificent. To celebrate that no enmity arose between them, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and completed his daily mission. On the other side, Guan Yu's name spread throughout the heavenly immortal manor. Ji Lengshan was a famous genius of the manor. They didn't expect him to be beaten back the moment he stepped out. Ji Lengshan bragged about Guan Yu, saying that the latter was the #1 cultivator in the Jade Pure sect. Even his master, Taoist Ji Kong, admired him. The stronger Guan Yu was, the less embarrassing this loss became. As he bragged, his impression of Han Ju also started to increase. He probably believed it himself. Han Ju wasn't aware of the situation, and his impression of Taoist Ji Kong improved greatly. He didn't expect him to work so hard even after returning. Chapter 94, Killing the Old Monster. 5 years had passed since Ji Lengshan had come to challenge them. In the past 5 years, the Jade Pure sect had been very smooth sailing. They hadn't encountered any major tribulations. The entire sect had been in a state of cultivation. The cultivation level of the disciples of the Blood Fire Heavenly sect was generally higher than that of the Jade Pure sect disciples. If they wanted to truly subdue the Blood Fire Heavenly sect, they had to increase their cultivation level. In a quiet hall, a black-robed Mozu was meditating. Ever since she was betrayed by Han Ju, she had been locked up here and couldn't leave. The sect didn't mistreat her. Whatever she wanted, they would satisfy her, including cultivation treasures. Unable to escape, Mozu focused on cultivation. After so many years, her cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Her cultivation speed could be considered fast. The reason why it was so fast was due to Taoist 9 Cauldrons, transformation of the sect. Not only her, but the average cultivation speed of the Jade Pure sect disciples had increased by more than 2 times. Mozu frowned. There was a hint of murderous intent between her eyebrows. Kill your way out, leave this place and avenge the Mo family. What are you waiting for? Your brother Mo Fucho is still waiting for your help. The strange voice kept ringing in her ears. It was as if a spirit was bewitching her, causing her body to tremble slightly. After a long while, Mozu suddenly opened her eyes and spread her arms. A terrifying demonic aura erupted and shook the spirit chi in the hall. It was invisible and tangible, like a shock wave that shook the palace. Mozu lowered her head and breathed heavily. Sweat poured down her face like rain. Why is this cultivation technique? Could the Mo family really be fiendish? Mo Zhu thought with trepidation. What she cultivated was not the cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect, but the cultivation technique of the Mo family's ancestors. Ever since she broke through to the Golden Core realm, her spirit energy had begun to transform. It was different from the fiendish cultivators she usually saw. It was vast and sinister, but not cold. She didn't notice that the demonic chi had condensed into a figure above her head. It had 2 pairs of wings and looked terrifying. Mo Zhu hesitated about continuing to cultivate this technique. If she recultivated, who knew how much time would be wasted? She couldn't help but think of Han Ju. His cultivation must be ridiculously high. She finally had hope of catching up to him and didn't want to give up. Mo Zhu gritted her teeth and continued cultivating. The same month, the Jade Pure sect welcomed an esteemed guest, the formless sect master, enlightened old monster. As the sect master, Li Qingzi had no choice but to step forward. Han Ju caught the aura of enlightened old monster and immediately tested him. He started the simulation trial. At the 7th level of the body integration realm, enlightened old monster was naturally not Han Ju's match. In the first battle, Han Ju used more than 10 breaths of time. This fellow's mystical power was very strange. His physical body could resurrect after dying, and only when his essence soul was destroyed would his body truly die. After 8 trials, Han Ju finally found a way to instantly kill enlightened old monster. He was satisfied. 2 hours later, Li Qingzi brought enlightened old monster to the Conate Cave abode. Under the Fuzang tree, Merongqi and Xuan Chang'an couldn't help but look over. They were puzzled. This was the first time Li Qingzi had brought someone to look for Han Ju. Elder Han, the formless sect master specially came to visit you. Would you be willing to meet him? Li Qingzi asked, feeling nervous. The formless sect was too powerful. Li Qingzi didn't dare to offend them easily and could only bring them to Han Ju. If enlightened old monster had any ill intentions, he could sneak in. The entrance of the Conate Cave abode suddenly opened and Han Ju's voice sounded, "Come in." Upon hearing that, enlightened old monster smiled. He immediately entered the cave abode and closed the entrance. Li Qingzi did not leave but waited outside the cave abode. He was a little nervous. Would Elder Han blame him? However, enlightened old monster had clearly indicated that he wanted to find Han Ju. If he refused, the other party would be furious and he would still have to seek Han Ju's help in a fight. After entering the Conate Cave abode, enlightened old monster saw Han Ju and was instantly stunned. What a handsome man. Even Dong Wangxian couldn't compare to Han Ju in terms of appearance and temperament. Sitting on the bed, Han Ju asked, "Why are you visiting me?" Perfect timing. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no gate to hell, but you insist on barging in. Don't even think about leaving now. Enlightened old monster walked to the side of the table and sat down. He smiled and said, "I've long heard of the Jade Pure sect's deity-slaying elder's elegant demeanor. I've come to pay a visit. In addition, I want to resolve our grudge. Previously, I didn't know that Miss Xing was your Dao companion. It was indeed my fault. Therefore, I didn't continue to target the Jade Pure sect for subduing the Blood Fire Heavenly sect." Han Ju pretended to be confused. "Is that so? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Nice bullshit. From the initial 4-star level of hatred to the current 5-star level of hatred, you definitely want to tear me into pieces." Han Ju thought to himself. Enlightened old monster was very friendly, but he could see his hatred for him and naturally didn't believe him. In addition, I've been cursed all these years. Was it your doing? If so, I hope that you won't take your anger out on me. I won't disturb Miss Xing anymore. Our 2 sects can also build a friendly relationship, enlightened old monster said seriously. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Curse? I'm not such a person. Besides, I've never seen you before. Why would I curse you?" This fellow was amazing. He actually guessed that Han Ju was cursing him. No, he had to be eradicated. Enlightened old monster cursed in his mind, "Shameless. Who else can it be but you?" At the same time, he estimated Han Ju's strength. Although Han Ju was covered in numinous treasures, he didn't emit an aura that made his heart palpitate. Should I take this opportunity to kill him? He didn't dare to admit it, which meant that he was afraid of him. Once this person died, Xing Hongshuan would belong to his disciple. The Jade Pure sect and the Blood Fire Heavenly sect would also be annexed by the Formless sect. As soon as this thought appeared, it quickly expanded to fill his mind. "Fellow Taoist, let's stop pretending. I'm not here to blame you. I just want you to stop," enlightened old monster smiled and said. Enlightened old monster's hatred for you has increased. Current hatred points, 5.5 stars. Damn it, it rose again. Han Ju's eyes turned cold. Outside the cave abode, Xuan Chang'an frowned and said, Sect Master, my master doesn't like to be disturbed. Aren't you breaking his rules by doing this? At that time, the formless sect will know that the deity-slaying elder is my master. Li Qingzi was a little embarrassed and said helplessly, the formless sect's sect master wanted to come to the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain directly. He only asked me to lead the way because he was afraid of ruining our harmony. The black hell chicken on the fusang tree was extremely nervous. Its cultivation level was close to the void amalgamation realm, but it still felt uneasy facing enlightened old monster. What did this mean? This meant that enlightened old monster was very powerful. Will master be alright? Should I rush in and run away with master? Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the conate cave abode, startling Li Qingzi. The black hell chicken transformed into a black bolt of lightning and charged into the cave abode. The moment he did so, he saw enlightened old monster standing in front of Han Ju. Master, shut up, Han Ju snorted and interrupted the chicken. The black hell chicken was stunned. It looked at enlightened old monster with wide eyes. Enlightened old monster no longer made it uneasy. This fellow was dead, Han Ju said expressionlessly, I've destroyed his essence soul. Tell the sect master that the formless sect's head is having a good chat with me and intends to stay for a few more days. The black hell chicken was stunned. The cave abode had not even collapsed, yet master had already obliterated enlightened old monster's essence soul. How great was the difference in cultivation between the two? Chapter 95. Zhou Fan and Dong Wangxian. The black hell chicken left the conate cave abode and told Li Qingzi Han Ju's words. Although Li Qingzi was confused and worried, since Han Ju said so, he could only suppress his emotions and leave. The black hell chicken returned to the fusang tree. Murong Qi asked curiously, Master Chicken, what's the situation inside? More than 300 years had passed. The restrictions in the conate cave abode had long been elevated by Han Ju. His divine sense could not enter. The black hell chicken harumphed. Didn't Master Chicken already say? Cultivate well. If you encounter a powerful enemy you can't defeat in the future, with your cultivation level, Master and I won't even bring you along. Murong Qi was stunned. Xuan Chang'an shook his head. He had long been used to the fact that the black hell chicken often talked about running away. Inside the conate cave abode, Han Ju was checking enlightened old monster's storage rings. This guy had 4 rings. As the sect master, he was naturally rich. When Han Ju counted, he almost drooled. With so many treasures and resources, it was enough to establish a sect. If he handed it over to the Jade Pure sect, they would definitely be able to soar even faster. However, Han Ju was not so selfless. These are all mine. After searching for a while, Han Ju suddenly found a token. The words, Heavenly Immortal, were carved on it. Beside the Heavenly Immortal token was a letter from the Heavenly Immortal Manor. The content was roughly such that by using this Heavenly Immortal token, he could register to join the Heavenly Immortal Manor, but whether he could pass depended on his aptitude. The Heavenly Immortal Manor never looked at the cultivation level. They only looked at the potential. After injecting spirit energy into the token, it would lead the applicants to search for the location of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. Once the applicants found it, the token would disappear. In other words, this Heavenly Immortal token had yet to be used. Other than the Heavenly Immortal token, enlightened old monster actually had body integration realm cultivation pills. This made Han Ju somewhat surprised. This guy is not bad. After counting, Han Ju began to split his soul. He used the method of creating the heavenly puppet. He only needed to split a portion of his soul to control enlightened old monster's body. Being cautious, Han Ju still decided to divert the trouble. What if the formless sect had a backer? 7 days later. Enlightened old monster left the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Sect master Li Qingzi led dozens of elders and deacons to send him off. This matter caused a huge discussion in the sect. In the cultivation world they were in, the formless sect was definitely the most dazzling existence. Previously, they had crushed the blood fire heavenly sect with absolute dominance, causing their name to shake the world. In their eyes, there was still a considerable gap between them and the formless sect. Li Qingzi publicly announced that the formless sect would befriend the Jade Pure sect and build a good relationship. This news quickly spread to the Great Yan and caused many sects to discuss it. After leaving the Jade Pure sect, Han Ju controlled enlightened old monster to fly in a random direction. He moved forward very quickly. The soul fragment that Han Ju left in enlightened old monster could only last for a month before disappearing. He had to shift enlightened old monster's death away before that happened. Thinking about it, Hanju didn't have any enemies now. The vermilion bird was in the upper realm, and the demon taming sect was in the distant north state. He didn't know who to frame for enlightened old monster's death. If there was no other way, he would push it onto the demons. In less than 2 days, enlightened old monster left the Great Yan region. Hanju continued forward aimlessly. Along the way, he encountered many sects, but they were all too weak. They couldn't withstand the formless sect's revenge at all. He had to go to a powerful sect. There might not be one in the Great Yan, but there should be one in other cultivation worlds. Hanju had never left the Jade Pure sect in his life, so he didn't know much about the other cultivation worlds. He could only stay as far away from the Great Yan as possible. Dong Wangxian was troubled. Before entering the Jade Pure sect, enlightened old monster was afraid that Dong Wangxian would cause trouble, so he was made to stay outside the sect. Dong Wangxian followed after enlightened old monster. Enlightened old monster had died too quickly. Before he died, he had yet to use his body integration realm spirit energy. Hanju controlled him to fly at full speed, so how could Dong Wangxian catch up? Master went mad. Dong Wangxian frowned as flew on his sword. As the distance between the master and disciple increased, not only did he have to chase, he also had to determine his direction. 2 figures appeared ahead. It was Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho. The 3 of them brushed past each other. For some reason, Zhou Fan and Dong Wangxian turned their heads. Their eyes met. When the 2 of them saw each other, their hearts inexplicably palpitated as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Who is this person? Zhou Fan frowned. Dong Wangxian muttered to himself, who is this kid? I hate him for some reason. The 2 of them didn't stay any longer and vanished into different directions. Zhou Fan looked at Mo Fucho and said, that person just now made me feel uncomfortable. If he wasn't very strong, I would have dealt with him. Mo Fucho was speechless. He said unhappily, can you stop? How much have I suffered after following you? We're returning to the Jade Pure sect this time. Don't cause trouble anymore. Zhou Fan chuckled. I know. I really want to see their expressions when they see us, especially Hanju. Mo Fucho shook his head. Somehow, he had a hunch. It was not Hanju who would be shocked, but them. However, the current Zhou Fan was very arrogant. Not long ago, he had severely injured a soul formation cultivator, so his ego inflated. Zhou Fan believed that even if Hanju was the deity-slaying elder, his cultivation level shouldn't have increased much over the years. The spirit chi of the Great Yan was too weak. It was completely incomparable to the other cultivation worlds. The soul formation stage mighty figures of the other cultivation worlds might not even be able to break through a minor realm in 100 years, let alone Hanju of the Great Yan. Half a month later, Hanju controlled enlightened old monster to a deep mountain. There were no traces of humans within 1,000 miles. Enlightened old monster continued forward. He didn't hold back his aura of the body integration realm at all, scaring all the beasts away. Hanju felt that it was about time. He found a random place and left enlightened old monster behind. A great cultivator from the formless sect would definitely be able to track him here. Hanju made him land under a tree and carve a word on the tree trunk. Demons. If someone from the formless sect saw it, their imagination would definitely run wild. After doing all of this, Hanju directly severed his soul fragment, which quickly dissipated. Enlightened old monster sat under the tree. His head suddenly hung down and his hands landed on the ground without any life. When his consciousness returned to the connate cave abode, Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That should be fine. He then took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the vermilion bird first. 7 days later, bored, Hanju opened his interpersonal relationships to check his emails. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck. Everything within 1,000 miles has turned barren. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has become a demon king. Your good friend Chang Yue chanced upon an opportunity and obtained an ancient cultivation technique. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a fellow sect member and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king X3. Your good friend Mozu has awakened her demonic soul and fallen into the demonic path. Her killing intent has increased greatly. Your disciple Yang Tiandong devoured the demon king and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a cultivator of the righteous path and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Hanju's gaze landed on Moju's information. Awakened her demonic soul. What happened to her? Hanju immediately probed the palace where Mozu was imprisoned, and his expression changed. Chapter 96. Devil Race, Xing Hongshuan's Providence. Hanju's divine sense entered the palace where Mozu was. He didn't see her. Instead, he saw a huge black egg formed by demonic chi floating in the air. It was horrifying. Terrifying killing intent filled the hall, causing the temperature to drop to the freezing point. Hanju directly moved into the hall. He walked in front of the black egg and probed it with his divine sense. He could sense Moju's aura. This demonic chi had a very strong resistance. Even a void amalgamation realm cultivator might not be able to penetrate it. Hanju exerted some force, and his divine sense broke through the demonic aura and entered the black egg. He immediately felt awkward. Mozu was naked in the egg. Her snow-white skin was too eye-catching. Hanju waved his right hand. 6 paths spirit energy radiated out and sealed the palace. He rubbed his chin and thought, what happened? He could sense no other soul in Moju's body. In other words, she wasn't possessed. However, her soul was transforming, becoming inhuman. What's the background of the Mo family? Mo Fucho also fell into the demonic path. Hanju continued touching his chin and thought. Mo Fucho was not simple. His cultivation was not too far behind Zhou Fan's. Not long after Zhou Fan broke through to the nascent soul realm, this fellow also reached it. Hanju didn't dare to interrupt Mozu, afraid that she would suffer a backlash. The commotion in the palace caused Taoist Jingshu to come over. She wanted to enter but was blocked by Hanju's 6-path spirit energy. It's fine, I'm here. Hanju's voice was heard. Taoist Jingshu felt relieved. Because he had given instructions, Li Qingzi was also very careful with Mozu. Usually, no one was allowed to approach the palace, and Taoist Jingshu was in charge of it. After Taoist Jingshu left, Hanju continued to wait. Several days later, the demonic chi black egg finally began to dissipate. When Moju's body landed on the ground, Hanju immediately took out a robe and put it on her. Hanju's expression turned strange. Moju's cultivation had actually reached the nascent soul realm. Most importantly, she did not transcend the tribulation. This was ridiculous. Mozu slowly opened her eyes. Hanju's face squeezed into her vision. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she looked at Hanju blurrily. She gently raised her right hand and touched his face. Compared to the past, the current Mozu was much more beautiful. Her charming face was even more enchanting, enough to move most men. Hanju frowned and said, Miss Mo, wake up. Mozu didn't seem to hear him and continued to touch him. Pa, Hanju slapped her, and she immediately sobered up. Mozu covered her face and said aggrievedly, why did you hit me again? Again, when did I hit you before? Hanju didn't think too much about it and asked, what happened to your Mo family? Why did you become a devil? Mozu came back to her senses and subconsciously looked at her body. When she saw that her clothes had been changed into Hanju's white robe, she was not afraid but pleasantly surprised. You changed my clothes. Of course, you saw my body. I didn't. I put on your clothes with my eyes closed. Why did you close your eyes? Isn't it because you saw it? Then I apologize. I don't want it. Anyway, you have to be responsible for me. From now on, I'll rely on you. Is this an elaborate scam? Scam. Hanju had a headache. It was a sin to be too good-looking. He believed that other than being handsome and saving Moju's life, he had never cared about her. If it was Zhou Fan, Mozu would have changed her mind already. Mozu was pleased. Then, she began to answer the question, I'm not sure, either. Ever since I stepped into the Golden Core realm, I often heard a voice when in cultivation. At first, I thought it was a mental demon. Not long ago, I discovered that it was not a mental demon but the will passed down by the ancestors of my family. The Mo family is not a fiendish cultivator clan in the cultivation world, but the descendants of true devils. The devils were once a race. After they perished, their cultivation techniques were passed down to the human race and thus came the birth of fiendish cultivators. The Mo family can be considered a descendant of the devil and human races. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, will you lose control? If Mozu went mad and wanted to slaughter the world, how many slaps would he have to give to save her? Mozu rolled her eyes and said, I'm not a fiendish cultivator, how can I lose control? Fiendish cultivators lose control easily because their bodies can't withstand the power of the fiendish technique. Their inner demons are the backlash of the devil's consciousness. Hanju said seriously, then don't do evil and harm the innocent. The Jade Pure sect is a righteous sect, after all. That's unless someone wants to harm you. Of course. The two fell silent and the atmosphere became awkward. Mo Yuling has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Hanju frowned. He immediately pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked this person's information. Mo Yuling's portrait was very beautiful, somewhat similar to Mo Ju's. Mo Yuling, 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, the 2nd generation head of the Mo family. Trapped in a mysterious forbidden area and unable to escape the restrictions. She has chosen Mo Zhu as her successor and hopes to rely on her to save herself. Because Mo Zhu has feelings for you, she's hostile towards you, thinking that you are a hindrance to Mo Zhu's growth, and wants to get rid of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. A question mark popped up in Han Ju's head. Mo Zhu suddenly took a step forward and mustered her courage. She stuttered shyly, Han Ju, I have inherited the techniques of the Mo family's ancestors. Among them, there's a dual 2-person cultivation technique. Are you willing to cultivate with me? It's good for both of us. Han Ju frowned. A month later, Han Ju was done comforting Mo Zhu and returned to the Konate cave abode. The first thing he did upon returning was to take out the Book of Misfortune and curse Mo Yuling. This woman wants to kill me. Could he ignore that? Han Ju was afraid that she would one day break out of the restriction by herself and come to disturb his cultivation. At that time, perhaps because of Mo Zhu, he would be in a dilemma. It would be better for Mo Yuling to not come out. Thus, every few years, he would curse Mo Yuling. After cursing for 7 days, Han Ju took out the pills he got from Enlightened Old Monster and started to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Mo Zhu faced Han Ju like a subservient wife. He told her to cultivate in the palace and not go out, and she happily agreed. After all, they had been together for a month and their relationship had improved a lot. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Li Qingzi asking him to provide some pills to her. Upon hearing that Mo Zhu was already at the nascent soul realm, Li Qingzi was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for Mo Zhu to be a core disciple and had Taoist Jingshu send her pills and treasures every once in a while. The Jade Pure sect was now a quiet tiger in the long river of history. It was quietly becoming stronger, not flamboyant or arrogant. 8 years passed quickly. Relying on pills, Han Ju finally reached the 5th level of the body integration realm. He had also used up all of Enlightened Old Monster's pills. Cultivation at the body integration realm was very difficult. Han Ju's cultivation speed was already pretty fast. A 400-year-old expert at the 5th level of the body integration realm. Who would believe that? On this day, Xing Hongxuan returned. The first thing this girl did was to find Han Ju. He let her in, curious about what she was going to give him this time. Xing Hongxuan sat down next to him and took out a stalk of purple grass from her storage ring. The leaf flickered with a faint light. Husband, I found this in the land of the demons. During this period of time, I left the Great Yan and went to the West Abyss. This grass is not simple. When I discovered it, I saw 2 demon kings fighting over it. I took advantage of the fact that they were both injured to snatch it away, Xing Hongxuan said proudly. Han Ju asked in surprise, are you so powerful now? Xing Hongxuan was only at the 4th stage Golden Core realm. How could she snatch such a treasure from the hands of 2 demon kings? Xing Hongxuan covered her mouth and laughed. Didn't I comprehend a mystical power in a mystic realm? The divine technique recorded a movement method. I've already mastered it. If I can't defeat them, I can still escape. No person or demon can catch up to me. Why did Han Ju feel that this girl's luck had also improved? Could it be that she was influenced by his Providence as an immortal emperor's descendant? Han Ju took the purple grass, and a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the natural treasure has the potential of becoming a Konate Providence bearer. Check its origin. This grass can become a spirit. Chapter 97. Immortal God Cultivation Potential, Great Sage Green Python. A stalk of grass could become a Konate Providence bearer. Strange. Han Ju immediately chose to check its background. Heaven and Earth grass. 10,000 years ago, it was originally an ordinary grass. Then, an immortal descended to the mortal world and meditated around it. After 100 years of bathing in immortal chi, it gradually shed its mortal form. During the 10,000 years, it often encountered the calamity of destruction. Every time before it perished, it would instinctively turn into dust and scatter into the world, before growing again. This grass has the potential to become a divine grass, or even an immortal god. Immortal god cultivation potential. It was a little scary. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This life force was really strong. It had held on for 10,000 years. Han Ju took the heaven and earth grass and smiled at Xing Hongxuan. I'll take this grass. How have you been all these years? Xing Hongxuan was even more delighted. She began to describe her experiences over the years. Over the past few years, Xing Hongxuan had become the protagonist of fantasy novels. She traveled the world with her sword and helped others when she saw injustice. She fought against fiendish cultivators, barged into ancient tombs, hunted down enemies, and slaughtered her way into the demon realm. After hearing her, Hanju had the urge to go out and take a look. Wait, Hanju was alerted. This woman was definitely arranged by the heavenly Tao to entice him to leave. The first 400 years had been a success. Looking back, how many powerful enemies had been reduced to bones because they didn't know his strength. Speaking of which, he had few enemies. Look at Zhou Fan, Yang Tiandong, chaotic heavenly dog, Su Qi. Every time he checked his emails, he saw them getting beaten up. It was the same for Li Qingzi previously. As long as he went out, he would definitely suffer. Now, he stayed in the Jade Pure sect every day and no longer got injured. Only after leaving the Great Yan will we know how small it is. Take the West Abyss state, for example. The Jade Pure sect is not even considered a second-rate sect there. We're only able to have our current reputation because of you, my husband. I think that you should be at the top of the list of the top 100 cultivators in the world, which has recently caused chaos in the cultivation world. The more Xing Hongshuan spoke, the more excited she became. Hanju inexplicably thought of those people who went back to their hometown after adventuring in the major city in his previous life. And what was this list of the top 100 cultivators? Too shallow. Hanju didn't care about fame, only profit. After Xing Hongshuan finished speaking, he took out some longevity-enhancing pills from his storage ring and said, "These are for you. Your potential is mediocre. I'm afraid that you'll die too early." Xing Hongshuan rolled her eyes. "You only know how to tease me. I'm serious. Don't worry, I've already taken such pills, and also natural treasures. I have a long lifespan." "That's good." Speaking of lifespan, the eldest disciple of Jade Serene Peak, Lu Sengxin, died decades ago. The sect has too few lifespan-enhancing methods. If he had left the Great Yan as soon as possible, there might still be a chance. Xing Hongshuan sighed, while Hanju was stunned. He felt that some people were missing from his friend list, but he couldn't recall them. Speaking of Lu Sengxin, Hanju still remembered that this senior brother wanted to take care of him. Before I could trouble him, he was already gone. Hanju said seriously, "Cultivate well. Don't become the next senior Lu. I can't bear to leave this world. I still want to accompany you, my husband." Then, Hanju asked her to take out the heavenly puppet. He wanted to upgrade its spirit energy. After a few days, he filled Xing Hongshuan's heavenly puppet with 6 paths spirit energy and she put it away in her storage ring. With the heavenly puppet around, Hanju could also rest assured that she could go out and explore. Hanju thought that it would end like this, but Xing Hongshuan pestered him for another month. Sigh. After she left, Hanju took out the heaven and earth grass and planted it in the cave abode. This grass was too small. If it was planted under the fusang tree, it might be trampled to death one day. After planting it, Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He had been in a good mood recently, so he might as well curse the vermilion bird and Mo Yuling to liven things up. In one of the catacombs, the spikes hanging from the ceiling were sinister and terrifying, dripping with water. One of the inverted thorns was tied with a blood tendon. At the bottom were 2 people. They were Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho. Both of them had disheveled hair and ragged clothes and they were covered in blood. Below them was a huge pot boiling with murky oil. Looking from above, the catacombs were filled with demons. There were countless of them, and most of them were napping. Zhou Fan gritted his teeth and looked in one direction. A giant demon had taken form. Even sitting, it was 50 feet tall. It had a strong body and wore heavy armor made of snake scales. It had an ugly and sinister snake head. A figure stood beside the snake demon. It was Hanju's eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong. HMPH. Demons, lackey. Zhou Fan cursed. He was extremely unhappy. Mo Fucho sighed. "It's not his fault. If you want to blame something, blame it on our own bad luck. We accidentally entered Great Sage Green Python's territory and you were rash enough to kill the patrolling demons." Zhou Fan was even angrier when he heard that. He cursed, "That fellow is too arrogant. He keeps calling us mortals and even wants us to kneel down and beg for mercy. Can you tolerate that?" Mo Fucho smiled bitterly. It was too late to say anything now. On the other side, Great Sage Green Python laughed. "Donger, tell me, how should we deal with these 2? Should we cook them or refine them into pills?" Yang Tiandong frowned and said helplessly, "Foster father, do we have to kill them? They killed my demons, so they must die. Donger, if you want to inherit my power, you have to sever ties with the human race. Humans and demons are irreconcilable. This is the rule of the world. You cannot waver." Yang Tiandong cursed silently after hearing that. Do you think I want to be a demon? When he heard Zhou Fan scold him, his heart ached even more. Back then, he and Zhou Fan were caught by the Raincoat sect. They resisted together and were beaten together. They were very close. Now, in order to live, if he watched as Zhou Fan got cooked to death, how could he face the Jade Pure sect in Hanju? When I become a demon saint, I'll definitely kill all of you demon kings. Yang Tiandong was furious. The reason why he left the Great Yan was that Demon King Dian Su was in charge of the demon race there. He couldn't control them, so he went to other demons. As he fought, he finally managed to control a demon army. In the end, he encountered Great Sage Green Python. Great Sage Green Python wielded 1,000,000 demon soldiers and had a high reputation among them. Yang Tiandong couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Great Sage Green Python felt that his bloodline potential was not bad, so he took him in as his foster son. In order to survive, he could only live and wait for an opportunity to escape or counterattack. Then, he saw Zhou Fan and the other person getting caught. This affinity made Yang Tiandong very uncomfortable. Should I ask Master for help? This thought popped up in Yang Tiandong's head, but he quickly rejected it. I can't trouble him. At this moment, a hawk demon flew over and shouted, Your Majesty, a cultivator who calls himself Dong Wangxian of the Formless sect is shouting outside. He wants to slaughter all of us and avenge his master. He's too strong, we can't stop him. When Great Sage Green Python heard this, his expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, Formless sect. Just nice, this king has a grudge against enlightened old monster. He rose to his feet. Terrifying demonic energy erupted, shaking the entire catacombs. Donger, stay here and watch over them. When I return, I hope to see them in the pot. Great Sage Green Python transformed into a green aura and vanished. Yang Tiandong looked at Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho again, feeling extremely conflicted. Should he take this opportunity to save them? Chapter 98. The Next Sect Master. In the mountains, countless demons surrounded a man in golden robes. It was the Formless sect's Dong Wangxian. Dong Wangxian wielded his sword with both hands as he flew through the air. A red umbrella opened up and spun at high speed around him. It sliced through the attacking demons and blood rained down. Looking down, the entire mountain was filled with demon corpses. They were all incomplete and horrifying. Is that all you have? Where's your king? Dong Wangxian laughed impudently, high-spirited, his anger faded from the excitement of killing. This was what he wanted the most. Acting recklessly. Being unstoppable. Boom. At the end of the horizon, a terrifying demonic aura suddenly rose. It broke through the clouds and shook the mountains, causing the trees on the mountains to shake violently as if they were about to be blown away. Dong Wangxian suddenly turned around with a solemn expression. This demonic aura. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying demonic aura. It made his blood run cold. But who was he? How could the #1 prodigy of the Formless sect be afraid? Dong Wangxian roared, Was my master killed by you demons? Great Sage Green Python's laughter followed. Enlightened old monster is dead. Ha ha ha, what a joyous occasion. You're his disciple, then you can forget about living. I will cook and make soup out of you. Dong Wangxian's eyes turned red when he heard that. His master was indeed killed by these demons. I'll fight it out with you. Inside the Conate cave abode. After Xing Hongshuan left, Hanju continued cultivating, occasionally sprinkling water on the heaven and earth grass. There were all kinds of spirit chi in the cave abode. The heaven and earth grass had developed a habit of circulating the spirit chi of the world over the long years. In fact, Hanju didn't need to pay special attention to it, as long as he didn't step on it. 2 years passed quickly. The heaven and earth grass had grown much taller, and the spirit chi here was much denser than in the demon region. Hanju looked forward to it gaining intelligence and becoming a grass spirit. That would be quite interesting. Heavenly dog, chicken, gourd, fusang tree, ancient spiritual ginseng, grass spirit. Tisk tisk. Hanju even felt that he could open a botanical garden. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju waited for him to enter the cave abode and immediately asked, The Formless sect is here. Li Qingzi shook his head and said, No, but the Grand Elder is about to die of old age. Hanju frowned. There was only one Grand Elder in the Jade Pure sect. He was Li Qingzi's master and had interacted with Hanju before. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Hanju was already more than 400 years old. In all these years, the cultivation level of the Grand Elder almost didn't increase. Naturally, his lifespan also didn't increase. Do you want me to meet him? Hanju asked. After all, they were old friends. Hanju didn't want to feel regretful like in Elder Iron's case. Li Qingzi shook his head and said, Master has already left the sect. He said that if he didn't return after 20 years, that means he died. He asked me to thank you and said that without Elder Han, the Jade Pure sect would not be where it is today. Han Ju remained silent. He might have meant that, but there was more to it. Han Ju wasn't unhappy. He could understand the elder's concern. At the moment, he was quite comfortable in the Jade Pure sect. No one disturbed him. Li Qingzi and the others would do their best to satisfy whatever he needed. Elder Han, although my cultivation level is also increasing, I feel that it will be very difficult to reach the soul formation realm. If I face my end one day, who do you think is suitable to be the next sect master? Li Qingzi asked. His expression did not darken. He had lived for so long and had sent away many old friends. He was already used to parting with them. The path of longevity was already filled with difficulties. If every mortal cultivated diligently and could live forever, longevity wouldn't be so crazy. Han Ju shook his head and said, I'm in seclusion all year round. How would I know? Li Qingzi smiled and asked, in the entire Jade Pure sect, the most talented disciples are all under your tutelage. Just now, I discovered that Xuan Chang'an and Marong Qi's cultivation levels are both going to reach the nascent soul realm. Such speed is unparalleled in the entire sect except for you. Han Ju frowned. Li Qingzi wanted to tie him and the Jade Pure sect together completely. If Han Ju's disciple or grand disciple became the sect master, it was even more impossible for him to leave. Sect master, I actually understand what you mean. These two are indeed talented, but there's one thing that needs to be said clearly. If I want to leave the sect in the future, the two of them will not be able to stop me. If I don't want to leave the sect and the sect faces an enemy that even I can't resist, I will also leave in order to save my life. I have had only one goal in life ever since I was born, and that is to live forever. I can help the Jade Pure sect in pursuing this goal, but I will never abandon it for the sake of the sect. Han Ju spoke seriously. Li Qingzi wasn't surprised. The reason he chose Marong Qi and Xuan Chang'an was mainly because of their natural talent. Although the Jade Pure sect was growing stronger, very few disciples were more talented than the two of them. Only a powerful sect master could lead the sect to become stronger. Li Qingzi already felt helpless. His potential limited him. The two continued to talk. Taking this opportunity, Han Ju secretly gave him the 6 paths insignia. Li Qingzi treated him well and Han Ju also had a good impression of him. If he could meet Li Qingzi in his next life, he was still willing to help. In the end, Han Ju agreed to let him take Marong Qi away and groom him into the next sect master. Before leaving, Han Ju suddenly asked, Sect master, how's Fairy Shizan's lifespan? Li Qingzi smiled and said, Junior sister's potential is higher than mine. She even obtained a fortuitous encounter previously. It shouldn't be a problem for her to live for another few hundred years. She just returned. If you have nothing to do, you can visit her. He didn't think too much about it. After all, Han Ju and Fairy Shizan were still master and disciple. Han Ju nodded slightly. After Li Qingzi left, he continued cultivating. Marong Qi was taken away by Li Qingzi. Although Xuan Chang'an was puzzled, he wouldn't say anything since Han Ju had agreed. Marong Qi didn't resist. After cultivating for so many years, he was also a little bored. It wasn't a bad idea to go out for a walk. 5 years passed. The heaven and earth grass had finally developed intelligence. It couldn't think, but it had already grown by leaps and bounds. With intelligence, it couldn't be treated like grass anymore. Han Ju gave it a name. Cho Sao. This fellow had the potential to become an immortal. To celebrate, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the vermilion bird and Mo Yuling. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him and he escaped death. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him and he escaped death. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, proclaimed itself as the great sage. Encountering the encirclement of the demon kings from all directions, it was severely injured and barely escaped death. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple X-17. Your disciple Su Qi has spread bad luck. The luck of the demon-taming sect has declined. More than half of the sect has perished in the heavenly frost snow calamity. Yang Tiandong, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fucho were attacked by a demon king one after another and were all heavily injured. Could it be that they were attacked by the same demon king? Han Ju touched his chin and thought about it. He felt that it was possible. Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan were good friends. They had been out for so many years. If they met, it was very likely that they would travel the world together. Chapter 99. Sixth level of the body integration realm, Zhou Fan returns to the sect. Although Yang Tiandong was seriously injured, Hanju didn't care too much. He chose this path himself. Hanju wasn't his father and didn't have to follow him every day. Besides, Yang Tiandong had the demon saint bloodline. He wouldn't die so easily. Hanju continued to try and break through to the sixth level of the body integration realm. As more and more people from the Jade Pure sect experienced life and death, Hanju became more determined to cultivate. Not only did he have to cultivate diligently, but he also had to urge Xinghongshuan and Mozu to cultivate together and not slack off. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the sixth level of the body integration realm. The spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was the most concentrated in the Great Yan. The fusang tree and the earth immortal gourd vine were both creating spirit chi. Hanju suddenly thought of the Grand Elder and used his divine sense to probe the Jade Serene Peak. Fairy Shizan was still cultivating in the Jade Serene Hall. After so many years, she was already at the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. It was all thanks to the opportunities she had encountered outside that she could make such a breakthrough. Fairy Shizan, why don't you move to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? I'll open up a cave abode for you. Hanju sent a voice transmission to her. Fairy Shizan opened her eyes. Her temperament had become more and more otherworldly and holy. Her devastatingly beautiful appearance was not the least bit overbearing. It was the kind of beauty that people simply liked, like a fairy from heaven. Fairy Shizan frowned. That's your mountain. It's not convenient for me to go there. You should already know about the Grand Elder's issue. I've been cultivating my entire life. There aren't many people I care about. You're one of them. I hope to be able to walk the Great Tao with you. I don't want to be the only one left on the path of cultivation. If anyone else heard Hanju's words, they would definitely feel that he was asking for a beating. However, Fairy Shizan understood him. Ever since he entered the Jade Serene Peak, he had been cultivating diligently and had not even left the sect. Thinking of the Grand Elder, Fairy Shizan's heart felt heavy. Although she had already sent away many of her fellow disciples, her master's death still made her feel a little uncomfortable. Come here, I won't disturb you without reason, Hanju continued. Fairy Shizan hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Hanju asked her to pack up and come over directly. He then stood up and left his cave abode to open up a cave abode for her. On a hill not far away, Shuan Chang'an and the Black Hell Chicken were curious. Master, are you opening a cave abode for me? Shuan Chang'an asked in embarrassment. He was already used to staying under the fusang tree. Hanju rolled his eyes at him and said, this is Fairy Shizan's cave abode. Fairy Shizan used to be my master and is now my friend. You are not to disturb her cultivation, understand? Shuan Chang'an suddenly understood. He had naturally heard of Fairy Shizan. The Black Hell Chicken asked, does Fairy Shizan want to eat you? Are you asking for a beating? Hanju retorted angrily. The Black Hell Chicken might not have understood in the past, but now, it definitely did. How dare it tease him? The Black Hell Chicken trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Soon, the cave abode was successfully created. Fairy Shizan also successfully checked in. Seeing her appearance, Shuan Chang'an was in a daze. He strengthened his Tao heart. His master was right. As long as his cultivation level was high, some beauties would like him. Kyaner was actually just like that. He didn't have to die for her. For some reason, ever since he had mastered the heartless flying sword, Shuan Chang'an was very calm every time he thought of Kyaner. He was no longer as restless as before. Hanju was relieved after Fairy Shizan moved over. As for Mozu, forget it. He would think about it in the future. She had outstanding potential and did not need it for the time being. Furthermore, she wasn't on good terms with Xinghongshuan. Recently, Xinghongshuan had gone out again. With the heavenly puppet on her, Hanju wasn't afraid that something would happen to her. Hanju sat on the bed and checked his emails while using the Book of Misfortune to do his daily mission. The chaotic heavenly dog, Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, and Yang Tiandong began competing on who would get the highest number of beatings. Some also obtained opportunities. What was worth mentioning was that the situation in the demon taming sect was getting worse. Hanju felt that it was about to collapse. The jinx has awakened his divinity, how terrifying is that? The fact that the demon taming sect could last so long meant that they were worthy of their reputation. In a vast valley, a huge silver-furred demon hound crawled halfway up the mountain. There were many demons in the valley, including the surrounding mountain peaks. The silver-furred hound was none other than the chaotic heavenly dog. After so many years, the chaotic heavenly dog was no longer as fat as it was when it was young. Instead, it was very healthy. Under the sunlight, its demonic body looked extremely handsome. At that moment, it was lazily looking down at the people below. Yang Tiandong looked at the lofty chaotic heavenly dog with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Heavenly dog, what do you think? Let's join forces to kill Great Sage Green Python and split the territory equally." Back then, Yang Tiandong had watched the chaotic heavenly dog grow up. Now, its strength far exceeded his. It made him feel the difference in bloodlines. "Call me the Great Sage of Chaos." The chaotic heavenly dog yawned and said nonchalantly. Yang Tiandong was instantly annoyed. "Do you believe that I'll go back and tell Master?" The chaotic heavenly dog immediately jolted when it heard that. It bristled as it glared at him. "You still have the cheek to look for him? You haven't even gone back at all, how dare you talk about me?" Yang Tiandong felt awkward. He was indeed embarrassed to go back and look for Han Ju. Ever since he had become a demon king, the seeds of power and ambition had taken root in his heart. He could no longer cultivate as hard as before. "We're from the same lineage, after all. We should help each other. I heard that you're often hunted by other demon kings, it's quite hard to watch. It'll be a win-win situation if we work together," Yang Tiandong said seriously. The chaotic heavenly dog hesitated. "Great Sage Green Python is too powerful. Few demons in the 10 states and 9 dynasties can defeat him." Yang Tiandong said, "I can return to the Great Yan to invite Demon King Dian Su. He's a 10,000-year-old demon and his strength is also unfathomable." The chaotic heavenly dog fell silent. "Great Sage Green Python is expanding madly. He will come to you sooner or later. The Formless sect knows this, right? All these years, the Formless sect has been frantically trying to encircle him, but all of them have failed. However, because of this, they have been exhausting Great Sage Green Python. This is our chance. If we wait any longer, you and I can only be his dogs." Looking down on dogs. "Okay, fine, we'll end up as his slaves." "No, we alone are not enough. You have to continue persuading the other demon kings." "All right." Han Ju didn't know what the chaotic heavenly dog and Yang Tiandong were doing outside. Ever since Fairy Shizan moved over, his life had become a little more interesting. Every 2 years, Han Ju would look for Fairy Shizan to discuss the Tao. Fairy Shizan also welcomed him. After all, both parties would benefit. Han Ju's Tao technique was more profound than Fairy Shizan's, but he was inferior to her in terms of knowledge. Just like that, 8 years passed. Mirongchi had already become the eldest disciple of the Jade Pure sect. With his invincible strength at the Golden Core realm, no one dared to question him. On this day, in the mountains outside the Jade Pure sect, Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, and the purple-dressed woman with the surname Zan slowly walked forward. "I'm finally back," Zhou Fan shouted in excitement. Mo Fucho sighed. The Jade Pure sect has changed so much. The spirit chi in the nearby mountains and rivers was denser than before. Disciples flying in and out of the sky on their swords could also be seen. It looked like they were much stronger than before. The purple-dressed woman was very curious about the Jade Pure sect. She was most curious about her senior sister's Tao companion. "Go find Junior Mozu. I'll find Han Ju. I want to see how powerful he is now," Zhou Fan said expectantly. Chapter 100. Zhou Fan's Challenge. Forget it. The Jade Pure sect even swallowed the Blood Fire Heavenly sect recently. Han Ju might be stronger than you. Mo Fucho shook his head. He had a good impression of Han Ju and always felt that he was very talented. Although Zhou Fan was powerful, he relied more on opportunities. Zhou Fan snorted. "Isn't the reason why the Blood Fire Heavenly sect sought refuge with the Jade Pure sect because of the Formless sect's coercion? The reason why the Formless sect didn't target the Jade Pure sect after that was because Enlightened Old Monster suffered a tragic death and they didn't have the time to find trouble with them. The Jade Pure sect might not be stronger than the Blood Fire Heavenly sect." Mo Fucho felt that it made sense. The disciples in the sky were not as strong as the disciples of the large sects. The purple-dressed woman's gaze landed on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. She frowned. "The spirit chi in that mountain is so abundant. How can it be?" The purple-dressed woman was shocked. Such spirit chi was already comparable to some hidden holy lands and 10,000-year-old cultivation families. At the same time, Han Ju was teaching the Black Hell Chicken under the Fuzang tree. The Black Hell Chicken had already transcended its tribulation and reached the Void Amalgamation realm in the past 8 years. It had also transcended the tribulation in the 10,000 demon realm. At that time, all the elders had gone to watch and were greatly shocked. Deity-slaying elders' chicken was already at the void amalgamation realm. The sect master of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect, Lu Bumi, and Xiao Yao were also shocked. Han Ju's image in their hearts grew greatly. Master, what breed is it? It doesn't look like a chicken. Xuan Chang'an couldn't help but ask. The black hell chicken flapped its wings rapidly at the edge of the cliff, raising waves of sword chi. That's right, sword chi. Han Ju taught the unparalleled finger divine sword to the black hell chicken, and it really learned the technique. When the feathers shot out sword chi, the lethality was also very impressive. Before Han Ju could answer, the black hell chicken turned his head and scolded him, "I told you long ago that I'm a phoenix. Did you really think I was a chicken?" Ever since he had devoured the Zudo, the black hell chicken had transformed from brother chicken to master chicken. Of course, it called itself that. You're not simple, either. Work hard and believe in my judgment. Han Ju touched Xuan Chang'an's bald head and smiled kindly. However, in his heart, Xuan Chang'an was only a small support character. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly saw Mo Fucho, Zhou Fan, and the purple-dressed woman flying past the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Zhou Fan saw Han Ju and immediately stopped. The purple-dressed woman's eyes lit up when she saw him. What a handsome man! Could this be her senior's Dao companion? Zhou Fan was very excited. He waved his hand and shouted, "Han Ju! Long time no see, you still remember me, right?" Hearing that, Han Ju smiled and said, "I remember. It wasn't easy for you all these years, right?" His voice floated into the ears of Zhou Fan and the other two, allowing them to hear it clearly. Mo Fuchu's heart ached after hearing that. It wasn't just difficult, they had been constantly on the brink of death. We're living quite a carefree life. Wielding a sword, we traveled to the ends of the world. We were quick to repay gratitude and enmity. We even obtained many fortuitous encounters. Zhou Fan laughed proudly. Zhou Fan couldn't let Han Ju think that he was doing badly. How about it? Do you want to go out and adventure with us? Cultivation still requires opportunities. It might not be good to stay in seclusion. Zhou Fan smiled and invited. At the same time, he flew towards the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Han Ju secretly cast a spell and shut the mountain protecting array formation. The trio quickly landed by the cliff. The purple-dressed woman stared at Han Ju with a burning gaze, making him very uncomfortable. This woman was not simple. Han Ju immediately checked the experts in the Jade Pure sect and quickly locked onto a name. Zan Shishi, 9th level of the body integration realm, junior sister of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's junior sister. My little sister-in-law. Han Ju thought to himself. Mo Fucho cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Han, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. Han Ju smiled and said, Brother Mo is the same. Zhou Fan looked at the black hell chicken and asked in surprise, Han Ju, this chicken you raised doesn't seem weak. How could he possibly tell that the black hell chicken was at the void amalgamation realm? The black hell chicken was instantly displeased. What did he mean by, not weak? Before it could speak, Zhou Fan suddenly took a step forward and said, Han Ju, let's spar. I lost to you in the past. I'm stronger now. In his divine sense, Han Ju was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It was obvious that this fellow used special methods to hide his cultivation. Zhou Fan wouldn't underestimate him. In his opinion, Han Ju should already be at the Soul Formation realm. After all, he had killed an expert who had just entered the Soul Formation realm back then. After so many years, his cultivation level had to be at the Soul Formation realm at least. Typically, in the nascent soul realm, if one did not have any opportunities, it was very difficult to improve by leaps and bounds just by cultivating. Han Ju smiled and said, You just returned. You don't have to spar with me. Go and report to the sect master. Zhou Fan provoked, Han Ju, are you afraid? Don't worry, we'll secretly spar and not let anyone know. I just want you to see how strong I am. I've cultivated the domination physique and killed a soul formation cultivator. If you want to go out, senior brother Mo and I can bring you along. Han Ju was caught between laughter and tears. The black hell chicken couldn't help but scold, Who are you? A mere nascent soul dares to provoke my master. You can't even beat me. Zhou Fan and the other two turned to look at it. Zan Shishi raised her eyebrows curiously. A pet at the void amalgamation realm. This person was not simple. Your chicken is quite wild. Zhou Fan smiled, feeling a little angry. The black hell chicken cocked its head. So what? It couldn't wait to show its might. The chaotic heavenly dog had not returned. Xuan Chang'an and Marong Qi were very weak. It didn't dare to provoke Han Ju. Zhou Fan looked at Han Ju and asked with a smile, Han Ju, how about I teach your chicken a lesson for you? Han Ju saw that Zhou Fan was serious. If he kept rejecting him, he would also pester him. He looked at the black hell chicken and said, don't hurt him. The black hell chicken nodded vigorously. Zhou Fan was even more displeased. What do you mean? Do you think I can't defeat this chicken? Mo Fucho sensed that something was wrong. He actually could not see through the black hell chicken's cultivation. He sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fan. There's something wrong with this chicken. Forget it. We just returned. Let's rest for a few days and find out about its origins. Zhou Fan ignored him. He turned around and walked towards the black hell chicken, his aura rising with each step. Boom. Cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain shook as Zhou Fan's body emitted a terrifying aura. Wisps of wind that could be seen with the naked eye wrapped around his body. His muscles tensed up and his clothes swelled. His face was covered in strange blood patterns. Han Ju looked at him curiously. This was the domination physique. The black hell chicken's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Fan thought that it was afraid and smiled. Little chickie, are you afraid? Apologize to me now and I won't hold it against you. The black hell chicken flapped its wings and soared into the air. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Mo Fucho looked at Han Ju and said in embarrassment, Brother Han, this. It's fine, I won't let them hurt each other. Han Ju shook his head. Although Zhou Fan was a little arrogant, his favorability didn't decrease. Han Ju naturally wouldn't harm him. Boom, a strong wind suddenly erupted, causing Han Ju, Mo Fucho, Zhan Shishi, and Xuan Chang'an's robes to flutter. The four of them turned their heads and saw Zhou Fan punch the black hell chicken's crossed wings. Its feathers shook as if black flames were burning on its body. Zhou Fan's smile was extremely sinister and conceited in his domination mode. The black hell chicken's eyes widened. That's it. Chapter 101, Terrifying Great Sage, Severely Injured Friend. That's it. Zhou Fan almost exploded when he heard the black hell chicken's words. He felt insulted. How dare a chicken mock him? He was afraid of offending Han Ju just now, so he didn't use his full strength. If he did, wouldn't he blow this stinky chicken to the sky? Zhou Fan suddenly raised his leg and gathered his spirit energy in his knee. With unstoppable force, he collided with the black hell chicken. The black hell chicken was sent flying by his knee while Zhou Fan leapt up as well. The man and the chicken rushed into the sky and continued fighting. Zhou Fan didn't look like a cultivator, but more like a martial artist from the mortal world. His punches and kicks were powerful and heavy. Each move shook the sky, causing the airflow to become visible. The black hell chicken had been defending passively like a sandbag, but anyone with eyes could see that Zhou Fan did not cause any substantial damage to it. In Han Ju's words, this was like a massage. Mo Fucho couldn't help but ask, Brother Han, what breed is this chicken? Han Ju smiled and said, an ordinary chicken. I caught it from a farmer of the Jade Pure sect and raised it for hundreds of years. Mo Fucho was shocked. Zhan Shishi also looked at Han Ju in surprise. A mortal chicken could be nurtured to the void amalgamation realm. Impossible. This chicken definitely had an extraordinary bloodline and fortuitous encounter. It was just that Han Ju happened to pick it up. Potential was too important in cultivation. It determined the upper and lower limits. Xuan Chang'an shook his head. This stinky chicken was too cautious. The reason why the black hell chicken had been defending was not to toy with Zhou Fan. It wanted to know what Zhou Fan was capable of. Han Ju had told him before that some people had stronger abilities beyond their cultivation realm. Some also liked to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. The black hell chicken was very perceptive despite how silly it looked. It couldn't see through Zhan Shishi's cultivation level, but for her to accompany Zhou Fan meant that he was also extraordinary. However, after fighting for a while, it figured out the truth. This kid is really weak. The black hell chicken laughed. I'm not acting anymore. Brat, are you prepared to face the pain of failure? Shocked, Zhou Fan subconsciously retreated. The black hell chicken flapped its wings, and countless strands of sword chi shot out from its feathers, sweeping over like torrential rain. The speed of the sword chi was swift like a graceful swan. Zhou Fan had no time to react as his face turned pale. He sensed death again, too familiar. After all, he had died before. At the last moment, powerful spirit energy enveloped him, helping him counteract the black hell chicken's sword chi. Boom, the black hell chicken's sword chi immediately dissipated. Zhou Fan widened his eyes. The spirit energy around him was extremely vast. This spirit energy aura made him feel as if he had seen it before. It was not Zhan Shishi's spirit energy, but Han Ju's. Let's end this here, said Han Ju, concluding the battle. Zhou Fan was stunned. Mo Fucho thanked Han Ju and hurriedly pulled Zhou Fan away. Zhan Shishi did not say anything else and left with the two. The black hell chicken returned to him and said proudly, Master, how's my strength? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Han Ju said expressionlessly, that woman just now was at the 9th level of the body integration realm. She has a close relationship with Zhou Fan. If you had hurt him, do you think you could have defeated her? The black hell chicken shuddered. Oh, Lord, no wonder I couldn't see through her cultivation level. She's a 9th level body integration realm cultivator. The black hell chicken's smugness vanished, replaced by a deep sense of fear. Han Ju shook his head and stopped speaking to the chicken. He returned to his cave abode. In less than 3 days, the news of Zhou Fan and Mo Fuchu's return spread throughout the entire Jade Pure sect. In the past, the two of them had also been impressive prodigies of the Great Yan. In addition, they had betrayed the sect and fallen to the demonic path, making them even more legendary. The two of them were already at the nascent soul realm. Most of their fellow disciples were still in the golden core realm. When Mo Fucho learned that Mo Zhu was fine and had broken through to the nascent soul realm, he was stunned. He was only at the nascent soul realm because he fought desperately outside. Mo Zhu stayed in the Jade Pure sect and was in seclusion the whole time. Her cultivation level was actually not weaker than his. Mo Fucho doubted life. Ever since Zhou Fan had been defeated by the Black Hell Chicken, he had shut himself off. He hid in the inn and did not leave his house. He could only let Mo Fucho visit his old friends alone. A month later, Mo Fucho and Zhan Shishi came to visit Han Ju again. Zhou Fan did not come. In the cave abode, Mo Fucho thanked Han Ju. If he hadn't stopped Mo Zhu and she had gone out alone, she might have died. The Mo family had too many enemies. Is Zhou Fan alright? Han Ju asked. He sympathized with Zhou Fan, but he had no choice. Who asked this fellow to challenge him? Mo Fucho shook his head and said with a bitter smile, he's still hiding in the inn, but he's fine. He has suffered quite a few blows before, he can adjust his state of mind. Brother Han, what's your current cultivation level? The void amalgamation realm. Zhan Shishi sat at the side and smiled. Han Ju replied, about there. Mo Fuchu's smile became even more bitter. They were only in the nascent soul realm, but Han Ju was already. Mo Fucho wasn't a pretentious person. He immediately adjusted his state of mind and said, we met your disciple Yang Tiandong previously. He has completely transformed into a demon and has taken the great sage Green Python as his foster father. If not for him saving us earlier, we would have been eaten by the great sage. Han Ju frowned instantly. What the heck? Another foster father? Was this kid's surname Lu Wan in his previous life? Han Ju was really speechless. Previously, Demon King Dian Su had already stopped causing trouble and Yang Tiandong was still running around. If he wanted to run, so be it. In the end, he had to acknowledge another Demon King as his foster father. On the way back, we heard that Yang Tiandong and the Great Sage of Chaos colluded with the other Demon Kings to besiege Great Sage Green Python. They were completely slaughtered. Furious, he ordered the pursuit of Yang Tiandong. This matter caused quite a stir. Mo Fucho continued. When Han Ju heard that, he immediately checked the emails through his interpersonal relationships. Only he could see the screen of the system. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by demons X 10421. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons X 6982. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by a demon king. It was severely injured and fell into the 9 nether great swamp. Its fate is unknown. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. He encountered an ancient teleportation formation and escaped. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your good friend Shangguan Chujian was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple X4. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The luck of the demon taming sect is declining. The sect's spirit Qi is beginning to collapse. Han Ju was stunned. So many fights. From the looks of it, the great sage of chaos was the chaotic heavenly dog. He never expected that dog and his disciple to end up being beaten together. Zhan Shishi suddenly said, that great sage Green Python can enter the Tribulation Transcendence realm at any time. His cultivation level is unfathomable. I was almost injured when I saved the two of them. Even a 9th level body integration realm cultivator could not defeat great sage Green Python. Han Ju frowned even more. How did Yang Tiandong escape from the python's clutches? It seemed that the battle was very intense. Other mighty figures were holding Great Sage Green Python back. Was Huang Zuntian and Shangguan Chujian among them? Huang Zuntian, 9 Dragons Sect Master, first level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Shangguan Chujian, Sword Elder of the True Martial Sect, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm. Neither of them should be a match for Great Sage Green Python. 1. In the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bu had a few foster fathers. Chapter 102. 7th level of the Body Integration Realm, Tragic Situation. Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Such a great demon is definitely a disaster for us humans. I wonder if Yang Tiandong can escape. Sigh. Mo Fucho sighed. The thought of Great Sage Green Python's terrifyingness made him shiver. He didn't want to face him again. Look, it's very dangerous outside. Brother Mo, why don't you stay in the Jade Pure Sect in the future? Han Ju said meaningfully. Mo Fucho did not immediately refuse. Instead, he sighed. His Dao heart had indeed wavered. Although most of the Mo family's enemies had been eliminated and the remaining forces did not dare to cause trouble for them, he and Zhou Fan were both fiendish cultivators. It wasn't appropriate for them to stay in the Jade Pure Sect. Zhan Shishi stared at Han Ju and asked with a smile, does fellow Taoist Han have a Dao companion? Han Ju nodded and asked, why do you ask? He didn't mention the relationship between Zhan Shishi and Zhan Qingjun. He was still wary of Zhan Qingjun. What if she was up to something? Nothing. Zhan Shishi shook her head and smiled. She didn't intend to reveal her connection with Zhan Qingjun. Zhan Qingjun said that Han Ju didn't know her true identity. The two of them did not disturb him for long. After chatting for a while, they left. From the beginning to the end, Zhan Shishi didn't develop any favorability toward Han Ju. As soon as they left the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and fought with her. At the 6th level of the Body Integration Realm, Han Ju fought against Zhan Shishi, who was at the 9th level of the Body Integration Realm. Instant kill. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. After defeating such a weak Zhan Shishi, it seemed that Great Sage Green Python might not be that strong. If it were him, Zhan Shishi wouldn't have been able to save Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan from him. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Great Sage Green Python. He had never seen the python before, so he could only curse using the name, and the actual effectiveness was unknown. West Abyss, 9 Dragons Sect. Huang Zuntian returned to his palace. When the door closed, he let out a long sigh. I'm finally back. I can't go out anymore, and I can't save just anyone. Huang Zuntian smiled bitterly. Recalling what had happened, he couldn't help but tremble. A few years ago, a large sect invited all the sect masters in the world to discuss the Tao together and build a good relationship. Huang Zuntian and the True Martial Sect's Sword Elder, Shangguan Chujian, went. While the sect masters were discussing the Tao in the deep mountains, they happened to encounter Great Sage Green Python pursuing Yang Tiandong. Huang Zuntian knew Yang Tiandong. After all, he used to be the sect master of the Raincoat Sect. Therefore, he saved him. As a result, he incurred Great Sage Green Python's wrath. Even with all the sect masters working together, they were still no match for him. Great Sage Green Python was too powerful. If not for the fact that there was a powerful cultivator nearby, Great Sage Green Python might have killed all of them. Huang Zuntian couldn't help but think of Han Ju. Would that senior be able to defeat him? Immediately, Huang Zuntian started healing. Unfortunately, things never went as planned. Great Sage Green Python had defeated more than 10 demon kings and his prestige had soared. More and more demons joined his ranks. In his fury, he began to take revenge on the demon king who had attacked him. The demon king had been killed by him and his subordinates had to submit or die. In the short span of a few years, Great Sage Green Python's power had skyrocketed. He had begun to advance toward the human race. He used the excuse of chasing after Yang Tiandong to attack the human territory. Yang Tiandong was once half human half demon. Great Sage Green Python had claimed that Yang Tiandong had already transformed into a human. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a great sage of the demon race. For a time, the humans of the various provinces panicked. As tall as a small mountain, Great Sage Green Python sat halfway up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a huge pot was boiling with soup. One could vaguely see bones inside. Not far away, hundreds of mortals were sitting on the ground, trembling. There were demons everywhere. Many of them were gnawing on human bodies. The scene was extremely cruel and bloody. It was like purgatory. Great Sage Green Python frowned as he hissed. Strange. Recently, he had felt the power of a curse disrupting him. Even wearing a numinous treasure couldn't completely negate the effect. If not for his extraordinary foundation and the numinous treasure, he might have been seriously injured by the mysterious curse. It seemed like it was time to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. At this moment, an eagle demon flew over and said, "Your Majesty, Yang Tiandong has already fled into the Guyuan state. Do you still want to pursue him?" Great Sage Green Python's expression darkened and it harumphed. "Of course, even if he flees to the ends of the world, I'll still hunt him down. I'll slaughter any sect or city that dares to take him in. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart." Yes, the eagle demon quickly turned around and left. Thinking of Yang Tiandong made the Great Sage Green Python furious. He was already very tolerant of him, but this fellow actually dared to collude with other demon kings to attack him. Ridiculous. Absurd. Great Sage Green Python had made up his mind to pursue Yang Tiandong to the end. Along the way, he would slaughter as he pleased and feed on the humans. If any major sects in the cultivation world asked, he would use Yang Tiandong as an excuse. Great Sage Green Python was indeed furious, but he did not lose his mind. His true goal was to expand his influence. "I'll find a place to transcend the tribulation first. Once I reach the tribulation transcendence realm, that traitor can forget about living." Great Sage Green Python secretly decided. Inside the conate cave abode, bleeding from his 7 orifices, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune. He thought to himself, "I wonder how the Great Sage Green Python is now." Somehow, he felt that it was not going well, because Yang Tiandong was still being beaten and hunted. If Great Sage Green Python were to find him, he would definitely die. However, all that happened were demon attacks. What did that mean? This meant that Great Sage Green Python was likely in seclusion, attempting to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. Hanju immediately felt a strong sense of danger. After all, he had yet to fight a tribulation transcendence cultivator. When Yang Tiandong had nowhere else to go, he would definitely return to the Jade Pure sect. If Great Sage Green Python came along, he would have to face it. Hanju took a deep breath and didn't continue cursing the vermilion bird and Mo Yuling. Instead, he began to meditate and cultivate. A year later, Mo Fucho, Zhou Fan, and Zan Shishi left the Jade Pure sect. They left very suddenly. Li Qingzi didn't even have the chance to stop them. Another 6 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the 7th level of the body integration realm. The heaven and earth grass was also growing healthily. With the help of the fusang tree and the earth immortal gourd vine, the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was constantly increasing. The cultivation of the black hell chicken, Shuan Chang'an, and fairy Shizan also kept increasing, but not as fast as Hanju's. Hanju checked his emails. "Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by demons x 14021. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons x 12842. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by righteous cultivators x 199. Your good friend Chang Yue was attacked by righteous cultivators x 12. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons x 1073. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fellow disciple x 2174. Your disciple Su Qi was severely injured. His life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, the Devil Master saved him. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The demon-taming sect was slaughtered by the Devil Master and the entire sect perished. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 2681. Hanju read his emails and thought, how tragic. Chapter 103. Su Qi's Guess, The Growing Heaven and Earth Grass. The demon-taming sect was gone. Hanju sighed when he saw this news. Like Yang Tiandong, Su Qi also acknowledged a new foster father. The Devil Master had actually helped him slaughter the demon-taming sect. Perhaps the Devil Master was bloodthirsty, to begin with, but used Su Qi as an excuse. Hanju also noticed that Chang Yue and Taoist 9 Cauldrons were also attacked. It seemed that the overseas was not peaceful recently. Fortunately, I didn't go out. No matter how high my cultivation level is, I'll be easily beaten. Hanju thought silently. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Great Sage Green Python, Vermilion Bird, and Mo Yuling. He spent 7 days on each person, not showing any bias. North State. In the past, the demon-taming sect had been massacred by a mysterious fiendish cultivator. The entire sect had been annihilated. This matter shook the entire North State, causing many cultivators to panic. The demon-taming sect had been reduced to ruins. At this moment, a person was walking among the ruins. It was Su Qi. After the devil master had left, Su Qi had been cultivating in seclusion. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he had escaped the valley and returned to the demon-taming sect. However, after that, the disciples who had disliked him in the past began to target him again. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Su Qi killed them. The sect elders were furious and imprisoned him in the demon-taming sect's dungeons, torturing him daily. Several months ago, the dungeon shook violently. The disciples guarding the dungeon left one after another and never returned. During this time, Su Qi had been recuperating and conserving his strength. Today, he had broken through the restriction placed on him by the demon-taming sect and escaped. The moment he came out, Su Qi was shocked by the scene before him. Several months had passed and no one had cleaned up the remains of the demon-taming sect. All of the corpses were rotting. A stench and the smell of blood filled the air, making Su Qi want to vomit. What happened? They're all dead. Startled, Su Qi looked around in confusion. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Did Master attack? But why didn't Master save me from the dungeon? Wait. With the destruction of the demon-taming sect, wouldn't I be able to return? The return trip would also be a test. No wonder Master did not appear. After Su Qi thought it through, he was instantly enlightened. He continued to wander through the ruins of the sect, hoping to find any survivors. If there was, he would definitely end their lives. He truly hated the demon-taming sect. Ever since he had joined it, he had been targeted by all sorts of people even before causing any trouble. He had suffered a lot, but now, he was finally free. As he thought of this, the pungent stench made Su Qi feel as if he was on cloud 9. 5 minutes later, he met an old man. He was stooped and his robes were dirty. His face was also stained with blood. He knelt in front of the demon-taming sect's gate, his eyes lifeless. Upon seeing him, Su Qi immediately perked up. Someone from the demon-taming sect. Great. Su Qi placed his right hand on the back of his waist and demonic chi appeared in his palm. It was a horrifying sight. He walked toward the old man. The old man looked up at him, his dry lips slowly opening. You are a disciple of the demon-taming sect? Su Qi asked. You are. The old man sighed. I was once a disciple of the demon-taming sect. I was expelled by Master and finally managed to transcend the tribulation. I wanted to come back to take a look before my ascension. I didn't expect the entire sect to be destroyed. I searched for days and nights but still couldn't find Master's corpse. Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Su Qi was so frightened that he quickly dispersed the demonic chi in his palm. He nearly died. After Hanju learned that the entire demon-taming sect had been annihilated, Xinghongshuan returned less than 2 months later. The moment she returned, she went to find Hanju. This time, she didn't have any treasure to give him. It's chaotic outside. A demon named Great Sage Green Python has appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered humans. He's extremely cruel and seems to be hunting down his adopted son who betrayed him. Husband, will Great Sage Green Python come to our Great Yan? It's said that the head of the formless sect, enlightened old monster, died in the python's hands. The formless sect surrounded him but returned empty-handed. There were also many casualties. Xinghongshuan frowned as she spoke. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Great Sage Green Python again. Even the formless sect could do nothing about him. That was indeed savage. Hanju said calmly, see, if they attack the Jade Pure sect, I won't be able to defeat him. I will bring you away. Xinghongshuan was delighted. Was she already in his heart? By the way, on the way here I discovered a cave abode nearby. Whose is it? Xinghongshuan pretended to ask casually. Not changing his expression, Hanju said, it's Fairy Shizan's. I invited her over so that she can cultivate more easily. Does husband care about her? Yes. After all, she was my master. Just a master-disciple relationship. Why are you asking so many questions? You want to teach me how to do things? I wouldn't dare as long as you're happy, my husband. Xinghongshuan felt wronged, but she was also afraid that she would upset him. Hanju said solemnly, it's normal for a man to have multiple wives in this world. Look at the elders. Who doesn't have several Dao companions? I will have other Dao companions in the future, but if I have to decide who to marry first, I will choose you. Xinghongshuan was pleasantly surprised when she heard that. She hugged his arm and cheered. I knew that you wouldn't forget me. Hanju smiled and didn't reply. The cultivation world was good. In the modern world, this situation would end up in a slaughterhouse. Then, Xinghongshuan started to misbehave. Husband, I've thought about it. What are you thinking about? Aren't you going to cultivate? This is also a form of cultivation. Come, this time you have to be more invested. Be rougher with me. HMPH, wishful thinking. Sit down first. A month later, Xing Hongxuan left. Han Ju continued cultivating. After Xing Hongxuan's reminder, he was even more fearful of Great Sage Green Python. No, I've to break through to the 8th level of the body integration realm as soon as possible. At the same time, Great Sage Green Pythons might had already spread to the Great Yan. The various sects were all fearful. Previously, the formless sect was already an invincible behemoth in their eyes. They didn't expect that a great demon could defeat the formless sect alone. How could they not panic? Almost all the sects sent people to the Jade Pure sect to contact Li Qingzi, hoping to obtain their protection. If Great Sage Green Python really attacked, only the Jade Pure sect would be able to resist. When Li Qingzi received the news, he immediately sent core disciples to leave the Great Yan and head to other prefectures to inquire about Great Sage Green Python. 3 years passed. Han Ju discovered something ridiculous. Heaven and Earth grass seemed to be a girl. As its intelligence continued to increase, Han Ju suddenly heard its voice when he was cultivating. It was very weak, like a young girl. That was strange. Han Ju asked, "Why can you speak?" He had never taught Heaven and Earth grass any language. "My memory is recovering. I seem to have lived before," Heaven and Earth grass cautiously replied. Memory. Han Ju immediately became vigilant. Could this fellow be an immortal? He used his divine sense to sense its aura. It was not strong, and he could still easily crush it with one foot. "Are you my master?" Heaven and Earth grass asked. "No, I'm your father." Chapter 104 Second Master, Birth of a Demon Saint. Chapter 104, Second Master, Birth of a Demon Saint. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Father. "No, you're my master." Heaven and Earth grass was taken aback. It fell into deep thought. "In my memory, there was once a master. She left and I was eaten by demons. Before I died, I disintegrated and returned to the world. You're my second master. Will you abandon me too?" When Han Ju heard that, he immediately guessed that the first owner of Heaven and Earth grass was that immortal god. Why would an immortal god care about ordinary grass? Han Ju smiled and said, "No. From now on, I will bring you wherever I go." He could make a potted plant for the grass. "Master is so good to me," Heaven and Earth grass said gratefully. Heaven and Earth grass has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hearing its voice, Han Ju felt that the name Cho Sao didn't suit it anymore. Never mind, when it grows up, let it name itself. Han Ju chatted with Heaven and Earth grass for a while before continuing to cultivate. At the peak of the mountain, Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, and Zan Shishi stood at the edge of the cliff. Following their gaze, countless demons were crawling on the plains ahead. The largest was like a mountain. The scene was stunning. Zhou Fan frowned and asked, "Why are Great Sage Green Python's demon soldiers growing so quickly?" Mo Fucho felt his scalp go numb. After leaving the Great Yan, they would encounter Great Sage Green Python's demon soldiers no matter where they went. It was as if all the demons in the world had already submitted to him. Previously, the demons were suppressed by the humans. Now, even the demon kings don't dare to invade the humans. Don't think that only demons eat humans. In fact, the cultivators have killed even more demons. The appearance of Great Sage Green Python has given the demons hope. Naturally, they will seek refuge under him, Zan Shishi said calmly. She continued, "One can ascend after reaching the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Therefore, there are very few Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts in the world. As for Mahayana cultivators, there are even fewer." Zhou Fan asked curiously, "If one can ascend after transcending the tribulation, why are there still Mahayana cultivators around?" Mo Fucho also found it strange. It's already very difficult for most cultivators and demons to reach the void amalgamation realm. To reach the body integration realm, they have to rely on luck. To reach the tribulation transcendence realm, they need fortuitous encounters. It's almost impossible for them to advance after that. Therefore, most tribulation transcendence realm experts would choose to ascend directly. However, there are always some lucky people and elites in the world. Even if they reach the tribulation transcendence realm, they can still continue cultivating in the mortal world. I have a senior sister who is the current demon lord. She's already a Mahayana realm cultivator and is still improving. She has chosen not to ascend yet, Zan Shishi explained. She was very envious of her senior sister. Currently, it was very difficult for her cultivation level to improve. The tribulation transcendence realm looked like it was only a step away, but in fact, it was far beyond her reach. She sighed and said, if Great Sage Green Python were to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he would be considered the #1 demon king among the demons. As expected of the Great Sage. This fellow is full of ambition. The humans of the nearby 10 provinces and 9 dynasties will face a great calamity. Zhou Fan frowned. Then, let's go overseas. He didn't want to face Great Sage Green Python again. Back then, his domination physique couldn't withstand a lash from its tail. Yes, it's a good place to go. I don't think Great Sage Green Python would dare to cause trouble overseas. Zan Shishi nodded. Mo Fucho asked worriedly, will something happen to the Jade Pure sect? Zhou Fan helplessly said, regarding the matter of Great Sage Green Python, we have already told the sect master. We have already done our best. He also had feelings for the Jade Pure sect, but no amount of feelings could compare to his own life. The 3 of them continued to watch for a while before quickly leaving. Great Sage Green Python's demonic forces were like a huge hand covering the sky. The cultivators of the various prefectures were all fearful. 7 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Great Sage Green Python. It was still the same 7-day ritual. After cursing, Hanju looked at heaven and earth grass. The grass did not seem to have grown much taller, but it had already begun to produce spirit chi. Hanju was hesitating if he should teach it a cultivation technique. I should. Since it has the potential to be an immortal, it might become a powerful force in the future. Hanju pretended to touch heaven and earth grass, but in fact, he placed the 6 paths insignia into it. What if the grass betrayed him in the future? Besides, the immortal god that heaven and earth grass had encountered previously might have left behind some method. There were many cultivation techniques in Hanju's storage ring, including the Jade Pure sect's Jade Pure technique. In the end, he chose to impart the Pure Jade technique to it. Heaven and earth grass had already awakened its memories. It could speak in the human tongue and was considered a spirit. It wasn't difficult to learn the Pure Jade technique. This was the ultimate technique of the Jade Pure sect. After Taoist 9 cauldrons completed it, it could already be cultivated to the void amalgamation realm. Heaven and earth grass was very happy. The grass swayed and was extremely cheerful. After Hanju finished teaching, he checked his emails through his interpersonal relationships. The chaotic heavenly dog, Yang Tiandong, Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, and the others were still being attacked by the demons. Even Taoist Calm Sky, Huang Jihao, Huang Zuntian, and Shangguan Chujian were being attacked. Even though he only read the emails, Hanju could still feel the power of the demons. They were attacking the humans in the nearby states. Great Sage Green Python's prestige was greater than Hanju imagined. I wonder if that fellow has broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Hanju thought silently and then took out the Book of Misfortune. He started to curse with all his might. Above a vast lake, dark clouds and thunder could be seen. It was deafening, as if the end of the world had arrived. A green-scaled python a few thousand feet long crazily twisted within the endless lightning storm. It stirred up gusts of wind and waves that surged into the sky. Countless bolts of lightning struck the python but did not cause any damage. Not even a single scale fell. This was Great Sage Green Python. He was undergoing tribulation. The white lightning suddenly turned purple. Great Sage Green Python's pupils constricted as he cursed. Upgraded heavenly tribulation. Damn that curse power. This tribulation had already lasted for nearly a month. A few days ago, that strange and mysterious curse power attacked again, becoming more and more intense. Now, it actually caused his heavenly tribulation to become stronger, making him extremely angry. Damn rat, who was it? Great Sage Green Python hated that person to the core. He had actually cursed him behind his back. How wretched. Despite his anger, Great Sage Green Python continued his tribulation. A golden wooden staff flew out and hovered above Great Sage Green Python's head. It absorbed a myriad of lightning bolts and helped the python transcend the tribulation. Great Sage Green Python let out a long sigh and muttered, I still had to use this treasure, after all. Taking advantage of the golden staff enduring the heavenly tribulation, Great Sage Green Python transformed into his human form and began deducing the power of the curse. However, no matter how the python calculated, he couldn't find the other party. Great Sage Green Python was even more furious. He swore that if he discovered the other party, he would tear him to shreds. Time passed. A month went by. Great Sage Green Python had successfully transcended his tribulation and officially stepped into the Tribulation Transcendence realm. A terrifying demonic aura filled the world, shaking the mountains, the land, and the vast lakes. From now on, I'm a true demon saint. Great Sage Green Python laughed impudently. A demonic aura surrounded him as if dozens of black dragons were coiling around him. It was extremely domineering. His snake eyes were cold as he looked into the distance and muttered, "Unfilial son, this saint will definitely kill you. This saint will let you taste the most painful torture in this world. This saint will make sure you never reincarnate again." He was naturally referring to his adopted son, Yang Tiandong. Chapter 105. 8th Level of the Body Integration Realm, Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. 6 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 8th level of the body integration realm. He opened his eyes and exhaled. The Tribulation Transcendence realm still required several decades, but it was close now. After the Tribulation Transcendence realm was the Mahayana realm. Hanju didn't know if the Grand Unity realm was above that. He had always treated the Vermilion Bird as his imaginary enemy, so he felt that the body integration realm wasn't strong enough. There was still a long way to go. Hanju habitually checked his emails. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons X8499. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by demons X14923. Your grand disciple Marong Chi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X233. Your good friend Taoist Calm Sky was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a righteous cultivator X74. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a righteous cultivator and was severely injured. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun gained enlightenment in the Tao discussion and her cultivation improved greatly. So many demons. So many demon kings. Hanju frowned. How chaotic was the outside world. He walked out of the cave abode and came to the fusang tree to stretch his muscles. Shuan Chang'an stood up and bowed. The black hell chicken was still sleeping on the fusang tree. Hanju sized up the tree. It was very healthy, and the earth immortal gourd vine on the tree was also not bad. It would take a long time for it to give birth to a gourd child. Master, Marong Chi hasn't been back for some time. I want to go find him. Is that okay? Shuan Chang'an asked softly. Hanju said calmly, don't go. Be careful not to be eaten by the demons. He's fine, he has extraordinary luck and will be able to survive. As his cultivation level increased, Shuan Chang'an's physical body also began to emit spirit chi like a heavenly treasure. Previously, Shuan Chang'an had been frightened, but as time passed, he finally got used to it. It was all thanks to the heartless flying sword that this guy did not go to seduce Kyaner. Recently, the cultivation world has not been very peaceful. I heard the discussions among the disciples. They're all talking about Great Sage Green Python. This demon might very well become a calamity to this world. Although he has not affected the Great Yan yet, it might happen in the future. I'm worried that something will happen to my Kier. Shuan Chang'an frowned. Your Kier? Hanju got goosebumps after hearing that. Their master-disciple relationship was really deep. Hanju said, you're very attractive to demons. Be careful that you are caught before you can find Marong Chi. When the time comes, you'll need your disciple to save you. Anyway, it's impossible for me to save you. How many times have I told you all not to run around and cultivate in peace? You guys just don't listen. Shuan Chang'an felt that it made sense and could only give up. The black hell chicken had awoken at some point. It asked, Master, the chaotic heavenly dog has yet to return. Did it die outside? Hanju replied, not dead, but sometimes, being alive is worse than death. He gets beaten up every day. Master can predict that, of course. Thankfully, I didn't go out. Master really didn't lie to me. If that great sage green python were to attack, we could just run away. The black hell chicken sighed. It was unknown if it was afraid or worried about the chaotic heavenly dog. It had been waiting for the chaotic heavenly dog to return. If it died outside, it would definitely be sad. After all, it had hatched the egg. Hanju said, we'll see. If we can't win, we can only run. He was already at the 8th level of the body integration realm. Even if Great Sage Green Python successfully broke through, he shouldn't be able to defeat him, right? The difference between the Tribulation Transcendence realm and the 9th level of the body integration realm was not so great. After chatting for an hour, Hanju returned to the cave abode and continued cultivating. A month later, Li Qingzi came to visit. Hanju raised his eyebrows and said, could it be that Great Sage Green Python is already here? Li Qingzi was definitely not carrying good news. The Guyuan state is about to fall. Great Sage Green Python has tens of millions of demonic soldiers. There are countless demon kings under him. Even the West Abyss state and the Great Way are being attacked by the demon army. I'm afraid it won't be long before it's our Jade Pure Sect's turn, Li Qingzi said worriedly. Elder Han, it's said that Great Sage Green Python has already broken through to the legendary Tribulation Transcendence realm. It has more than 100 body integration and void amalgamation realm demon kings under him. Li Qingzi was too embarrassed to continue. He wasn't confident that Hanju could face so many demon kings alone. Hanju was shocked. So many? Why isn't the cultivation world working together? According to my previous understanding, there are no Tribulation Transcendence realm cultivators in the 10 provinces and 9 dynasties near the Great Yan. The strongest is only at the body integration realm. 2 years ago, a mysterious Tribulation Transcendence realm cultivator appeared at the border of the Guyuan state. He wanted to stop Great Sage Green Python but was nearly beaten to death by him. Now, all the provinces are fearful and many sects were forced to move. Do you think we should move? Li Qingzi asked carefully. If even Hanju was not confident, it was better to run as soon as possible. Facing the menacing Great Sage Green Python, Sect Master Li Qingzi is fearful and wants to relocate the sect. You have the following choices. 1. Agree and escape with the Jade Pure sect. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Reject and stay behind to wait for Great Sage Green Python. You can obtain a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. He frowned. Move where? Overseas, we'll seek refuge with the ancestor. He's getting beaten up constantly, and you still want to join him. Oh, how did Elder Han know? I can deduce it. Besides, can we avoid Great Sage Green Python's army along the way? No, the states and dynasties around the Great Yan are under attack by demons. Wherever we go, we will encounter demons. Tell all the disciples to come back. Hanju shook his head. Since he would encounter demons if he fled, he might as well stay and fight. If all the disciples gathered in the sect, Hanju wouldn't have to go around saving people. He just had to wait here. At that time, he would be the first to kill the attacking Great Sage Green Python. The remaining demon kings would naturally be scared out of their wits. Hanju thought about whether he should go out to find Great Sage Green Python, but on second thought, where could he go to find it? He would regret it if his home was destroyed while he was out. Hanju didn't care if the other sects in the cultivation world were destroyed. The only one he could not bear to part with was the Jade Pure sect. So what if the world outside was devastated if the Jade Pure sect was intact? Hanju didn't want to be a savior. That would only give rise to endless trouble in the future. Moreover, it was impossible for Great Sage Green Python to slaughter the entire human race. Hanju had encountered more than one Mahayana realm cultivator already. You rejected the sect master and chose to stay. You obtained a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone contains the power of the Heavenly Tao. If fused with a Dharma treasure, it will be elevated by a grade. Not bad. Hanju was attracted by the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Li Qingzi nodded. I'll give the order now. With that, he stood up and left. After he left the cave abode, Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. This Spirit Stone was purple in color and looked like a brick. Hanju's divine sense entered it and was immediately repelled by a powerful force. Power of the Heavenly Tao. Hanju fell into deep thought. Which treasure should he fuse it with? He had to choose the highest grade Dharma treasure. Otherwise, it would be a loss. Primordial Judgment Sword, or the Book of Misfortune. Chapter 106, Crossing the Grand Unity Realm, taking another 3 steps. After hesitating for a long time, Hanju decided to infuse the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone into the Primordial Judgment Sword. Great Sage Green Python could attack at any moment. He had to increase his attack power and kill him instantly. If not for Great Sage Green Python, Hanju might have kept the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. However, being cautious, he decided to use it immediately. Despite his curses, Great Sage Green Python had still successfully broken through. Furthermore, he had been stirring up trouble everywhere as if nothing had happened. This meant that Great Sage Green Python was very powerful. Hanju didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out the Primordial Judgment Sword and placed the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone on the blade. 6-path spirit energy poured into the two, attempting to fuse them together. The Primordial Judgment Sword was his birth Dharma treasure. He had tried before, but it couldn't unleash a power that far exceeded his cultivation realm. This was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that it was just like Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in the legends of the primordial world wielding the chaotic bell and slaughtering all in his path. But on second thought, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's cultivation level was already top-notch in the world when he was born. That made sense. If mortals' Dharma treasures could unleash the power of an immortal, wouldn't they be drained dry? Primordial Judgment Sword cannot be upgraded by the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Please select another Dharma treasure. Hanju frowned. This was ridiculous. It seemed that the novels were right. Primordial chaos was superior to the Heavenly Tao. Hanju thought for a moment. Why not keep it first? He felt that it was a waste to use it on the Book of Misfortune. Could it curse Great Sage Green Python to death just by raising its grade? After breaking through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm, there might be even stronger Dharma treasures. If he wanted to kill the Great Sage Green Python, he had to think of another way. Another epiphany of the Sword Tao. It was unknown if that person was still waiting in the Sword Tao River. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Great Sage Green Python. He would try to delay the battle as much as possible. Several days later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and wiped the blood off his 7 orifices, smiling in satisfaction. After spending a few more days healing his injuries, Hanju began to comprehend the Sword Tao. He had comprehended the 3 pure world cleansing last time. He wanted to see if he could make it even stronger this time. At the border of the Great Yan, Yang Tiandong stopped under a huge tree and hurriedly sat down. He circulated his energy to heal his injuries. He was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Ever since he cooperated with the chaotic Heavenly Dog but failed to kill Great Sage Green Python, he was constantly on the run. All these years, he had been hiding everywhere. It was a fate worse than death. Vile traitor, keep running. No matter where you run, I will catch you. At that time, I will pull out your tendons and skin you so that you can experience despair. Great Sage Green Python's sinister and murderous laughter rang in his ears. Yang Tiandong wasn't startled. This was not the first time he had heard this. Clearly, Great Sage Green Python had used some sort of secret technique. It could only send voice transmissions and could not directly attack him. Otherwise, Yang Tiandong would have long been captured. Damn it, Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth. He was truly afraid now. After all these years on the run, he was severely injured. No matter where he fled, it was useless. He had also implicated many cultivation sects and demon kings. He finally returned to the Great Yan. He was very hesitant, unsure if he should return to the Jade Pure sect. Great Sage Green Python was too powerful, so powerful that he felt that no one could defeat him. But if he didn't return to the Jade Pure sect, he would really have nowhere to go. Should I find Demon King Dian Su first? However, Great Sage Green Python had many powerful demon kings comparable to Dian Su. Even Dian Su was no match for them. Yang Tiandong felt conflicted as he healed. An hour later, he moved again. Not long after he left, dozens of birds flew over and continued chasing after him. A phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Purple light covered the sky, and even the ground turned purple. When everyone was shocked, Hanju's consciousness had already entered the Sword Tao River. At this moment, he was silently facing a figure. You again, the figure said angrily. Hanju was even more speechless. Was there something wrong with this fellow? Why was he here all the time? He suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Senior, I've encountered a mortal enemy. Can you let me take another step? Just one step. The figure retorted unhappily, you've already comprehended the grand unity mystical power and sword intent. Who can't you defeat in the mortal world? It's impossible to lose unless there's a huge gap between your cultivation realm and his. Hanju sighed and said, I wanted to visit you after I ascended. Thank you for your reminder. I might die on the path of cultivation now. What a pity. The figure was silent. After a while, the figure slowly said, then walk forward. With that, he moved aside, and Hanju's consciousness followed. Moving forward, Hanju suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, and he almost couldn't breathe. It seemed that this senior was not lying to him. Mortals could not comprehend powers beyond grand unity. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Hanju started to feel dizzy. He hurriedly shouted, Senior, save me. As he said that, a hand reached out from behind, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him back. Immediately after, he felt the world spin as his consciousness fell out of the river. Junior, if this happens again, I won't save you. The figure snorted coldly. Hanju's consciousness returned to his body and he quickly circulated his energy to stabilize his essence soul. A line of words appeared in front of him. Your Sword Tao mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing has been enhanced. After a while, Hanju's mental state recovered. He immediately started the simulation trial and fought with Zan Shishi. He had previously simulated a trial with Zan Shishi and the system had kept a copy of her data. A breath later, Hanju opened his eyes. He exhaled. Although it was also an instant kill, he could sense that 3 pure world cleansing had become stronger. With just 3 more steps, 3 pure world cleansing could produce 1,000,000 sword shadows now. They were all famous swords from the long river of the sword Tao. The 1,000,000 sword shadows focused on Zan Shishi and destroyed her along with her soul. However, this move consumed a lot of spirit energy and could not be used easily. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. He had more confidence in killing Great Sage Green Python instantly. Heaven and earth grass shivered. After seeing him smile, it couldn't help but say, "Master, your aura earlier was so terrifying it reminded me of my previous master." Hanju raised his eyebrows. Did that mean that he was already comparable to an immortal god? He was only praising himself a little. How could he compare to the immortal god? Heaven and earth grass was too weak now. It couldn't determine how powerful its previous master was. What previous master? You only have me now. Hanju snorted. Ah yes. Hanju ignored heaven and earth grass and left. The phenomenon in the sky began to fade. Xuan Chang'an saw Hanju come out and sighed. Master, it's not the first time such a natural phenomenon appeared. I wonder what kind of monstrous talent has appeared this time. He couldn't sense anything happening in the Conate cave abode, so he didn't think about Hanju. Hanju smiled and cursed in his heart, "You're the monster." He did not reply. Instead, he looked into the distance. Following his gaze, dozens of kilometers away, he saw a peculiar man meditating and recuperating. It was Yang Tiandong. As Yang Tiandong circulated his energy, he looked up at the sky and muttered, "Another genius has appeared. Sigh, how good would it be if he could help me kill Great Sage Green Python?" As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded, "You're already at the doorstep and you're still not coming back. Could it be that you really want to be the Great Sage Green Python's son?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tiandong wanted to cry. His eyes turned red. Master still cares about me. He suddenly felt that he was not fit to be human. He had let Hanju down. Hanju had told him not to go out in the past, but he didn't listen. Now, he was being chased by the Great Sage Green Python and had nowhere to go, so he came back to seek refuge. Moss Master, don't cry. Go to the foot of the mountain and kowtow for 5 years. Recite, "I was wrong," 1,000 times a day. Chapter 107, Great Sage's Attack. Yang Tiandong arrived at the foot of the immortal mountain. He knelt down in front of the stone tablet and started to kowtow. "Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong." He repeated it over and over, his forehead touching the dirt. On the mountain, the black hell chicken jumped down from the fusang tree and asked excitedly, "The half-demon is back." Half-demon? Xuan Chang'an was immediately interested. Could it be the legendary eldest senior brother? Hanju turned around and walked back to the Conate cave abode. The black hell chicken and Xuan Chang'an went down the mountain. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju immediately began inspecting the demons in the Jade Pure sect. He didn't discover the Great Sage Green Python, but he detected its demonic soldiers. There were a few demonic birds. He didn't capture them. Instead, he let them spread the news and waited for Great Sage Green Python to arrive. In the following period of time, the disciples returned to the sect one after another. Mirongchi also returned. He came to the fusang tree and began to cultivate with Xuan Chang'an, not going out anymore. Yang Tiandong was very surprised by Xuan Chang'an and Mirongchi's cultivation. Master's grand disciple is about to break through to the nascent soul realm. Also, there was that black hell chicken. It was already at the void amalgamation realm. Yang Tiandong couldn't help but mourn for the chaotic heavenly dog. The dog had just broken through to the soul formation realm a few years ago and still wanted to teach the black hell chicken a lesson. It seemed like there was no chance. Hanju listened to their conversation in the cave abode and was speechless when he learned that the chaotic heavenly dog was only at the soul formation realm. How dare you guys? A nascent soul cultivator and a soul formation cultivator dared to plot against Great Sage Green Python. No wonder the python was so angry. It was a great insult that such ants were trying to turn on it. Fortunately, they had encountered Huang Zuntian and the others. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Several months later, Li Qingzi came to visit. When he saw Yang Tiandong still kowtowing at the foot of the mountain, his expression turned strange. After entering the cave abode, he quickly stopped in front of Hanju and said anxiously, "Elder Han, things are not good. Great Sage Green Python has already led the demon army into the Great Yan. According to the findings of our demon pets, their target is likely us." It turns out that the half-demon that Great Sage Green Python is chasing is your disciple. He was the one who had recommended Yang Tiandong to Hanju. Yang Tiandong had even helped the Jade Pure sect build a good relationship with Demon King Dian Su. He had done a great deed, so he couldn't let Hanju expel him from the sect. So be it, let them come. Are the disciples back? Where's the secret hall? Hanju asked indifferently. He was still a little nervous. If he couldn't kill the Great Sage Green Python in an instant, would the latter escape? That would result in endless trouble. They're all back. The secret hall has been sealed. I've already sent people to destroy the other teleportation entrances. From now on, we can only enter from the sect, Li Qingzi replied. Hanju nodded. Li Qingzi was very efficient. Li Qingzi asked cautiously, what's next? This time, it was different from the past. Great Sage Green Python had already taken down the cultivation world of several states. He was truly fuming. This was a demon disaster that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Could Hanju alone stop it? Yes, Hanju replied. When Li Qingzi saw this, he could only suppress the panic and uneasiness in his heart and leave. After he left, Hanju took a deep breath. The heaven and earth grass was already in a white jade bottle, ready to escape at any time. Although Hanju was confident, he habitually thought of the worst possibility. If he couldn't win, he could only run. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse the Great Sage Green Python. This time, he didn't curse with all his might, in case he needed to fight at any time. He just had to mess with the other party's mind. Northern Great Yan, in a world of ice and snow. Countless demons gathered in the snow. A burly and domineering figure stood on the snow, holding a golden wooden staff. This was Great Sage Green Python. Wearing snake scale heavy armor, Great Sage Green Python looked down at Demon King Dian Su. He smiled sinisterly. Do you submit? In human form, Demon King Dian Su was in an extremely sorry state. He was covered in blood and his head was stepped on by Great Sage Green Python. He couldn't move. He wasn't the only one. His subordinates were also subdued by the other demons. They were trampled on the snow and looked at him in horror and despair. The demons all knew that if Demon King Dian Su did not surrender, they would be killed along with him. He's too powerful. Recalling the scene earlier, the demons couldn't help but tremble. In their hearts, Demon King Dian Su was an invincible existence. However, he couldn't even fight back against Great Sage Green Python. Damn it, Demon King Dian Su gritted his teeth, feeling extremely sullen. At this moment, Great Sage Green Python suddenly frowned, his temper rising. Damn it, I'm getting cursed again. Great Sage Green Python shouted in anger. Curse. When Demon King Dian Su heard this, he couldn't help but recall his own experience. Looks like this fellow has been targeted by an immortal. Fine, then, he had to lower his head first. After all, this guy would not live for long. Demon King Dian Su said grimly, I'm willing to submit. Great Sage Green Python snorted and shifted his right foot away. At the same time, he gestured for his subordinates to release the subordinates. Do you know Yang Tiandong? Great Sage Green Python asked. With a wave of his right hand, snow gathered and formed a mirror. Yang Tiandong's face was reflected in it. The Dian Su Demon King had just gotten up. He stared and couldn't help but ask in surprise, isn't this my adopted son? Did he offend you? Adopted son? Great Sage Green Python's eyes turned cold. Boom. The Great Sage Green Python's staff slammed into Demon King Dian Su's head. Blood splattered all over the ground, scaring all the demons. Dian Su's essence soul floated out of his body and cried out in fear, Great Sage Green Python. What are you doing? I'm willing to submit. I didn't order Yang Tiandong to offend you. Great Sage Green Python harumphed. He also acknowledged me as his foster father and even organized a rebellion against me. Dian Su was stunned. Rebellion. Gasp. I'll not destroy your essence soul, but you'll have nothing to do with Yang Tiandong from now on. Once I capture him, if you speak up for him, I'll make sure that you can't be reborn. Great Sage Green Python spoke with a sinister expression. The fury in his heart burned once again. Bastard. He even acknowledged another demon king as his foster father. Great Sage Green Python felt humiliated. This was simply unbearable. At the foot of Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain, before the stone tablet, Yang Tiandong was still kowtowing. Boom! The sound of thunder jolted him awake. He looked up and saw rolling dark clouds. These dark clouds were caused by a demonic aura. Thinking of something, his expression turned fearful. He then looked at the horizon. The demonic aura at the end of the world engulfed the mountains and rivers. It was as if an abyss had struck. It was horrifying. Great Sage Green Python had arrived. Yang Tiandong was not the only one frightened. Everyone from the Jade Pure sect was so frightened that they walked out of their cave abodes and pavilions. Elders, bring the disciples of the various peaks to their respective sect protection arrays. Activate the array formation immediately. Guan Yugong's voice resounded throughout the sect. Everyone could hear the seriousness in his voice. The disciples flew in all directions, their discussions were endless. Great Sage Green Python is here. Oh no, can we get through it? I heard that the other states have fallen. Damn it, why didn't the sect master bring us along to escape? We're completely trapped. Escape, where do you want to go? The dynasties and states around the Great Yan have already been ravaged by demons. It's useless no matter how you try to escape. We might as well gather together and at least try to resist. The news of the Great Sage Green Python had already spread a few years ago. The disciples were extremely afraid, but thankfully, there were many people, so they did not panic. Unfilial son, I thought you'd run away, but you've come to such a small sect. Today, I'll eat all of them. Let's see where you can run. A cold laugh echoed through the area as Yang Tiandong's face turned deathly pale. Chapter 108. Slaying the Demon Saint. Upon hearing Great Sage Green Python's words, everyone in the Jade Pure sect, from the sect master to the outer sect disciples, were all shocked. The demon wanted to eat all of them. Inside the Conate cave abode, Hanju also heard what Great Sage Green Python said. He raised an eyebrow. So arrogant, he did not seem to be affected by the Book of Misfortune. Is he so strong? Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to search for the demon. However, there was no Great Sage Green Python within 100 miles. He had yet to arrive and was already posturing. Helpless, Hanju immediately shifted Yang Tiandong into the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain to prevent him from being captured by the demon and used as a hostage. Of course, if that was the case, Hanju would not be merciful. In any case, he had already imprinted the 6 paths insignia on Yang Tiandong. It was fine even if he died. They could continue their relationship as master and disciple in the next life. Hanju slowly stood up. The numinous treasures on his body shone faintly. Heaven and earth grass shivered and said, Master, where are you going? Don't leave me behind. Without looking back, Hanju said, I'll be back soon. He walked out of the cave abode. The Black Hell Chicken, Xuan Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and Merongqi waited anxiously under the fuzang tree. Great Sage Green Python's terrifying demonic aura had already enveloped the sect. Not only his demonic aura, but the demonic auras of other demons could also be felt. The demonic aura gathered together and surged like a wave from all directions, threatening to drown the Jade Pure sect. Xiao Yao, Guan Yugong, Lu Bumi, Li Qingzi, Fairy Shizan, and the others floated high in the sky. From their point of view, the world was filled with black clouds formed by demonic aura, oppressive and terrifying. Cold sweat broke out on the elders' foreheads. Just how powerful is this Great Sage Green Python? Who is he referring to? I can't take it. Where's deity slaying elder? Elder Xiao, Elder Lu, can you defeat this great demon? How many demons are there in Great Sage Green Python's army? Has the sect protection formation been activated? While the elders were alarmed, the disciples were even more terrified. Xing Hongshuan walked out of the cave abode and came to Hanju's side. She asked nervously, Husband, what are you going to do? She often heard Hanju say that if he met an enemy he couldn't defeat, he would run away. Xing Hongshuan didn't dislike him running away. She was afraid that Hanju would leave her behind and run away alone. Hanju looked into the distance and said softly, Let's wait a while more. Seeing that he was so calm, Xing Hongshuan, the Black Hell Chicken, Xuan Chang'an, and Merongqi felt relieved. Yang Tiandong looked at Hanju in disbelief. Is Master so powerful that he doesn't fear the Great Sage Green Python? He understood Hanju. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he wouldn't be so calm. Little did they know that Hanju was frantically using the simulation trial to search for the strongest person in the sect. Why isn't he here yet? Hanju felt like he was playing an online game. He kept refreshing to try and spawn the boss. After a while, Great Sage Green Python, first level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. A newly advanced demon saint. Hanju immediately started the simulation trial. 2 breaths later, he frowned and closed his eyes again. A breath later, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Fortunately, he had improved his 3 pure world cleansing, or else he wouldn't have been able to break through the golden wooden staff's defense. Hanju opened his right hand and maintained the posture of holding the sword. The reason why he didn't take out the primordial judgment sword was that he wanted to catch the demon saint off guard. He walked to the edge of the cliff and gazed into the horizon. Great Sage Green Python was flying towards the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. It was not because he had guessed that there would be a formidable opponent on the mountain, but because he was coming for Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong could clearly sense Great Sage Green Python's killing intent. His head was covered in a cold sweat and his entire body was trembling in fear. Han Ju didn't care about him and continued to look at the sky. In next to no time, the figure of the Great Sage Green Python appeared. The 300-meter-tall figure walked over while standing on a black cloud of demonic chi, carrying a golden wooden staff on his shoulder. He seemed as if he was from the primeval times, and his entire body emanated an overbearing and terrifying aura. Behind him were countless demons in the churning demon clouds, each more ferocious than the last. They looked at the Jade Pure sect as if they were looking at a buffet. The scent of a cultivator is so fragrant. Don't snatch my food today. I'm starving. All you know is to eat. Humans are not just edible, especially their women. There are too few people. There's not enough for us to share. Listen to the demon saint's orders. We can't act without orders. Great Sage Green Python had already noticed Yang Tiandong. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Not running this time. The Great Sage Green Python's laughter sounded again, causing everyone in the sect to tense up. Yang Tiandong didn't dare to look at him and could only turn to look at Han Ju. Han Ju's expression was calm. He was considering when to attack. He wanted to catch the Great Sage Green Python off guard. Great Sage Green Python noticed Han Ju. His cultivation level was too low. He then glanced at the Black Hell Chicken. This chicken's cultivation level was not bad. He could tame it. Immediately after, his gaze landed on the fusang tree. Huh, this tree. As if thinking of something, Great Sage Green Python's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why is this divine tree here? Great Sage Green Python was shocked. Immediately, a strong desire arose in his heart. He wanted this tree. His spiritual sense had already swept across the Jade Pure sect. The strongest was only at the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation realm. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Great Sage Green Python noticed the Jade Pure sect cultivators and laughed. I'll let you experience my power. He leapt up as a violent pressure descended from the sky. The 18 peaks, the main peak, and the nearby mountains shook. Great Sage Green Python swooped down, aiming for the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Everyone in the sect was extremely nervous. They all knew who was hiding in the immortal mountain. If even that person could not stop the demon, they could only wait for death. Li Qingzi's hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Fairy Shizan frowned and her body trembled slightly. All the elders were extremely nervous. This was not the first time they had relied on deity-slaying elder, but this time, the situation was different. The nearby states had already fallen. Such a calamity was unprecedented, at least not in the history they knew. Time passed very slowly. It was as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. Everyone stared at Great Sage Green Python, unable to hear anything else. The world fell silent. Under their gazes, countless sword shadows suddenly shot out from the immortal mountain. They were densely packed, like a school of carps crossing the river. They soared into the sky, unstoppable. With a deafening boom, the black sword beam illuminated the world. Great Sage Green Python was drowned by the sword shadows. 3 pure world cleansing. Han Ju made his move. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he maintained the posture of brandishing the primordial judgment sword. The sword pointed to the sky, the golden cicada's mystic divine robe fluttered, and the Earth Emperor's soul ward swayed wildly in the wind. The Black Hell Chicken, Xuan Chang'an, Marong Qi, Yang Tiandong, and Xing Hongshuan all widened their eyes and looked at Han Ju's back in shock. From behind, Han Ju looked like an immortal. He was so majestic and awe-inspiring. I was going to do this, Han Ju said softly in response to the previous question. His eyes were calm and his face was expressionless. Xing Hongshuan heard the answer she didn't get before. Although Han Ju's words were light, they were filled with power and struck her heart hard. These words were etched in her mind. Chapter 109. Living Immortal, Strongest in the World. Boom. The moment 3 pure world cleansing was used, hundreds of thousands of sword shadows soared into the sky and crushed the descending Great Sage Green Python. That's right, a complete slaughter. Even his soul and body were destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. The sword shadow stirred up a violent wind that swept in all directions. It was like an immortal waving his hand, stirring up waves in the mortal world. Hanju held the primordial judgment sword in his right hand. With a twist of the blade, an even more powerful sword aura shot up into the sky. Sword chi formed a sea, blotting out the sky. Everyone and the demons widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Dumbfounded. Disbelief. Sword shadows condensed in the sea of sword chi. These swords were all different in appearance. Some were like gentlemen with a refined temperament, some were like kings looking down on the world, and some were like saints. The blades were all wide and majestic. In the blink of an eye, the number of sword shadows increased to 1,000,000 and was still growing rapidly. Everyone and the demons felt their vision blur. They focused and looked again. The sky was filled with sword shadows. They were so dense that they could not be counted. Xiao Yao, Lu Bumi, and the other elders were also shocked. Especially in the case of Xiao Yao, although he was blind, he could sense everything. His body trembled as he muttered, such a mystical power. He couldn't help but recall the scene 5,000 years ago when the spiritual firmament sect was slaughtered by the power of immortals. The demonic aura of Great Sage Green Python, Taoist Jingshu shivered as she muttered. Gone. The demonic aura of the demon saint vanished. Before anyone could react, Great Sage Green Python died. The elders thought that Hanju might win, but they didn't expect him to win so overwhelmingly. The scene in front of them told them that Great Sage Green Python had been killed by Hanju in one strike. How great was the difference in strength? How powerful was the deity-slaying elder? At the same time, the million sword shadows of the three pure world cleansing shot in different directions. The sea of sword chi condensed into sword shadows and continued to shoot. The demons watching from afar finally reacted. Boom. All of them turned to flee in fright. The demon saint is dead. Our demon saint has died. Run. How is that possible? Who is hiding in the Jade Pure sect? How could Great Sage Green Python die so quickly? Ridiculous. How could the speed of the demons be faster than Hanju's sword shadows? Almost instantly, blood burst out from the sky in all directions. It was like fireworks blossoming spectacularly. Today, all cultivators of the Jade Pure sect would never forget this scene. Because on this day, they personally witnessed the power of an immortal. He had single-handedly suppressed countless demon soldiers and demon kings. A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. You have killed a tribulation transcendence realm existence for the first time, obtained a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Another heavenly Tao spirit stone. Hanju raised his eyebrows as he pulled with his left hand. A golden wooden staff flew towards him. It was the Great Sage Green Python's treasure. There was only this treasure left over from the body of the Great Sage Green Python. Three pure world cleansing was actually unable to completely destroy this treasure, which showed how powerful it was. At the moment, the golden wooden staff was cracked and filled with smoke. Hanju subconsciously extended his divine sense into the staff. The next second, his eyes widened and he hurriedly retracted his divine sense. His expression grew grave. Inside the golden wooden staff hid a wisp of a soul. It was a demonic-looking man curled up in the staff's dimensional space. What's this? Hanju was surprised. He immediately threw the golden wooden staff into the little universe belt. That remnant soul was not strong enough to hurt Hanju, but he was afraid of waking it up. What if this fellow had a powerful background? Hanju looked at the surroundings again. The demons were utterly defeated. In just a few seconds, three pure world cleansing had killed hundreds of thousands of demons. Hanju turned around and saw Xing Hongshuan, the black hell chicken, and the others still in a daze. Yang Tiandong was especially stunned. He knew exactly how powerful Great Sage Green Python was. The invincible existence in his heart was Great Sage Green Python. The demon saint who had brought endless despair and fear to him had been insta-killed by his master. Thousands of emotions gathered in Yang Tiandong's heart, finally turning into endless guilt. So the strongest person had always been by his side, and yet he had always pursued authority and power elsewhere. Yang Tiandong smiled bitterly and didn't even dare to look at Hanju. Hanju walked towards the cave abode. Master is too strong, he's unparalleled in the world. The black hell chicken was extremely excited. This was not the first time that a seemingly invincible expert was insta-killed by Hanju before he reached the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. I knew it. Master was right. Cultivating in seclusion is the proper thing to do. Only by spending time on cultivation could they surpass their enemies. Xing Hongshuan's eyes lit up as she looked at Hanju. He was indeed the man she liked from the start. No one was prouder than her. When she took a fancy to Hanju, he was still immortal. She was the first person to think that he was different. Of course, her interest started from his looks. Xuan Chang'an and Marong Qi also worshipped Hanju. Especially Marong Qi, who was still somewhat unfamiliar with this Grand Master. He had always been curious about Hanju's cultivation level. Today, he saw it. As Hanju walked past Yang Tiandong, he said, "Hurry up and kneel at the foot of the mountain. From now on, if you dare to run out without my permission, I will cut off all ties with you. I won't interfere even if you face death." Yang Tiandong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He turned around and knelt down to Hanju. He kowtowed 3 times before going down the mountain. One demon after another flew past the mountains. One of them was surprisingly Demon King Dian Su. Although only his essence soul remained, Demon King Dian Su still had some means. As he fled, he killed those demons with weaker cultivation levels. He was taking revenge on Great Sage Green Python. So that immortal was hiding in the Jade Pure sect. No wonder the curse vanished after I went there. It seems that the curse that Great Sage Green Python felt was a warning from that immortal. Unfortunately, that fellow insisted on wreaking havoc and died, Demon King Dian Su thought to himself. He swore that he would never offend the Jade Pure sect or kill anyone in the Great Yan. If he had the chance, he would pay a visit to the Jade Pure sect. He could even offer to be that immortal's mount. It was simply a fortuitous encounter. On the other side, the entire Jade Pure sect was in a state of extreme excitement. The sensible Li Qingzi immediately arranged for the elders to deal with the aftermath and strictly forbade them from disturbing the peace and quiet of the immortal mountain. After today's battle, the deity-slaying elder once again stood on the altar in the hearts of the cultivators of the sect. Inside the Conate cave abode, Hanju sat on the bed and played with the golden wooden staff. He was considering how to deal with it. He wanted to destroy it, but he was afraid of awakening the remnant soul inside. No, I can't keep it, I should just destroy it. If the remnant soul still had a true body somewhere, it might come here in search of it. Hanju immediately used the 6-path soul absorption technique to suck out the remnant soul. At this moment, the remnant soul suddenly opened its eyes. "What do you want?" a cold voice sounded, startling Hanju. "Taoist Julian has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars. When Hanju saw the line of words in front of him, he was so frightened that he directly destroyed the remnant soul. 5 stars of hatred, that was almost impossible to resolve. What was the point of keeping the remnant soul? Chapter 110. Taoist Julian, Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After destroying Taoist Julian's remnant soul, Hanju immediately pulled out the interpersonal relationships. Soon, he found Taoist Julian's portrait. Taoist Julian, 8th level of the loose immortal realm. Because you killed the demon pet and soul fragment he left in the mortal world, he hates you. When you ascend, he will definitely find trouble with you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. 8th level of the loose immortal realm. Waiting for me to ascend. Hanju was first shocked, then heaved a sigh of relief. That's it, I'll wait until my cultivation is sufficient to kill you before I ascend. What can you do to me then? Hanju thought proudly. That was good, too. Hanju didn't have to think too much when he knew the other party's background. Hanju had an idea. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the 2 heavenly Tao Spirit Stones. There were too many powerful enemies. He had to use some unconventional methods to distract them. After making up his mind, Hanju immediately threw the 2 pieces of heavenly Tao Spirit Stones into the Book of Misfortune. About 4 hours passed. The Book of Misfortune leveled up successfully. Book of Misfortune upgraded to a Supreme Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure. From a Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure to a Supreme Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure, this was the result of 2 upgrades. In other words, after Supreme Grade Numinous Treasure was the Grand Unity Numinous Treasure, and above that was the Supreme Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure. Hanju immediately cursed Taoist Julian to test the effect. The Book of Misfortune was an ominous Dharma treasure. Hanju didn't dare to use too much force, afraid that he would squeeze himself dry. Great Sage Green Python had fallen. This news quickly spread to the Great Yan, then to the surrounding states and dynasties. Both the righteous and demonic paths of the Great Yan cultivation world were in awe of the Jade Pure sect. Previously, they felt only fear. Now, even the fiendish cultivators had respect for the Jade Pure sect. The invincible Great Sage Green Python had died there. How powerful were they? With Hanju's help, the Jade Pure sect directly established the Great Yan as a cultivation holy land. When the news spread to the other states, it also caused an uproar. Following the attack of Great Sage Green Python, the cultivation sects of the various states fled, and those in seclusion looked desolate. West Abyss State, True Martial Sect. West Abyss State also suffered from the rampage of Great Sage Green Python, but the True Martial Sect managed to escape. The main reason was that before Great Sage Green Python could deal with them, he was distracted by Yang Tiandong. The upper echelons of the true martial sect gathered in a hall. Everyone was shocked and deeply shook when they heard that great sage Green Python had perished. Shangguan Chujian smiled bitterly. Jade pure sect and deity-slaying elder, they truly hid well. Huang Jihao stood behind him with a complicated expression. He was now a core disciple. Everyone looked at him. One of the elders asked, "Discipline elder, you've been to the Great Yan's Jade pure sect before. Is it really so powerful?" Shangguan Chujian smiled bitterly when he heard that. "To be honest, I went to challenge the deity-slaying elder of the Jade pure sect, but I was defeated by him with a single strike. I'm too embarrassed to talk about the past. From the looks of it, the person who killed Great Sage Green Python should be the deity-slaying elder." Even Great Sage Green Python was killed, so Shangguan Chujian suddenly felt much better talking about it. Far away in the Jade pure sect, Hanju felt baffled when he received the notification that his favorability had increased. Shangguan Chujian straightened his back as if it was a glorious thing to lose to Hanju. From now on, the Jade pure sect will be the holy land of the Great Yan cultivation world, perhaps the holy land of the 10 provinces and 9 dynasties. The true martial sect cannot offend them. We have to befriend them immediately. I'm willing to let my disciple rush to the Jade pure sect and thank them on behalf of our sect and the entire West Abyss state. We have to prepare a huge gift before meeting them," Shangguan Chujian said firmly. One of the elders frowned and said, "The true martial sect has suffered heavy losses. If we fawn over the Jade pure sect now, what will the disciples think?" Shangguan Chujian glared at him and shouted, "Wake up! What are you thinking? To the public, the Jade pure sect saved everyone in the world. Shouldn't we thank them? For personal reasons, from now on, the Jade pure sect will definitely be a holy land that all cultivators in the world look up to. If we are a step slower, other sects will go first. When the Jade pure sect becomes stronger, some sects will definitely use their power to pressure the others. The earlier we go, the better." His words caused the elders to ponder. 9 Dragons Sect. After hearing his disciple's report, Huang Zuntian waved his hand to dismiss him. He was the only one left in the room, and he revealed a look of admiration. "Senior is worthy of being a senior. Even Great Sage Green Python isn't his match. How about I just give the 9 Dragons Sect to the Jade pure sect?" Huang Zuntian muttered to himself as his eyes flickered with thought. He wasn't joking, he really had that thought. Ever since the calamity caused by Great Sage Green Python, the 9 Dragons sect had been torn apart. Many people were afraid of him, and many had even fled. He was truly exhausted by such a sect. In addition, the death of Great Sage Green Python had made him realize that only by cultivating diligently like his senior could one feel safe. Cultivators should cultivate for longevity. The so-called sects were only for passing down their legacy. If the sects were born for power, what was the difference between them and mortal gangs? Huang Zuntian didn't want to be tied down by power anymore. He wanted to imitate Han Ju. After cursing Taoist Julian, Vermilion Bird, and Mo Yuling for 7 days each, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. Heaven and Earth Grass asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing?" Han Ju replied, "Comprehending the great Tao of Heaven and Earth. This book doesn't have words or any secrets. It's precisely because it has nothing that I can let my mind wander in thought." Heaven and Earth Grass seemed to understand his words. Han Ju waved his hand and moved it out of the white jade bottle and into the soil. He closed his eyes and cultivated. Killing Great Sage Green Python did not make him too happy. He had to kill a few enemies at least on the path of cultivation, it was quite a normal thing. He hoped that the effects of the incident would disappear as soon as possible, lest there be more trouble. For the next period of time, he stayed in the Conate Cave abode and did not leave. Under Li Qingzi's arrangements, no one dared to disturb him. The Jade pure sect became lively. As the news that Great Sage Green Python had died in the Jade pure sect spread, both the righteous and demonic sects came to thank them for eliminating a great enemy for the human race. Even sects from other states came. Huang Jihao came and wanted to visit Han Ju, but was stopped. In the end, the elders received him. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju was getting closer and closer to the 9th level of the body integration realm. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit him. When he met Han Ju again, Li Qingzi looked very restrained. "Elder Han, recently, the elders have suggested changing the name of the sect to Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The Emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty has also come to visit and is willing to worship the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. What do you think?" Li Qingzi asked. Han Ju opened his eyes and said, "You guys can decide on such matters yourselves." The name Jade Pure Sacred Sect sounded very grand and had the status of a holy land. This was good as it could attract more cultivators. In addition, I've already sent a message to the ancestor and asked him to return. He has already agreed. In a few years, he will return and take up the position of sect master again. I don't want to die early, so I've decided to focus on cultivation and fight for a longer lifespan. Li Qingzi sighed, feeling a little embarrassed. Han Ju saw through him and said, when the sect master's position is handed over, you can move here to cultivate. As for the cave abode, you can make one yourself. Chapter 111. Ninth level of the body integration realm, Demon Lord visits. Although Han Ju had stayed in the Jade Pure sect for hundreds of years, he didn't know many people. The ones he knew could even be counted with one hand. Li Qingzi was one of them. If not for his arrangements, the spirit chi in the Immortal Mountain would not be so abundant. Of course, Li Qingzi also obtained the assurance and protection of the Jade Pure sect from Han Ju. Han Ju also hoped that he could walk on the path of cultivation. Li Qingzi was very happy to receive his agreement. He asked a few more questions and then left. It was a huge matter for the Jade Pure sect to change its name to Jade Pure Sacred Sect. At that time, the entire sect would hold a banquet. The elders hoped that Han Ju could preach the Tao for the disciples, but he rejected them. Han Ju did not want to show himself. It was good now. Although deity-slaying elder was famous, the disciples did not know his appearance. When he had nothing to do, he could still wander around the inner city. After Li Qingzi left, Han Ju thought of Chang Yue, who had left with Taoist 9 cauldrons. After this senior sister who had always liked him went overseas, she spent most of her time cultivating and rarely participated in the sect's conflicts. The heavenly puppet that Han Ju had given her had not been used. Even if she was in danger, she relied on herself to survive. With the heavenly puppet paying attention to her, Han Ju would occasionally understand her situation. Han Ju used it to send a voice transmission to Chang Yue, asking her to return with Taoist 9 cauldrons. Chang Yue heard his voice and was extremely excited. At this moment, she was hugging the heavenly puppet in her cave abode like it was a doll. Junior, how's the situation in the Jade Pure sect? How's your cultivation, so you can talk to me through the puppet? In the first few years, I called you, but you didn't answer. Chang Yue asked with a smile. The heavenly puppet replied, I can't protect you after I use up my spirit energy. That's all. Wait, no matter how Chang Yue called, Han Ju didn't respond. Chang Yue curled her lips and snorted. Stupid junior brother, you're so concerned about me, and yet you're not willing to admit it. It's good that you're so cold. I guess Xing Hongshuan and Mo Zhu often get rejected, too. Wait for me to return, junior brother. Don't even think about escaping from me. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Chang Yue smiled even more brightly. After a while, a deep voice came from outside. Junior sister, there's a great expert from the Scarlet Dragon Immortal Island giving a lecture recently. I have an invitation to enter the island. Do you want to go? I can bring you there. Chang Yue's smile vanished when she heard that. She coldly said, thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I won't be going. I've gained some insights from my cultivation recently. I have to study them well. Her tone was completely different from before. Alright, I'll visit you next time. If I find any good treasures on the Scarlet Dragon Immortal Island, I'll bring them to you. There's no need for the trouble, senior brother. Don't say that. Ha ha ha, I'll be leaving first. You can continue cultivating. Chang Yue cursed him for not knowing what was good for him. He didn't cultivate properly and kept pestering her. The next time you come back, I'll already be back by my handsome junior brother's side. In a dark cave, 5 figures sat together. One of them was Zan Qingjun. A black-robed elder said, Great Sage Green Python is dead. He died in a sect called the Jade Pure Sect in the Great Yan. What do you think about this? Zan Qingjun's expression did not change. She did not seem to recognize the Jade Pure Sect. Great Sage Green Python is my master's beast pet. Letting him slaughter the humans of the 10 prefectures and 9 dynasties is also part of our plan. We must take revenge for this. Although the humans of the other 10 prefectures and 9 dynasties are either dead or injured, the human race has yet to completely disintegrate. We have to find another way, a black figure said in a low voice. It was impossible to tell if he was a human or a ghost. A burly monk beside him sneered. His bald head was covered in scars that looked like they were crawling with centipedes. He looked terrifying. He snorted. Great Sage Green Python was too arrogant. By relying on Taoist Julian's Dharma treasure, he really thought that he was invincible. It's good that he's dead. It's still not enough to rely on the demons alone. If we want to defeat the human cultivation world, we still have to rely on the humans themselves. I propose to support the human fiendish cultivators and facilitate the infighting among the humans. A white-haired woman nodded. She wore red clothes and had pale skin. She looked more like a female ghost. She revealed a cold smile and said, agreed. The black-robed elder looked at Zan Qingjun and asked, Demon Lord, what do you think? Zan Qingjun nodded. I have no objections. I've been to the netherworld before. The devil race is getting impatient. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder, the white-haired woman, the black shadow, and the scarred monk frowned. Leave the Jade Pure sect to me. I'll leave the rest to you, Zan Qingjun continued. The black-robed elder replied, yes, we have to figure out the background of that mysterious cultivator from the Jade Pure sect. If it's not beneficial to our plan, Demon Lord, I hope you will try your best to kill him. Zan Qingjun nodded, expressionless. Cultivation paid no regard to time. 10 years in the mortal world was sufficient for a whole new generation. Another 5 years passed, and the slaughter caused by Great Sage Green Python finally came to an end. The Jade Pure sect was renamed the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and became the publicly recognized cultivation holy land of the Great Yan cultivation world. More and more cultivators joined the sect, and many of them came from other states. After changing the name, the Jade Pure sect became stronger. Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the body integration realm. He was excited because the Tribulation Transcendence realm was right in front of him. To celebrate, he took out the Book of Misfortune and habitually cursed. Vermilion Bird, Mo Yuling, Taoist Julian, none of them were spared. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by demons X28211. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X3779. Your friend Mo Fucho was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X3644. Your good friend Zhou Fan was seriously injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Due to your curse, your enemy Mo Yuling's Dao heart has been damaged. She has encountered inner demons and her cultivation has greatly decreased. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck and the demon king was killed by a cultivator passing by. Your Dao companion Xing Hongshuan obtained an opportunity and entered the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. Han Ju was amused. Mo Yuling's cultivation had fallen greatly. How wonderful! Unfortunately, nothing had happened to Vermilion Bird and Taoist Julian yet. Han Ju noticed Xing Hongshuan's situation. More than 10 years ago, Han Ju had set Xing Hongshuan as his Dao companion. Her favorability had already reached 6 stars and she had been physically intimate with him. She could be set as his Dao companion directly. As for Mo Zhu, Han Ju had yet to set her as his Dao companion. Xing Hongshuan often offered him treasures, and Mo Zhu would occasionally cause trouble for him. In Han Ju's heart, Xing Hongshuan was naturally more important. This woman must have been influenced by my immortal emperor descendant's Providence. Her luck is really good, Han Ju thought silently. At the same time, he started to look forward to what treasures Xing Hongshuan would bring him. Tisk, that seemed an improper thought. Half a month later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and habitually tested the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect other than him. Zan Qingjun, 8th level of the Mahayana realm, known as the Demon Lord. Han Ju was stunned. Why was she back? This was not her mortal body. The 8th level of the Mahayana realm was so blinding to see. Han Ju became nervous. He immediately used his divine sense to search for her. The demoness was resting in the inner city inn. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to go. He couldn't avoid it. However, he stopped when he reached the entrance. He decided to try the simulation trial first and see if he could defeat Zan Qingjun. Chapter 112, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, Ascension. In the inner sect city, inside the inn, Han Ju saw Zan Qingjun. This demoness's face was still the same as before. She wasn't beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. In conclusion, she was ordinary. Although he was already at the 9th level of the body integration realm, Han Ju was still very nervous when facing her. He kept all his numinous treasures active. At this point, he couldn't hide it anymore. After all, Zan Shishi knew that he was the deity-slaying elder. She might have already spoken to Zan Qingjun. You're the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sect. You killed Great Sage Green Python. Zan Qingjun held the wine cup and asked while swirling it. Her expression was calm, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Han Ju nodded slightly. He panicked internally. He did not understand Zan Qingjun's personality and intentions. Most importantly, he was no match for her in the simulation trial. This woman was like a completely different person in battle. It was too terrifying. No wonder she was called the Demon Lord. I underestimated you. You were able to kill Great Sage Green Python. Have you reached the Tribulation Transcendence Realm? Zan Qingjun asked. She couldn't see through Hanju's cultivation. Under the concealment of the system, Hanju's cultivation had always been at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Hanju shook his head and said, I just reached the 9th level of the Body Integration Realm. Zan Qingjun finally smiled and clicked her tongue in wonder. I didn't expect you to be a rare genius. That's good. You're more suitable to be my companion now. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Hanju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Zan Qingjun waved her right hand, and 3 bottles of pills appeared on the table. These are all elixirs suitable for cultivating in the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Take them, Zan Qingjun chuckled. Hanju didn't stand on ceremony. He took the 3 bottles of pills and asked, Did you come for me? Zan Qingjun said, Yes and no. I'm here for Great Sage Green Python's matter. This demon has a powerful background. I'm here to avenge him. From now on, if anyone asks, you can't admit that you killed him. I've already killed his murderer, understand? Hanju frowned. Taoist Julian still had connections in the mortal world. To be able to order the Mahayana Realm Demon Lord to personally take action this matter was not simple. As if seeing through Hanju's worries, Zan Qingjun said calmly, As long as you deny it, I will stop those people. Cultivate well and don't worry. Hanju nodded. The atmosphere turned silent. Zan Qingjun smiled and stared at Hanju. He felt awkward and looked elsewhere. After a while, he couldn't help but take out the golden wooden staff. This is Great Sage Green Python's treasure. I'll give it to you. This treasure isn't simple. Keeping it would only attract trouble. Zan Qingjun raised her eyebrows and smiled. This treasure is indeed extraordinary. I can take it back and let those people believe that the real murderer is dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed the golden wooden staff into her storage ring and stood up. The world is about to undergo a change. Cultivate well. You're my Dao companion. Even if the world is destroyed, I can still protect you. Zan Qingjun walked to the window and prepared to leave. Hanju hurriedly asked, Can I know the name of the person who wants to avenge Great Sage Green Python? Zan Qingjun stopped and glanced at him. Luo Qiamo. She then vanished from the window. Hanju used the simulation trial and discovered that she was no longer within 100 miles of the sect. She left so quickly. Hanju immediately stood up and left. After returning to the cave abode, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began cursing Luo Qiamo. 3 years later, Hanju raised his cultivation level to the perfected 9th level of the Body Integration Realm and prepared to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. According to the records of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique, the heavenly tribulation of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm lasted several times longer than the Body Integration Realms and was also several times more powerful. He hesitated. The Tribulation Transcendence Realm's heavenly tribulation was definitely terrifying. If he went to the 10,000 Demon Realm again, he might destroy it. Hanju got up and walked out of the cave abode. The Black Hell Chicken, Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, and Merongqi were still cultivating. Ever since the battle between Hanju and Great Sage Green Python ended, the 4 of them were determined to cultivate diligently and never go out again. Hanju didn't talk to them and went down the mountain directly. He found a cave abode halfway up the mountain where Li Qingzi lived. Taoist 9 cauldrons had yet to return, but Li Qingzi had moved here several years ago. Upon hearing Hanju's voice, Li Qingzi immediately opened the cave abode's door and invited Hanju in. Sect Master, is there any place nearby suitable for transcending the tribulation? It's best if there's no one within 100 miles. Hanju went straight to the point. Li Qingzi's eyes lit up. Transcending the tribulation. This meant a major breakthrough. Li Qingzi said in a low voice, There's a plain in the east of the sect. Due to the constant rain, there are many poisonous bugs and beasts. Cultivators rarely go there, but you can undergo tribulation there. I'll bring you there. Hanju nodded. The 2 of them quickly left the immortal mountain. Under the fusang tree, Merongqi asked in surprise, Why did Grand Master and Sect Master go out? The Black Hell Chicken sitting on the tree branch harumphed. He's definitely about to break through. Master's cultivation speed is faster than yours even when he's at a higher cultivation level. Don't you feel ashamed? Merongqi pouted. What about you? I feel like you haven't made any breakthroughs, either. Yang Tiandong snapped. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, I'm stronger than you. So what? This Master Chicken is stronger than you. You. Yang Tiandong was furious. He could only angrily turn around and cultivate with his back facing the chicken. He didn't want to see its smug face. The chicken and dog under master were too annoying. Half a day later, Hanju and Li Qingzi arrived at a plain covered in rain. You can go back first. I need time to transcend the tribulation, Hanju said. Li Qingzi hesitated and then asked, you don't need me to protect you. If there's an enemy that can interfere with my tribulation, can you block it? That makes sense. Goodbye. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju continued flying forward. The rain continued to pour, and he could see a thick fog on the horizon that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sparse trees on the plains were filled with all sorts of poisonous insects. Occasionally, one could see some demonic beasts that had yet to gain human form running on the grass. Not long after, Hanju chose a place and sat in the air. He started to circulate his energy and prepared to transcend the tribulation. 6 hours later, the heavenly tribulation had arrived. With Hanju's numinous treasures and his own strength, it was almost impossible for him to perish in the heavenly tribulation unless someone took the opportunity to ambush him. Although no one was stronger than him in the Great Yan, he was always worried. According to some of the cultivation novels he had read, the new plot would begin when the protagonist's tribulation was disturbed. A month later, Hanju successfully transcended the tribulation and entered the tribulation transcendence realm. At the same time, he knew that he was not the scripted protagonist of a novel, like Zhou Fan. You have successfully broken through to the tribulation transcendence realm. You have the following choices. 1. Prepare to ascend. You can go to the 3 realms. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Continue cultivating and break through to the Mahayana realm. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. He could ascend after reaching the tribulation transcendence realm. Hanju couldn't help but think of the vermilion bird and Taoist Julian. Those two were still waiting for him in the upper realm. How could he ascend? Chapter 113, 100,000 years of lifespan, Son of Heaven and Earth. Hanju silently chose to continue cultivating and not ascend for the time being. You chose to continue cultivating and break through to the Mahayana realm. You have obtained a numinous treasure and a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Numinous Treasure, Purple Gold Soft Armor. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Universe in the Sleeves. Purple Gold Soft Armor, 8th Grade Grand Unity Defensive Numinous Treasure. Extremely strong defensive power. Universe in the Sleeves, your sleeves contain heaven and earth. Can absorb the yin, yang, and all things in heaven and earth. A defensive numinous treasure, a grand unity treasure. Awesome, Hanju thought happily. It was just that this defense was extremely strong and difficult to test. But it was fine. The simulation trial had already copied Zan Qingjun's cultivation level. He could test it using her. Hanju didn't inherit the mystical power but consolidated his cultivation first. After reaching the tribulation transcendence realm, his spirit energy could be said to have increased by more than 10 times. During the process of consolidating his cultivation, many memories appeared in Hanju's mind. The method of ascension. With his own providence, he could trigger the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao could help him transcend the mortal world and ascend to the upper world. Not only could Hanju go to the upper world, but he could also go to the underworld and other planes. It should have something to do with the path he had chosen previously. No matter which world it was, Hanju didn't want to go for the time being. Being at the top here was better than starting at the bottom elsewhere. He had finally reached the top-notch level in the present world, but now, he had to jump into the higher realms to become a stepping stone for others. Impossible. After all, he still had a long lifespan. Thinking of his lifespan, Hanju checked his attributes panel. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 478 109,200. Race, human mortal transcendence stage. Cultivation, level 1 of the tribulation transcendence realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major chiliocosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, can be inherited Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, universe in the sleeves. Equipment, golden cicadas mystic divine robe, 7th grade numinous treasure. Little universe belt, Keelan sword, demon binding rope. Burning fiend bell, 6th grade numinous treasure. 9-star Spirit Trampling Boots 5th grade Numinous Treasure Frost Lord's Glazed Crown 4th grade Numinous Treasure Book of Misfortune Supreme grade Numinous Treasure Earth Emperor's Soul Ward 3rd grade Numinous Treasure Heart Protecting Immortal Chain 3rd grade Numinous Treasure Calm Meditation Mat Grand Unity 6th grade Numinous Treasure Heavenly Spirit Bracelet Supreme grade Numinous Treasure Purple Gold Soft Armor Grand Unity 8th grade Numinous Treasure Self-Created Mystical Power 3 Pure World Cleansing Grand Unity Birth Dharma Treasure Primordial Judgment Sword. Cultivation Potential. Spiritual Physique of the 6 Paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude. Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique. 109,200 years of lifespan. Hanju seriously suspected that this was due to the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He had never heard of cultivators living for 100,000 years. He was only at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. When he broke through to the Mahayana realm, how much longer would his lifespan increase? Hanju perked up and started to focus on consolidating his cultivation. 7 days later, his cultivation had completely stabilized. He had become a true Tribulation Transcendence realm cultivator. He looked up and saw that the grasslands had been charred black by the heavenly lightning. There were potholes everywhere, and it was no longer raining. Not only had the heavenly tribulation changed the landscape, but it had also changed the climate here. Hanju started to return. Not long after, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Connate Providence. Hanju couldn't help but become curious. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone with Connate Providence. He immediately chose to check. Fang Liang, 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm, the son of heaven and earth. He was born with the providence of heaven and earth and is protected by it. Because the providence is too great, his physical body and soul cannot bear it. Once he breaks through to the golden core realm, the providence of heaven and earth will manifest. From then on, he will rise up with unstoppable momentum. Son of heaven and earth. What the heck? Hanju raised his eyebrows. He suspected that he had seen wrongly. He looked carefully, certain that he had not seen wrong. Is this the protagonist of an overpowered main character novel? Hanju immediately used his divine sense to search. Soon, he caught sight of Fang Liang. Fang Liang hid in a forest and looked in his direction. Hanju arrived in front of him in a flash, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. This person looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. His face still had a hint of childishness. This junior didn't mean to disturb you. This junior apologizes for bothering your tribulation. Fang Liang hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Hanju was speechless. This is the son of heaven and earth. So cowardly. Hanju said expressionlessly, your cultivation is so weak. Why are you here? Fang Liang asked in fear, to be honest, I'm an itinerant cultivator. I wanted to join the Jade Pure sect and happened to pass by here. Hanju looked at him deeply and threw a deity-slaying token in front of him. Our encounter is fate. When you enter the Jade Pure sacred sect, you can take out this token. Hanju disappeared after saying this. Although he was the son of heaven and earth, Hanju didn't think too highly of him. By the time Fang Liang went on a rampage, Hanju might have already become an immortal. Fang Liang picked up the deity-slaying token and saw the 2 words on it. His expression changed drastically as he muttered, could he be the deity-slaying elder of the Jade Pure sacred sect that the cultivators in the market are talking about? A line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Fang Liang has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. When a person was still weak, it was easy for him to feel admiration when he received the guidance of an expert for no reason. After returning to the Immortal Mountain, Hanju ignored the Black Hell Chicken, Shuan Chang'an, and the others and returned to his cave abode like a gust of wind. He sat on the bed and immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. This was something worth celebrating. Heaven and Earth Grass said excitedly, Master, you're finally back. After Hanju left for so long, it was worried that it had been abandoned. How's your cultivation recently? Hanju asked. This grass was already at the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm. It was quite talented. Heaven and Earth Grass replied, while cultivating, I will always recall some cultivation memories. It seems like a cultivation technique. Hanju was not surprised. After all, heaven and earth grass had once comprehended Tao with the immortal God. If there's anything wrong, let me know. Yes, Master. The news of Hanju breaking through to the tribulation transcendence realm did not spread. Li Qingzi also did not spread this news everywhere and cultivated in seclusion all day. Several days later, Fang Liang arrived at the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Due to the deity-slaying token, he directly became an inner sect disciple. Fang Liang asked about the deity-slaying elder's residence and how his disciples succeeded in getting under his wing. Soon, he found a way and knelt before the stone tablet at the foot of the immortal mountain. He wasn't the only one. More than 10 people were also kneeling. Ever since the death of great sage Green Python, the number of disciples who wanted to take Hanju as their master increased exponentially. Every once in a while, disciples would come to kowtow to him. This had already become a characteristic of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. However, the elders strictly forbade any commotion near the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. If it was serious, they would be expelled. Hanju noticed Fang Liang's arrival and hesitated, wondering if he should accept the youth as his disciple. Chapter 114 Providence Bearers Everywhere, Su Qi's Return. Hanju thought about it and ignored him. The son of heaven and earth looked powerful, but if he had the same temperament as Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog, it would only cause more trouble for him. It was not worth it. Hanju didn't need to rely on the power of others, anyway. After thinking, he closed his eyes again and continued cultivating. Time passed. After Zan Qingjun left, Luo Qiamo, who wanted to avenge Great Sage Green Python, did not appear. It seemed that she had settled everything as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect became stronger. Hanju no longer encountered any trouble that he had to deal with. He could focus on cultivating. 5 years passed quickly. At the foot of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, the disciples kneeling had changed to a new batch. But Fang Liang was still there. Hanju was a little surprised. He didn't expect this son of heaven and earth to be so patient. He stood up and walked out of the abode. He found Xuan Chang'an and asked, "Do you still want to take in a disciple?" Yang Tiandong, the black hell chicken, and Merongqi opened their eyes upon hearing this. Xuan Chang'an hesitated. "Master, do you want me to accept one?" Teaching Merongqi already made him very anxious, because Merongqi's talent was stronger than his and his cultivation had already caught up. In the future, his disciple would be stronger than his master. If word got out, how embarrassed would he feel? If he took in another disciple, it would delay his cultivation as well. "Master, do you want me to take a disciple?" Yang Tiandong asked with a smile. He was tempted by Merongqi's talent. Hanju glared at him and said angrily, "If I give him to you, I'm afraid I'll be giving the Demon Kings a grandson." Yang Tiandong lowered his head in shame. "All right, Master, who do you want me to accept?" "A disciple from the foot of the mountain," Xuan Chang'an said helplessly. Hanju waved his hand and moved Fang Liang up the mountain. Fang Liang's cultivation was weak. After kneeling for 5 years, he collapsed on the ground and couldn't even stand up. He was excited when he saw Hanju. "Senior, are you willing to take me as your disciple?" Fang Liang asked excitedly. Merongqi said disdainfully, "Disciple? You can only be my junior." Fang Liang was stunned. Hanju instructed Xuan Chang'an, "You can teach him the Jade Pure technique. He's not allowed to leave the mountain before the Golden Core realm." With that, he walked back to the cave abode. At this point, Fang Liang became Xuan Chang'an's disciple and became the second grand disciple. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju sat on the bed and rubbed his chin in thought. His eldest disciple, Yang Tiandong, had the bloodline of a demon saint. His second disciple, Su Qi, was the reincarnation of the jinx of the heavenly court. His third disciple, Xuan Chang'an, was the reincarnation of the ancient spiritual ginseng. His first grand disciple, Merongqi, was a reincarnated war god of the divine palace. His title was Profound Truth Divine Emperor. His second grand disciple, Fang Liang, was the son of heaven and earth. The black hell chicken was the reincarnation of an upper world demon saint. Its true form was the black hell phoenix. The chaotic heavenly dog was a divine beast of Providence. There was also heaven and earth grass who could become an immortal. Wow, this was a grand lineup of Providence bearers. Unknowingly, Hanju had already gathered so many high potential followers. Among them, the strongest should be Merongqi. Why don't I ascend after they develop? Or let them ascend first and support me in the future? Hanju thought silently. He shook his head and laughed. He stopped thinking and continued cultivating. Another 3 years passed. Taoist 9 Cauldrons returned with a group of disciples, including Chang Yue. This matter caused quite a stir in the sect. Chang Yue wanted to visit Fairy Shizan, but when she learned that she had already moved to the same mountain as Hanju, she couldn't help but frown. Something was wrong. Despite all her planning, she failed to guard against her master. The more Chang Yue thought about it, the more panicked she became. Thinking back, Hanju was very indifferent to everyone except Fairy Shizan. Could it be that Hanju rejected her, Mo Zhu, and Xing Hongshuan because he liked Fairy Shizan? Chang Yue hurriedly looked for someone to inquire about the situation. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she learned that the sect master had also moved to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. I guess I'm overthinking. Junior brother is not someone who will fall in love so easily. Chang Yue immediately headed to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Hanju opened the mountain protecting array formation and let her into the cave abode. The moment the black-held chicken saw Chang Yue, its head shrank. It remembered that when it was young, Yue would often touch its head and even tug at its feathers. It could be said to be a childhood nightmare. Junior brother, long time no see, Chang Yue shouted excitedly and immediately pounced at Hanju. Hanju raised his hand and stopped her. He said helplessly, "Senior sister, what are you trying to do?" After leaving for so long, Chang Yue's cultivation level increased very quickly. She was already at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Most importantly, Chang Yue also had talent in refining talismans, spirit arrays, cultivation, alchemy, and so on. It could be said to be a comprehensive development. I missed you, Chang Yue grumbled. She was shocked. What kind of technique was this? It actually made her unable to move. If junior brother was to do something to her now. Sigh. Unfortunately, he was heartless. Hanju let go of her. The two of them sat on the bed and started chatting. Chang Yue talked about her experiences in the past few years. Hanju listened carefully and learned about the situation overseas. The overseas sect where Taoist 9 Cauldrons was located was not harmonious. There were also enemies, and several disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred sect had died. Hanju was secretly glad that he didn't leave with Taoist 9 Cauldrons. If that was the case, there would be endless trouble, and his cultivation level would definitely not be as high as now. The two of them chatted for a long time. Before leaving, Hanju asked her to move to this mountain. Chang Yue agreed happily. Then, she went out to choose a location and opened a cave abode. Perhaps Hanju was thinking too much, but Chang Yue chose the cave abode between Fairy Shizan and Xing Hongshuan. There was almost no difference in distance between the two. Fairy Shizan and Xing Hongshuan had gone out to adventure not long ago and had yet to return. Chang Yue's return was only a small incident and did not disturb Hanju's Dao heart. Hanju didn't take the time to cultivate his feelings with Chang Yue. Instead, he continued cultivating. Love was nothing to him. Cultivation was the most important. Only by becoming stronger would those who liked him like him more. Women would never occupy the most important place in his heart. Under the dusk, on the mountain path, Su Qi held his sword and walked forward. His expression was tired and travel-worn. He was rushing towards the Great Yan. For some reason, he felt that the return journey was even more dangerous than when he had first left. He had recently encountered many fiendish cultivators, all of whom were extremely evil. Su Qi couldn't help but glance at the old man on the nearby mountain peak. This person was the Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator he had encountered in the ruins of the demon-taming sect. His name was Dooku. Dooku felt regret at the demon-taming sect's destruction. If he couldn't fulfill his wish, when he ascended one day, this would become a mental demon. Thus, he followed Su Qi and wanted to take him as a disciple. Su Qi already had a master. How could he agree? Dooku did not force him. He followed along and helped Su Qi kill many fiendish cultivators. Su Qi understood Dooku's personality. He wouldn't rely on his cultivation to suppress a junior, so he dared to joke with him. The two of them were like rivals now, often fighting and even breaking up before making up again. Stop! Dooku suddenly shouted, causing Su Qi to shiver in fear. He hurriedly stopped and looked around vigilantly, guarding against enemy attacks. Dooku arrived in front of him in a flash. His expression was dark as he said, "Luo Qiamo, why are you staring at my disciple? What do you want?" Following his gaze, a black shadow appeared under the shade of the tree ahead. It was difficult to make out its true appearance. The figure was horrifying, like a ghost. "Your disciple? Isn't this the Devil Master's disciple? Dooku, if you want to ascend without a hitch, then obediently go away. This guy is mine." Chapter 115, Door of Reincarnation, Lifespan Reduction Effect. Devil Master's disciple. Dooku looked at Su Chi with a strange expression. No wonder this fellow didn't agree to it. He was still puzzled earlier. Could Su Chi's master be more powerful than him? Su Chi frowned, equally puzzled. Ever since the Devil Master had left him with the cultivation technique, he had not appeared again. He even suspected that the Devil Master was dead. Su Chi took a deep breath and looked at Luo Qiamo. Why are you looking for me? Luo Qiamo smiled teasingly. I'll give you an opportunity, a great opportunity. Su Chi's eyes shimmered as he weighed the pros and cons. Dooku frowned, not knowing what to do. Senior, you can leave. Thank you for taking care of me during this period, Su Chi looked at Dooku and said seriously. He could tell that Dooku was very afraid of Luo Qiamo and did not have a firm attitude, so he did not want to make things difficult for him. Dooku hesitated. Su Chi thought for a moment and said, if you really want to resolve the issue in your heart regarding the demon-taming sect, then go to the Great Yan and serve the Jade Pure sect for a period of time. I came from there and later joined the demon-taming sect. The Jade Pure sect is equivalent to my hometown. Dooku sighed. He was finally going to ascend, so he naturally could not give up his bright future for a junior. The Jade Pure sect, Luo Qiamo thought in surprise. Didn't the person who killed his master's pet come from there? Was this a coincidence, or was it fate? Su Chi looked at Luo Qiamo and said, take me away. Somehow, Luo Qiamo met his gaze and felt inexplicably uneasy. 3 years after Chang Yue returned, Hanju had completely mastered the 8th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 8th level of the cultivation technique was extremely profound and involved a lot of the true meaning of yin and yang. All these years, he had been cultivating while absorbing qi and comprehending the 8th level of the cultivation technique. After cultivating the 8th level, a huge wave of memories surged into Hanju's mind. Mystical power. Some of the specific realms of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique contained mystical powers. The previous 6 paths soul absorption and 6 paths insignia had benefited Hanju greatly. He was looking forward to the mystical power this time. Hanju entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Heaven and earth grass shook slightly. Several days later, Hanju had mastered a new technique. Door of Reincarnation. As the name suggested, he could step into the door of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He could directly throw his soul into the 6 paths of reincarnation and also use it to step into the netherworld. This mystical power is incredible. Hanju was in a good mood. With this ability, he could escape to the netherworld if he couldn't win in the future. He loved defensive and escape methods the most. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Luo Qiamo. After him were Taoist Julian, Vermilion Bird, and Mo Yuling. They enjoyed their turn one by one. Hanju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X10023. Your good friend Mo Fucho accidentally entered the ancient forbidden ground and was entangled by an ominous force. Your good friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 3 sects. He burned his blood essence and has developed the evil heart. Your Tao companion, Xing Hongshuan, has comprehended the true meaning of the blessed land. Her comprehension has increased greatly. Because of your curse, your enemy, Taoist Julian, has suffered a decline in his luck. His chances of encountering inner demons have increased. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck. Together with your curse, Luo Qiamo's lifespan has decreased by 1,000 years. This effect will continue to grow. Your grand disciple, Mirong Qi, created his own mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Interesting. It was no longer just people getting beaten up, there were more events now. What did ominous power mean? Evil spirits. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for his brother-in-law. Xing Hongshuan's comprehension ability had increased. It seemed that the blessed land she had gone to was not simple. Seeing that Taoist Julian and Luo Qiamo were successfully cursed by him, Hanju was so happy that he wanted to clap his hands. Wait, Su Chi is spreading bad luck to Luo Qiamo. What a coincidence. The two of them met. Hanju hesitated. Of the 4 daily targets, he had been the most ruthless to Luo Qiamo. He wasn't afraid that the curse would go wrong, for, in the process, he had imbued the Book of Misfortune with his own will. Luo Qiamo had a karmic relationship with Zan Qingjun. Hanju suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be because of the curse of the Book of Misfortune that Luo Qiamo met Su Chi? The power of karma was the most bizarre and mysterious Tao of the laws in the world. Hanju couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it anymore. It would be best if Luo Qiamo died. Only then would there be no possibility of him seeking revenge. Although Zan Qingjun promised, Hanju never placed his hopes on others. It was best if his enemy was dead, or there would be no end to trouble. A month later, Hanju summoned his disciples into the cave abode. The black hell chicken followed. Hanju asked them to find a place to sit down. Fang Liang almost stepped on heaven and earth grass as it cried out in shock, causing him to shiver. This is an immortal grass that I'm raising. Be careful, Hanju frowned. Fang Liang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He was afraid of offending Hanju. The black hell chicken came before heaven and earth grass and asked curiously, Master, when did you start raising it? Hanju said calmly, I forgot already. I called you here today to preach the Tao to you. If you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can ask. After reaching the tribulation transcendence realm, his cultivation speed slowed down. He could spare some time to teach his disciples now. Hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised and thanked him. The preaching began. Hanju explained his sword Tao to them. Although there were very few pure sword cultivators, most cultivators knew how to practice the sword. The sword was the lord of all weapons and suited the temperament of cultivators. 7 days later, Hanju stopped talking. All the disciples were enlightened, including the black hell chicken. Hanju began to answer their questions. 10 days later, the disciples walked out of the cave abode. Grandmaster's cultivation is truly profound. Marongchi sighed, his face full of admiration. Fang Liang nodded. Yang Tiandong clenched his fists. He made up his mind to never have any distracting thoughts in the future. He wanted to cultivate well with Hanju. Listening to his lecture was better than wandering outside for 100 years. Xuan Chang'an didn't say a word. He walked to the edge of the cliff and began cultivating the heartless flying sword. Inside the connate cave abode, Hanju took out the pill Zan Qingjun gave him. After taking it, he started to breathe in the heaven and earth spirit qi. Heaven and earth grass suddenly said, Master, how about I become a sword cultivator in the future? Sword cultivator grass, sure, perhaps you will become the #1 swords grass in the 6 realms. Hanju smiled dotingly. When heaven and earth grass heard this, it became even more excited, wishing to immediately transform. Hanju predicted that in at most 50 years, heaven and earth grass would be able to transform. It was all thanks to the spirit qi of the immortal mountain. All the disciples were cultivating in peace and thriving. This made Hanju very satisfied. This was the cultivation life that he yearned for. Such good times. Oh, other than the chaotic heavenly dog not returning. It better not return. Surrounded by mountains, a massive altar rested on the flat ground. The chaotic heavenly dog was sprawled on the altar, bound by long, sharp vines. Its silver-white fur was dyed red. The altar was surrounded by fiendish cultivators. A middle-aged man in black Taoist robes pulled out a sword from his waist. He pointed the sword at the chaotic heavenly dog and said, The auspicious hour is coming. With the blood of the gods, I summon the heart of the fiend. Are you all prepared to welcome the arrival of the fiend emperor? We await the arrival of the fiend emperor. All the fiendish cultivators shouted in unison, their faces filled with fanaticism. Chapter 116, Fiend Emperor Ji Nahi, Tribulation Transcendence Realm Guest Elder. Bunch of worms, let go of this king. Do you know who this king is? The chaotic heavenly dog cursed when it heard the black-robed man. Its curses drowned out all the fiendish cultivators present. Do you know Great Sage Green Python? He died under my master's attack. Have you considered the consequences of touching me? When this king's master comes, he will burn you to ashes. The more the chaotic heavenly dog cursed, the softer its voice became. It realized that the fiendish cultivators had gone mad. They were fearless and continued to look at it with fanaticism. It panicked. Was it really going to become the sacrifice of the fiend emperor? At the moment before its death, the chaotic heavenly dog felt mixed emotions. It recalled the past few years. It had been glorious, but most of the time, it had been in pain. It had a bad temper and would fight humans and demons without a word. However, it was weak and often ended up being surrounded and beaten up. What should I do? Am I going to die here? The chaotic heavenly dog panicked as its body began trembling. It prayed for help. It was only when the fiendish cultivator's sword struck it and began to bleed that it understood that no one would come to save it. It began to despair. Endless regret filled it. If the heavens gave it another chance, it would definitely not leave the immortal mountain. It should have listened to that chicken. Unfortunately, there was no second chance. 5 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the second level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. He had already finished 1 bottle of pills from Zan Qingjun. They were quite effective. Such pills were definitely priceless. Zan Qingjun had been very kind to him. If he couldn't repay her in the future, he could only offer his body to her. After breaking through, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed his enemy while checking his emails. Soon, he frowned. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has been sacrificed to become the mount of the Fiend Emperor, Jinehi. Fiend Emperor Jinehi? What was that? Hanju was furious. Although he despised the chaotic heavenly dog, it was still his dog. Had the Fiend Emperor asked him before sacrificing his dog? Without another word, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. The world was too huge and he could not find the chaotic heavenly dog even if he wanted to. All he could do was vent his anger. For the first time, Hanju cursed for 3 months in a row. Since Jinehi could appear in the mortal world, it meant that his cultivation level was not stronger than that of Vermilion Bird and Taoist Julian. At most, he was at the Mahayana realm. Because he didn't have any good feelings or hatred towards him, Hanju also couldn't see his status. Hanju got up and found Li Qingzi to ask about Fiend Emperor Jinehi. Fiend Emperor Jinehi? That's a rumored legendary fiendish cultivator. Even if he exists, it's likely that he has already ascended. Li Qingzi shook his head. Hanju asked, can you help me investigate? There's no need to make a big fuss. You can just scout around in the sect. Of course, Li Qingzi would never reject Hanju's request. He immediately acted. Hanju returned to his cave abode. He sensed that Fairy Shizan had returned. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to pay her a visit. Arriving in front of Fairy Shizan's cave abode, the door opened before Hanju could speak. He entered the cave abode. Fairy Shizan's cave abode was very simple and did not have many decorations. A faint fragrance filled the cave. Sitting on the cushion, she slowly opened her eyes. Hanju walked in front of her and sat down. He smiled and asked, have you gained anything recently? Fairy Shizan chuckled. There are indeed some gains. Fellow Taoist Han is truly the lucky star of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Ever since you joined, the sect has not only become stronger, but our elders' luck has also increased. We went out to train and didn't return empty-handed. Fairy, you must be joking. That's right, it's the Providence I brought. Hanju was secretly pleased. In his opinion, other than him, it was also related to Marong Qi, Fang Liang, and the others. The Providence of these disciples gathered in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect's Providence and blessed the entire sect. The two of them chatted for a while. When there was nothing else to talk about, they began to discuss the Tao. Several days later, Hanju immediately stood up and left. Looking at his back, Fairy Shizan's lips curled up slightly. Then, she closed her eyes and continued cultivating. After walking out of the cave abode, Hanju was puzzled. Why didn't his favorability increase? Is it that difficult? Could it be that Fairy Shizan has severed all emotions? Hanju smiled and didn't think much about it. This was just out of interest, he didn't expect any outcome. Li Qingzi suddenly appeared in front of him and asked, Elder Han, why did you come out of Junior Sister's cave abode? He sounded wary. Hanju was speechless. You've severed your male organ for the heavenly constellation Golden Body. Why are you still jealous? It's just a visit. After all, I was once a disciple of Jade Serene Peak. Did you find out anything? Hanju said casually. His attitude made Li Qingzi lower his guard. Li Qingzi replied, I found out from the ancestor that Jinehi was once the emperor of an empire. He cultivated a fiendish technique and suffered from qi deviation. 1,000 years later, he actually regained his consciousness. When he returned to his empire, he discovered that the empire had already changed. He was so angry that he massacred the empire and became a real fiend. Due to his cruelty, he slaughtered countless people. He created the name of the Fiend Emperor and once ruled over all the fiendish cultivators in the world. He had immense power and eventually tried to ascend. However, he did not succeed in ascending and died in the heavenly tribulation. Because he's the first person to unite all the fiendish cultivators in the world, the name of the Fiend Emperor is regarded as an immortal god among them. What a legend! However, dying in the heavenly tribulation of ascension made him appear somewhat pathetic. He was even inferior to Taoist Julian. That guy had at least successfully ascended. From the looks of it, Jinehi had been revived through the chaotic heavenly dog's sacrifice. Elder Han, why are you asking about Jinehi? Could it be that his fiend disciples are making a comeback? Li Qingzi asked nervously. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had just become peaceful. He didn't want it to be broken so quickly. Just asking. I'm going back to cultivate. Hanju cupped his fists and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. Li Qingzi did not believe him and secretly guessed, could it be that Fiend Emperor Jinehi has been resurrected? He walked to the entrance of Fairy Shizan's cave abode and asked with a smile, Junior, can I come in and catch up with you? No, Li Qingzi left dejectedly. A year later, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect welcomed an esteemed guest, a Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. He was willing to be a guest elder and protect the sect for 100 years. This news quickly shook the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. This person was Dooku. When Dooku discovered that there were no body integration realm cultivators in the sect, he immediately lost interest. As for the matter regarding the great sage green python, it had already been many years. The elders no longer mentioned it. Han Ju detected Dooku's message. Dooku, third level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. He was once a disciple of the Demon Taming Sect. He is currently a wandering cultivator. The Demon Taming Sect. Han Ju frowned, and killing intent arose in his heart. Should I kill this fellow? On second thought, the destruction of the Demon Taming Sect had nothing to do with him. Dooku had shown good intentions as well. Wait and see. If Dooku did anything unusual, Han Ju would directly attack. To be safe, he still used the simulation trial. Yeah. Instant kill. He was completely at ease. Ji Nahi has developed hatred against you. Current hatred points. 3 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 117. 5 Great Fiends, Dooku's Terror. Ji Nahi has developed hatred towards me. Han Ju's first reaction was that the chaotic heavenly dog had betrayed him. But on second thought, no. If the dog had betrayed him so easily, it would have done so long ago. Could it be that Ji Nahi had read the chaotic heavenly dog's memories? It was very likely. Just nice. Let me check you out. Han Ju used his interpersonal relationships and quickly found Ji Nahi. His avatar was feminine, demonic, and had a black and white appearance. Ji Nahi, third level of the Mahayana realm, Fiend Emperor of the mortal world. His disciples sacrificed your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, to summon him back from the abyss. He extracted the chaotic heavenly dog's soul and learned of your existence. He is very wary of you. If there is a chance, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred points. 3 stars. Third level of the Mahayana realm. That was it. His cultivation level was even lower than Zan Qingjun's. How dare he call himself the Fiend Emperor? Han Ju secretly despised him and immediately began to worry for the chaotic heavenly dog. Is this dog dead? Even if Han Ju found the chaotic heavenly dog, he might not be able to save it. The most important thing was still to cultivate diligently. Han Ju took a deep breath and took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed for half a month before resuming cultivation. Above the sea of clouds, a black cloud raced past. On the cloud sat 2 figures. One of them was Su Qi. The other person was a black shadow. His true appearance could not be seen clearly. It was like a human shadow. It was Luo Qiamo. Senior, where are we going? Su Qi asked. Ever since he had followed Luo Qiamo, they had been wandering around. They often encountered natural disasters and accidentally entered ancient forbidden grounds. It could be said that they had suffered terribly. Luo Qiamo snorted. Are you done asking? I'll tell you. We're going to find the Fiend Emperor. Ever since he met Su Qi, there had never been peace. He even suspected that Su Qi was a jinx. Fiend Emperor, what's his relationship with the Devil Master? Su Qi asked curiously. There isn't a relationship, they're just both from the demonic path. Who's stronger? It's hard to compare. The Fiend Emperor belongs to an even older era and his achievements are even greater. What achievement? He once unified all the fiends of the world. Then, you want to give me to the Fiend Emperor as a subordinate? There must be generals and soldiers below the Emperor. You think very clearly. The two of them began to chat. Boom! A thundercloud appeared at the end of the sea of clouds. It was incomparably vast and massive. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing the atmosphere in the sky to become oppressive. Luo Qiamo's heart sank. Oh no, was there another natural disaster? In the blink of an eye, another few years passed. Detected that you are 500 years old and have taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately. Eliminate the fiends and become famous. You can obtain a grand unity numinous treasure. 2. Continue cultivating. Stay away from the mortal world. Don't cause trouble. You can obtain a grand unity numinous treasure. Since the rewards were the same, he would follow his heart. Han Ju silently chose the second option. You choose to continue cultivating and stay away from the mortal world. You will obtain a grand unity numinous treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the grand unity numinous treasure. 9 layered heaven trampling boots. 9 layered heaven trampling boots, a 6th grade grand unity numinous treasure. It contains the true meaning of wind. It can reach the heavens in a single step and trample the 9 heavens. Not bad. A numinous treasure that could increase his ability to run. Hanju immediately took out the 9-layered heaven trampling boots and started to make it recognize him as the owner. He decided to give the 9-star spirit trampling boots that he was wearing to Xing Hongshuan. The 9-star spirit trampling boots was a 5th-grade numinous treasure that could change sizes depending on the wearer. After all, Xing Hongshuan was often out and needed a pair of numinous treasure boots. An hour later, Hanju put on the 9-layered heaven trampling boots. He directly jumped out of the cave abode and started to use the boots to ascend to the sky. With just one step, the ground became tiny. Taking another step, Hanju saw a sky full of stars. A step further, Hanju was blocked by an invisible barrier. He looked down and saw that the mortal world was not round like Earth, but a vast continent. Countless stars surrounded it, shimmering with faint light. Hanju raised his hand and touched the invisible barrier. What's this? Does breaking through this barrier lead to ascension? Where's the immortal world located? Hanju scanned the vast stars and wanted to find the immortal world, but he couldn't find it. Stop looking. The immortal world is not there. The stars outside the mortal world are said to be a painting, a dharma treasure of the immortal gods. The mortal world is trapped by the heavenly rules. With the permission of the heavenly rules, one can ascend. The lowest requirement for ascension is the tribulation transcendence realm. A voice sounded as Hanju glanced over. It was Dooku, the new guest elder of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju asked, "Why didn't you ascend?" Dooku replied, "To fulfill my promise, I will ascend after guarding the Jade Pure Sacred Sect for 100 years. He looked at Hanju with a meaningful gaze and said, "I didn't expect the Jade Pure Sacred Sect to have a great cultivator like you." To be able to come here, he had to be at least at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Body Integration realm cultivators could not come up. To tell you the truth, I came to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect under the request of one of your disciples. This child's name is Su Qi. He was captured by the great fiend Luo Qiamo. He's one of the 5 fiends of today. He said that Su Qi has even acknowledged the Devil Master as his master. Now that Luo Qiamo and the Devil Master have appeared, the world will probably be in chaos. In 100 years, do you want to ascend with me? We can look out for each other along the way, Dooku said seriously. Luo Qiamo, Devil Master. Together with the newly resurrected Fiend Emperor. Was the demonic path on the rise? Hanju declined politely. No, it's too early to ascend. The troubles in the upper world will definitely be no less than in the mortal world. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, I won't ascend. Dooku shook his head and laughed. It seemed that this fellow Taoist still had a long lifespan. Sigh, this is true talent. Hanju asked, who are the 5 fiends? Dooku didn't hide anything. Luo Qiamo, Demon Lord, Patriarch Blood Fiend, Fiendish Arhat, and White-Haired Fiend Lady. All 5 of them are top mighty figures of the demonic path. They're all Mahayana cultivators. I'm not sure. Even if they aren't, they should reach it soon. Then the righteous path has no mighty figure who can compete with them. Of course we do, but most of the righteous path's mighty figures are ascetics. They cultivate in seclusion all year round and are close to ascension. Most of them don't want to cause trouble and gain enemies. Hanju was deep in thought after hearing that. He hesitated for a moment and then said, I've received news that the Fiend Emperor has been revived. Do you think it's related to the 5 of them? Dooku's expression changed drastically. The resurrection of the Fiend Emperor. Crap. Fellow Taoist, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go into seclusion and cultivate. With that, Dooku vanished. Hanju frowned. Was the Fiend Emperor so scary? He returned to the cave abode. The conversation just now proved that Dooku had no ill intentions. Although this person's cultivation level was high, he was clearly afraid of trouble and would not harm the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. To be on the safe side, Hanju stood up and retrieved Chang Yue and Fairy Shizan's heavenly puppets. He planned to increase the puppets' spirit energy and raise them to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Xing Hongshuan had yet to return, so he could only do it next time. A month later, the 2 puppets successfully changed their spirit energy. Hanju returned the 2 puppets to Fairy Shizan and Chang Yue. He didn't talk much with the 2 girls and immediately returned. He came to the fuzang tree. His disciples were all cultivating. Hanju looked at Fang Liang. He was already at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. To be honest, his potential was a little poor. After all, the spirit chi on this mountain was extremely rich. Murong Qi and Xuan Chang'an had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Should I help this kid? Hanju thought silently. After Fang Liang reached the golden core realm, his luck would soar. Hanju was somewhat curious about how it would happen. Chapter 118. Third level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, the encounter of the disciple and the divine pet. Forget it, let him work on his own to prevent himself from becoming complacent. Hanju shook his head and walked straight back to the Konate cave abode. Just as he entered, the black hell chicken on the fusang tree jumped down and said, "Come, come, come, let's fight. Other than little Liang, all of you come at me together." Mirongchi immediately stood up. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he wanted to try it out with the black hell chicken. The black hell chicken often bullied them because of its high cultivation level. With its seniority, Mirongchi did not dare to complain. Yang Tiandong stood up, but Xuan Chang'an was not interested. Then, the black hell chicken, Mirongchi, and Yang Tiandong flew above the clouds and began fighting. Such a battle would no longer cause much of an impact in the current Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The number of nascent soul realm cultivators in the sect was increasing, and the nascent soul realm was no longer the first-rate level of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons took over the position of sect master, he vigorously reorganized the sect. Be it the outer sect, inner sect, or even the secret hall, the average strength of the disciples had increased greatly. His management system was also very good. It was obvious that he was more suitable to be the sect master than Li Qingzi. Because of his cultivation level, Li Qingzi had to fawn over many elders. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was at the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm and was very close to the body integration realm. Very few people in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were stronger than him. The elders didn't dare to show off in front of him. Under Taoist Nine Cauldrons' domineering control, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect truly began to merge. Currently, they had already entered a rapid development stage. All of this had nothing to do with Hanju. Taoist Nine Cauldrons also didn't disturb him. Every time the elders had a meeting, he didn't invite Hanju. However, the plan to raise the immortal mountain spirit chi never stopped. From time to time, disciples would come over with newly discovered natural treasures to be planted on the mountain. After Hanju knew that the fiends were stirring, he felt a sense of danger. For the next period of time, he didn't come out of seclusion. A full 10 years passed. He consumed 2 full bottles of Zan Qingjun's pills. After 10 years, he finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Hanju wasn't satisfied as his cultivation speed had slowed. He suppressed Zan Qingjun's cultivation to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, but he still couldn't defeat her. In other words, there was a high chance that he could not defeat the Fiend Emperor. After breaking through, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed. The others could be spared this time, but Ji Neihe was at the top of the list in order to prevent him from flying over and attacking now. As he cursed, Hanju checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Luo Qiamo's lifespan decreased by 1,000 years. This effect will continue to grow. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by fiendish cultivators X8211. Your Dao companion Xing Hongshuan was attacked by righteous cultivators X17. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun has left the mortal world. Your Dao companion Xing Hongshuan encountered an opportunity and received guidance from a powerful cultivator. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X30009. Your good friend Mo Fucho turned into a true devil due to the ominous power. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your good friend Mo Fucho. His body was torn apart. Fortunately, your good friend Zan Shishi saved his soul. Your good friend Zan Shishi was attacked by your good friend Mo Fucho. Her cultivation has weakened. Hanju frowned. He couldn't help but recall the demon tide caused by Great Sage Green Python a few decades ago. Now, there were fiendish cultivators everywhere. Even Mo Fucho had become a true devil. Could it be that the devil race had been blessed by the heavens? Zhou Fan was too miserable. He died again. This time, he was killed by his good brother. He had definitely taken the path of blood and hatred. Hanju also noticed that Huang Jihao had been attacked multiple times. He remembered that Huang Jihao was also a connate cultivator with an innate sword heart. His cultivation level had also increased very quickly, almost reaching the void amalgamation realm. The demonic path is rampant, and we can't go out to play. I have to remind them. Hanju thought silently. He immediately sent a voice transmission to his disciples and told them not to go out. He also told Li Qingzi to remind Taoist Nine Cauldrons. Ever since Taoist Nine Cauldrons returned, this fellow had often gone out, determined to turn the Jade Pure Sacred Sect into the strongest sect in the cultivation world of the 10 states and 9 dynasties. Han Ju finally understood why Li Qingzi was so reckless in the past. It was an inherited behavior. After completing the daily missions, Han Ju continued cultivating. He wanted to defeat Zan Qingjun as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would feel insecure. Inside a ruined palace, a white-haired man in a black dragon robe sat on a dragon throne. His face was handsome and demonic, and his lips were dark red. He was obviously not a good person. He was Fiend Emperor Ji. Beside the dragon throne lay the chaotic heavenly dog. A black metal chain hung around its neck, making it look like a guard dog. The chaotic heavenly dog stared ahead numbly as if it had lost its soul. I'm finally back. Do you know how prosperous my empire was back then? Ji muttered. The chaotic heavenly dog did not answer. It was already used to Ji talking to himself. In his opinion, Ji was a madman. At this moment, footsteps sounded and two figures walked into the hall. The chaotic heavenly dog subconsciously took a glance and was stunned. It blinked, and when it took a closer look, its expression turned astounded. Wasn't this Master's disciple, Su Qi? Following Luo Qiamo, Su Qi also saw the chaotic heavenly dog, but he didn't think too much about it. Before he left, the chaotic heavenly dog was still a fat dog. It was simple and adorable, but now, it looked very ferocious. Your Majesty, I'm Luo Qiamo. I'm willing to serve you. Luo Qiamo cupped his fists and smiled. Ji looked at him expressionlessly and said, You're the one who arranged for them to summon me, right? Tell me, if I unify the world, what do you want? Luo Qiamo smiled and said, Your Majesty, being able to unify the world is what I want the most. When I ascend in the future, I will definitely join the demonic palace of the upper world. This is a mission that the demonic palace entrusted to us in our dreams. Ji nodded slightly. He looked at Su Qi and frowned. Who is this? For some reason, when he saw Su Qi, he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He's the disciple of the Devil Master and has received his inheritance. The Devil Master is busy cultivating and rejected my invitation, instead letting his disciple serve you. He actually didn't think much of Su Qi, but his identity was important. He represented the Devil Master and could help them integrate the demonic path faster. Ji asked, Does the Devil Master not want to serve me? Luo Qiamo replied, He's solitary and bloodthirsty. It's good that he didn't join us. This attitude is sufficient. Ji nodded expressionlessly. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the chaotic heavenly dog beside him. He said to Su Qi, From today onwards, you will help me raise my dog and watch over it. Su Qi didn't dare to reject. The chaotic heavenly dog was secretly delighted. Could it be that Master had arranged for Su Qi to save it? That was good, too. At least, he had an ally around him. I need your help. Ji stared at Luo Qiamo and said indifferently. What is it? Go to the Great Yan and find a sect called the Jade Pure Sect. Kill a cultivator named Han Ju. The moment that was said, the chaotic heavenly dog and Su Qi were moved. Luo Qiamo was stunned. Jade Pure Sect again. Why is it that even the Fiend Emperor wants to attack this sect? Chapter 119. Blessing from above, fortuitous encounter from the heavens. Yes, I'll go when I'm free. Luo Qiamo agreed, but he didn't care about this matter. The Great Yan was too far away. He couldn't be bothered to go. Moreover, the Demon Lord had already accepted this task, so there was no need for him to go. Luo Qiamo didn't like Ji instructions. You want me to do something the moment we meet. I said that I'm willing to work for you, but I'm just being polite. However, what did the cultivator named Han Ju do to make Ji want to kill him? How long had it been since he returned? Luo Qiamo was interested in Han Ju. In his opinion, those who died on the path of cultivation were destined to be unable to obtain the Great Tao. They were all failures. Ji was only a tool to revitalize the demonic path. Then, Luo Qiamo bowed and left. Ji stared at his back, his eyes flickering. Luo Qiamo has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju was confused. What the hell? Could it be that he had developed feelings after the cursing? He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Luo Qiamo, 4th level of the Mahayana realm, one of the 5 fiends of the demonic path. Because he was dissatisfied with Ji who didn't give him face, he became interested in you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju was amused. The 5 fiends and Ji were going to have internal strife. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and continued to play with Luo Qiamo. Perhaps the irascible Luo Qiamo would fall out with the Fiend Emperor because of this. 3 years later, Fang Liang's cultivation level was stuck at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Xuan Chang'an discovered that his potential was limited and could not advance any further. When Fang Liang learned of this, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was in a daze. At this moment, Han Ju called him into the Conate Cave abode. Fang Liang was nervous. Could it be that Grand Master wanted to expel him from the sect? The Black Hell Chicken, Yang Tiandong, and Merong Qi were all geniuses. His potential was indeed inferior compared to them. After entering the cave abode, Fang Liang carefully walked around heaven and earth grass and knelt down in front of Han Ju. Grand Disciple greets Grand Master, Fang Liang said nervously, not daring to look at him. Han Ju raised his hand and placed it on his forehead. 6 paths spirit energy entered his body. A ball of qi in Fang Liang's body blocked his dantian, preventing him from refining the golden core. This qi was very mysterious. Even a body integration realm cultivator might not be able to discover it. It was no wonder Xuan Chang'an could not. Han Ju said expressionlessly, Fang Liang, what's your cultivation pursuit? Fang Liang was extremely nervous. He hesitated for a moment before saying, immortal ascension. Why do you seek immortal ascension? For immortality, naturally. Will you be held back by power, benefits, and women? Not in the past and not in the future. My parents are dead and I have no one to rely on. It was Grand Master who took me in. I agree with Grand Master's cultivation philosophy. Everything is inferior when compared to cultivation. If I give you a chance to soar, what will you do in the future? I'm willing to die for Grand Master, I'll do anything. What? No, I should focus on cultivating and ignore the world. I shouldn't cause trouble for Grand Master. Seeing Fang Liang's fear and trepidation, Han Ju nodded in satisfaction. That was the right answer. Han Ju immediately poured his 6 paths spirit energy into Fang Liang's body and said softly, your master said that your talent is not good, so I will create talent for you. Fang Liang felt the surging spirit energy in his body and was pleasantly surprised. How high is Grand Master's cultivation level? Your disciple Fang Liang's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. 5 stars. It was not the highest. Secretly dissatisfied, Han Ju said, HMPH. Bound by fate, how can my grand disciple be restricted by fate? In that case, I'll sacrifice some of my cultivation. His muttering shocked Fang Liang. Grand Master actually sacrificed his cultivation for me. Fang Liang's eyes turned red. Your disciple Fang Liang's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Ju was expressionless, but he was very happy inside. He still had to play tricks, after all. Boom, the qi in Fang Liang's body was dispersed by him. With Han Ju's help, Fang Liang's spirit energy could not be controlled and he started to condense his golden core. The moment the qi dissipated, Fang Liang felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. His senses became clear and the world became completely different in his perception. Is this a transformation? Fang Liang was grateful to Han Ju. Excited, 2 streams of tears flowed down. His Grand Master had cultivated bitterly for so many years in order to increase his cultivation. In the end, because of this good-for-nothing disciple, he had lost his cultivation. What could he, Fang Liang, do in return? Fang Liang asked himself if he was of any help to Han Ju or even end up as a burden. Han Ju had changed his life just because of that one encounter. From now on, Grand Master is everything to me, my most important person. Fang Liang swore in his heart. At the same time, a change occurred in the sky outside the cave abode. 7-colored light appeared above the jade pure sacred sect. The sea of clouds churned as if divine beasts were playing. Soon, snow began to fall from the sky. Golden snow descended, while the clouds and mist looked like they had human forms. They were like flowers scattered by a goddess, stunning all the disciples of the sect. What's with this phenomenon? The heavenly Tao is protecting our jade pure sacred sect. I've cultivated for 300 years, but this is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon. The providence of our sect is on the rise. Could it be that a genius has appeared? Under the fuzang tree, the Black Hell Chicken, Xuan Chang'an, and the others were also stunned. Chang Yue, Li Qingzi, and Fairy Shizan couldn't help but walk out of their cave abodes to observe the phenomenon. Han Ju didn't care about what was happening outside. He used his 6 paths spirit energy to seal the cave abode to prevent Fang Liang from discovering the anomaly outside. He wanted him to think that he was an ordinary person. Even with unparalleled providence, he had to believe he was mediocre. Such a personality could allow Fang Liang to live longer. Han Ju didn't want him to walk Zhou Fan's path. The next day, when Fang Liang became a golden core realm cultivator and walked out of the Conate cave abode, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Xuan Chang'an looked at him and asked in surprise, "You broke through?" "All thanks to Grandmaster." Fang Liang nodded. Xuan Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, the Black Hell Chicken, and Merongqi were surprised. Could it be that the phenomenon from yesterday was caused by Grandmaster? That made sense. Changing one's fate was a huge matter. They felt deep veneration for Han Ju. He could do this for a disciple with limited talent. He looked indifferent but actually had a warm heart. Fang Liang didn't say much. He walked to the fusang tree and began cultivating. Less than half a year later, he broke through to the first level of the Golden Core Realm. 3 years later, he broke through to the second level of the Golden Core Realm. That was extremely fast. On this day, Fang Liang came to visit Han Ju, who was puzzled but let him in. "Grandmaster, a stone fell from the sky just now. It contains an extremely dense spirit chi. It should be a treasure. It landed on my head. I want to offer it to you." As Fang Liang spoke, he took out a stone. This stone was the size of a fist and was dark purple in color. One look and one could tell that it was no ordinary stone. Han Ju took it and waved him away. "Is this the son of heaven and earth? If you don't come out of your house, you will be given a fortuitous encounter anyway." Ridiculous. Han Ju started to check the stone. After Fang Liang left the cave abode, Heaven and Earth Grass suddenly shouted, "I've seen this stone before." Chapter 120, Dao Comprehension Sword. "You have." Han Ju glanced at Heaven and Earth Grass and asked casually. Heaven and Earth Grass replied, "My previous she held such a stone when she cultivated." "A stone used by an immortal god?" Han Ju stared at the dark purple stone in his hand, deep in thought. He used his divine sense to carefully examine it. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, this was a spirit stone. It was just that the spirit energy it contained far exceeded other spirit stones. Han Ju threw the stone beside Heaven and Earth Grass, wanting to see what effect it had. If it was only a spirit stone, then it was not worth it for the immortal god to hold onto it every day. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. While he was busy cultivating, the cultivation world was in turmoil. The fiendish cultivators became more and more active, causing the righteous path to have a bad feeling. Previously, when Great Sage Green Python had swept through the world, the demonic sects had immediately fled. The ones who had started a war with Great Sage Green Python were mostly righteous sects. Therefore, after Great Sage Green Python died, the righteous sects were weaker than the demonic sects. Under such circumstances, the fiendish activity was unsettling. Then, a piece of news spread throughout the cultivation world. The Fiend Emperor from thousands of years ago had actually revived. He wanted to create the Demonic Path Empire, an empire ruled by fiendish cultivators. He was recruiting all the fiendish cultivators in the world to join him. For a time, all sorts of legends about the Fiend Emperor spread throughout the world. 7 years later, news of the Fiend Emperor's resurrection spread to the Great Yan. And at this time, the Demonic Path Empire had already been established for a period of time, ruling over a region. Taoist 9 cauldrons gathered the elders in the main peaks meeting hall. Li Qingzi also came. When he heard that the Fiend Emperor had been revived, his expression was odd. "Sigh, the world is going to be in chaos again. What are you afraid of? The Fiend Emperor is far away from us. In the cultivation world, the righteous and the demonic take turns to be strong. This is also the reason why there are so many heroes. We don't have to worry too much." That's right. Great Sage Green Python was so strong before, but he still died. The Fiend Emperor once united all the fiendish cultivators in the world. How many years ago was that? The times have changed. Taoist 9 cauldrons noticed that Li Qingzi had a strange expression and seemed to want to say something. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Elder Li investigated the Fiend Emperor several decades ago. Do you know something?" Everyone immediately looked at Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi hesitated. "A few decades ago, deity-slaying elder asked me to investigate the Fiend Emperor. He might have predicted something, but he did not say much. He also hoped that I would not spread this matter." Taoist 9 cauldrons frowned. The elders couldn't help but whisper. Guan Yugong said in a low voice, "Could it be that deity-slaying elder already knew that there would be such a calamity in the cultivation world? He didn't say it because he was afraid that we would be worried." The elders agreed with these words. They all knew that the true pillar of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was the deity-slaying elder. Even he had specially asked around, so it was obvious that this calamity was not small. In that case, all contribution missions of the sect are restricted to the Great Yan. Tell all the disciples outside the Great Yan to return. Taoist 9 cauldrons ordered. Lu Bumi said, Sect Master, I want to move the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect directly to the Great Yan. Is that okay? Taoist Nine Cauldrons shook his head. The Great Yan doesn't have so much space for you to cultivate. Establish a teleportation formation. Alright, that day, the elders began to get busy. Hanju didn't know about this. He was still cultivating, he was still a distance away from the 4th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. On this day, heaven and earth grass was about to transform into human form. Strangely, it did not encounter heavenly tribulation when it transformed. Demons had to undergo heavenly tribulation before they could gain their human form. Hanju looked at the dark purple stone beside it. Could it be related to it? Heaven and earth grass emitted a blinding white light as the spirit chi in the cave abode surged into its body. Hanju narrowed his eyes. Was this a Pokemon or a Digimon evolution? Hanju secretly joked to himself. During his boring cultivation years, he liked to think about his past life to fill the emptiness inside. About 6 hours passed. Heaven and earth grass finally transformed successfully. It was slightly different from what Hanju had expected. It was not a lively and cute girl, but a very cold-looking woman. Hanju took out a Taoist robe from the little universe belt without changing his expression and threw it to her. After putting on the Taoist robe, heaven and earth grass smiled. Master, how do I look? Hanju said, it's alright. When a man commented on a woman's looks, alright, usually meant, beautiful. This is the appearance of my previous master. Hanju raised his eyebrows and sized up heaven and earth grass again. She was dressed in a white robe and looked even colder. Her black hair was scattered casually and her face was beautiful. Her eyes seemed to be glimmering. Her eyebrows were beautiful and her nose and lips were perfect. It had to be said that her appearance and figure were indeed worthy of a goddess. Among the women Hanju knew, only Fairy Shizan could compare. Master, how about I call myself Tao Comprehension Sword from now on? Heaven and earth grass twisted its body as it spoke, also sizing up its own body. Hanju's face twitched slightly. Tao Comprehension Sword. A fairy-looking appearance with such a name. Never mind, this would do. He was too lazy to think. It was just a blade of grass, anyway. Yes, Hanju nodded in agreement. From then on, heaven and earth grass was renamed as Tao Comprehension Sword. Tao Comprehension Sword blinked and asked, Master, shouldn't you teach me the sword Tao now? Hanju wasn't used to it. Previously, heaven and earth grass was like a little girl. Now, it was very mature. The difference was too great. Then, I'll teach you the unparalleled finger divine sword first. Just like that, Hanju began to teach Tao Comprehension Sword the technique step by step. Time passed quickly. The changes in the cultivation world were like the sea, sometimes calm, sometimes stormy. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect remained calm. 13 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the 4th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that ever since the appearance of the dark purple stone, the spirit chi in the Conate cave abode had been constantly increasing, causing his cultivation speed to be not much slower than before. The potential of Tao Comprehension Sword also surprised him. After transforming, her cultivation speed was even faster. She was really talented in the sword Tao and was even more outstanding than Hanju's disciples. Currently, she had already grasped the unparalleled finger divine sword and the 3 pure shadow sword. Hanju didn't continue teaching, mainly because her cultivation wasn't strong enough and she couldn't control stronger sword techniques. Half a year passed. Xing Hongshuan had returned. The moment she saw Tao Comprehension Sword, her expression changed. Who are you? Tao Comprehension Sword replied, Tao Comprehension Sword. What kind of weird name is that? Xing Hongshuan was very unhappy as she looked at Hanju. Hanju said expressionlessly, go outside and cultivate. Go outside. Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips. This was the first time she was chased out by Hanju. However, she didn't dare to go against his will and could only leave begrudgingly. Once she went out, Yang Tiandong and the others were shocked. Why is there a random fairy in Master's cave abode? She's formed from a grass that I nurtured previously. She can strengthen the spirit chi in my cave abode, Hanju explained simply. This was the truth. Grass. Xing Hongshuan complained, husband, if you desire a woman, you can tell me I won't go out anymore. I'll move here to accompany you. Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation, but I miss you. Isn't it enough that you have the heavenly puppet? Huh, Xing Hongshuan's pretty face instantly turned red. Did Hanju notice her doing those things? Hanju changed the topic and asked, how have you been all these years? He wanted to ask if she had any treasures to give him but felt that it was not good to be too direct. It would hurt her feelings.